The History of the Langobards by Paul the Deacon. The region of the north, in proportion as it is removed from the heat of the sun and is chilled with snow and frost, is so much the more healthful to the bodies of men, and fitted for the propagation of nations, just as on the other hand every southern region, the nearer it is to the heat of the sun, the more it abounds in diseases and is less fitted for the bringing up of the human race. From this it happens that such great multitudes of peoples spring up in the north, and that the entire region from the Tanias or Don River in the east to the Western Ocean is not improperly called by the general name of Germany, although single places in it are designated by their own names. For the land of Germany allows such multitudes of people to germinate. The Romans, however, when they occupied those parts, called the two provinces beyond the Rhine Upper and Lower Germany. From this teeming Germany, then, innumerable troops of captives are often led away and sold for gain to the peoples of the south. And for the reason that it brings forth so many human beings that it can scarcely nourish them, there have frequently emigrated from it many nations that have indeed become the scourge of portions of Asia, but especially of the parts of Europe which lie next to it. Everywhere ruined cities testify to this, throughout all Illyria and Gaul, but most of all in unhappy Italy, which has felt the cruel rage of nearly all of these nations. The Goths indeed, and the Vandals, the Rugi, the Heruli, and Turcolingi, and also other fierce and barbarous nations have come from Germany. In like manner also the race of the Vinili, that is of the Langobards, which afterwards ruled prosperously in Italy, deducing its origin from the German peoples, came from the island which is called Scandinavia, although other causes of their emigration are also alleged. Pliny the Elder also makes mention of this island in the books which he composed concerning the nature of things. This island, then, as those who have examined it have related to us, is not so much placed in the sea as it is washed about by the sea waves which encompass the land on account of the flatness of the shores. Since, therefore, the peoples established within the island had grown to so great a multitude that they could not now dwell together, they divided their whole troop into 3 parts, as is said, and determined by lot which part of them had to forsake their country and seek new abodes. Therefore, that section to which fate had assigned the abandonment of their native soil and the search for foreign fields, after 2 leaders had been appointed over them, to wit, Ibor and Io, who were brothers in the bloom of youthful vigour, and more eminent than the rest, said farewell to their own people, as well as their country, and set out upon their way to seek for lands where they might dwell and establish their abodes. The mother of these leaders, Gambara by name, was a woman of the keenest ability and most prudent in counsel among her people, and they trusted not a little to her shrewdness in doubtful matters. I do not think it is without advantage to put off for a little while the order of my narrative, and because my pen up to this time deals with Germany, to relate briefly a miracle which is there considered notable among all, as well as certain other matters. In the furthest boundaries of Germany towards the west-northwest, on the shore of the ocean itself, a cave is seen under a projecting rock, where for an unknown time 7 men repose wrapped in a long sleep, not only their bodies but also their clothing being so uninjured that from this fact alone, that they last without decay through the course of so many years, they are held in veneration among those ignorant and barbarous peoples. These, then, so far as regards their dress, are perceived to be Romans. When a certain man, stirred by cupidity, wanted to strip one of them, straightway his arms withered, as is said, and his punishment so frightened the others, that no one dared touch them further. The future will show for what useful purpose divine providence keeps them through so long a period. Perhaps those nations are to be saved sometime by the preaching of these men, since they cannot be deemed to be other than Christians. The Scritabini, for thus that nation is called, are neighbours to this place. They are not without snow even in the summer-time, and since they do not differ in nature from wild beasts themselves, they feed only upon the raw flesh of wild animals, from whose shaggy skins also they fit garments for themselves. They deduce the etymology of their name, according to their barbarous language, from jumping. For by making use of leaps and bounds they pursue wild beasts very skilfully with a piece of wood bent in the likeness of a bow. Among them there is an animal not very unlike a stag, from whose hide, while it was rough with hairs, I saw a coat fitted in the manner of a tunic down to the knees, such as the aforesaid Scritabini use, as has been related. In these places about the summer solstice a very bright light is seen for some days, even in the night time, and the days are much longer there than elsewhere, just as on the other hand about the winter solstice. Although the light of day is present, yet the sun is not seen there, and the days are shorter than anywhere else, and the nights too are longer, and this is because the further we turn from the sun, the nearer the sun itself appears to the earth, and the longer the shadows grow. In short, in Italy, as the ancients also have written, about the day of the birth of our Lord, human statures at 12 o'clock measure in shadow 9 feet. But when I was stationed in Belgic Gaul in a place which is called Villa Totonis, and measured the shadow of my stature, I found it 19.5 feet. Thus also on the contrary, the nearer we come to the sun towards midday, the shorter always appears the shadows, so much so that at the summer solstice, when the sun looks down from the midst of heaven in Egypt and Jerusalem, and the places situated in their neighbourhood, no shadows may be seen, but in Arabia at this same time the sun at its highest point is seen on the northern side, and the shadows on the other hand appear towards the south. Not very far from this shore of which we have spoken, towards the western side, on which the ocean main lies open without end, is that very deep whirlpool of waters, which we call by its familiar name the navel of the sea. This is said to suck in the waves and spew them forth again twice every day, as is proved to be done by the excessive swiftness with which the waves advance and recede along all those shores. A whirlpool or maelstrom of this kind is called by the poet Virgil Charybdis, which he says in his poem is in the Sicilian Strait, speaking of it in this way: Scylla on the right hand besets, and the left the relentless Charybdis. Thrice in the whirl of the deepest abyss it swallows the vast waves headlong, and lifts them again in turn, one after another, forth to the upper air, and lashes the stars with the bellows. Ships are alleged to be often violently and swiftly dragged in by this whirlpool, of which indeed we have spoken, with such speed that they seem to imitate the fall of arrows through the air, and sometimes they perish by a very dreadful end in that abyss. But often, when they are upon the very point of being overwhelmed, they are hurled back by the sudden masses of waves, and driven away again, with as great a speed as they were first drawn in. They say there is another whirlpool of this kind between the island of Britain and the province of Galatia, and with this fact the coasts of the Seine region and of Aquitaine agree, for they are filled twice a day with such sudden inundations that anyone who may by chance be found only a little inward from the shore can hardly get away. You may see the rivers of these regions falling back with a very swift current towards their source, and the fresh waters of the streams turning salt through the spaces of many miles. The island of Alderney is almost 30 miles distant from the coast of the Seine region, and in this island, as its inhabitants declare, is heard the noise of the waters as they sweep into the Charybdis. I have heard a certain high noble of the Gauls relating that a number of ships, shattered at first by a tempest, were afterwards devoured by this same Charybdis. And when one only out of all of the men who had been in these ships, still breathing, swam over the waves, while the rest were dying, he came, swept by the force of the receding waters, up to the edge of that most frightful abyss. And when now he beheld yawning before him the deep chaos whose end he could not see, and half dead from very fear, expected to be hurled into it, suddenly in a way that he could not have hoped for, he was cast upon a certain rock, and sat himself down. And now, when all the waters that were to be swallowed had run down, the margins of that edge of the abyss had been left bare, and while he sat there, with difficulty, trembling with fear and filled with foreboding amidst so many distresses, nor could he hide at all from his sight the death that was a little while deferred. Behold, he suddenly sees, as it were, great mountains of water leaping up from the deep, and the first ships which had been sucked in, coming forth again. And when one of these came near him, he grasped it with what effort he could, and without delay he was carried in swift flight towards the shore, and escaped the fate of death, living afterwards to tell the story of his peril. Our own sea also, that is, the Adriatic, which spreads in like manner, though less violently, through the coasts of Venetia and Istria, is believed to have little secret currents of this kind, by which the receding waters are sucked in and vomited out again to dash upon the shores. These things having been thus examined, let us go back to the order of our narrative already begun. The Vanilli, then, having departed from Scandinavia with their leaders, Ibor and Io, and coming into the region which is called Scaringa, settled there for some years. At that time, Ambri and Assi, leaders of the Vandals, were concerning all the neighbours by war. Already elated by many victories, they sent messengers to the Vanilli to tell them that they should either pay tribute to the Vandals, or make ready for the struggles of war. Then Ibor and Io, with the approval of their mother Gambara, determined that it is better to maintain liberty by arms than to stain it by the payment of tribute. They sent word to the Vandals by messengers that they would rather fight than be slaves. The Vanilli were then all in the flower of their youth, but were very few in number, since they had been only a third part of one island of no great size. At this point, the men of old tell a silly story that the Vandals coming to Wotan besought him for victory over the Vanilli, and that he answered that he would give the victory to those whom he saw first at sunrise. That then Gambara went to Freya, the wife of Wotan, and asked for victory for the Vanilli, and that Freya gave her counsels that the women of the Vanilli should take down their hair and arrange it upon the face like a beard, and that in the early morning they should be present with their husbands, and in like manner station themselves to be seen by Wotan from the quarter in which he had been wont to look through his window towards the east. And so it was done. And when Wotan saw them at sunrise, he said, "Who are these Longbeards?" And then Freya instructed him to give the victory to those to whom he had given the name, and thus Wotan gave the victory to the Vanilli. These things are worthy of laughter, and are to be held of no account. For victory is due not to the power of men, but it is rather furnished from heaven. It is certain, however, that the Langobards were afterwards so called on account of the length of their beards, untouched by the knife, whereas at first they had been called Vinili, for according to their language, lang means long, and bart beard. Wotan indeed, whom by adding a letter they called Godan, is he whom among the Romans is called Mercury, and he is worshipped by all the peoples of Germany as a god, although he is deemed to have existed not about these times but long before, and not in Germany but in Greece. The Vinili, therefore, who are also Langobards, having joined battle with the Vandals, struggle fiercely, since it is for the glory of freedom, and win the victory, and afterwards, having suffered in the same province of Scaringa great privation from hunger, their minds were filled with dismay. Departing from this place, while they were arranging to pass over into Mauringa, the Assipiti blocked their way, denying to them by every means a passage through their territories. The Langobards, moreover, when they beheld the great forces of their enemies, did not dare engage them on account of the smallness of their army, and while they were deciding what they ought to do, necessity at length hit upon a plan. They pretend that they have in their camps cynophali, that is, men with dogs' heads. They spread the rumour among the enemy that these men wage war obstinately, drink human blood, and quaff their own gore if they cannot reach the foe. And to give faith to this assertion, the Langobards spread their tents wide, and kindle a great many fires in their camps. The enemy being made credulous when these things are heard and seen, does not now attempt the war they threatened. They had, however, among them a very powerful man, to whose strength they trusted that they could obtain without doubt what they wanted. They offered him alone to fight for all. They charged the Langobards to send any one of their own they might wish, to go forth with him to single combat upon this condition, to wit, that if their warrior should win the victory, the Langobards would depart the way they had come, but if he should be overthrown by the other, then they would not forbid the Langobards a passage through their own territories. And when the Langobards were in doubt what one of their own they should send against this most warlike man, a certain person of servile rank offered himself of his own will, and promised that he would engage the challenging enemy upon this condition, that if he took the victory from the enemy, they would take away the stain of slavery from him and from his offspring. Why say more? They joyfully promised to do what he had asked. Having engaged the enemy, he fought and conquered, and won for the Langobards the means of passage, and for himself and his descendants, as he had desired, the rights of liberty. Therefore the Langobards, coming at last into Mauringa, in order that they might increase the number of their warriors, confer liberty upon many whom they deliver from the yoke of bondage, and that the freedom of these may be regarded as established, they confirm it in their accustomed way by an arrow, uttering certain words of their country in confirmation of the fact. Then the Langobards went forth from Mauringa, and came to Golanda, where having remained for some time they are afterwards said to have possessed for some years Anthaib and Banthaib, and in like manner Vergundaib, which we can consider are names of districts or of some kinds of places. Meanwhile, the leaders Ibor and Io, who had conducted the Langobards from Scandinavia and had ruled them up to this time, being dead, the Langobards, now unwilling to remain longer under mere chiefs, ordained a king for themselves, like other nations. Therefore Egelmund, the son of Io, first reigned over them, tracing out of his pedigree the stock of the Gungingi, which among them was esteemed particularly noble. he held the sovereignty of the Langobards, as is reported by our ancestors, for 30 years. At this time a certain prostitute had brought forth 7 little boys at a birth, and the mother, more cruel than all wild beasts, threw them into a fish pond to be drowned. If this seems impossible to any, let him read over the histories of the ancients, and he will find that one woman brought forth not only 7 infants, but even 9 at one time. And it is sure that this occurred especially among the Egyptians. It happened therefore that when King Agelmund had stopped his horse and looked at the wretched infants, and had turned them hither and thither with the spear he carried in his hand, one of them put his hand on the royal spear and clutched it. The king, moved by pity and marvelling greatly at the act, pronounced that he would be a great man. And straightway he ordered him to be lifted from the fish pond, and commanded him to be brought to a nurse to be nourished with every care. And because he took him from a fish pond, which in their language is called Lama, he gave him the name Lomisio. When he had grown up, he became such a vigorous youth that he was also very fond of fighting, and after the death of Agelmund, he directed the government of the kingdom. They say that when the Langobards, pursuing their way with their king, came to a certain river and were forbidden by the Amazons to cross to the other side, this man fought with the strongest of them, swimming in the river, and killed her, and won for himself the glory of great praise, and a passage also for the Langobards. For it had been previously agreed between the 2 armies that if the Amazons should overcome Lomisio, the Langobards would withdraw from the river, but if she herself were conquered by Lomisio, as actually occurred, then the means of crossing the stream should be afforded to the Langobards. It is clear, to be sure, that this kind of an assertion is little supported by truth, for it is known to all who are acquainted with ancient histories that the race of Amazons was destroyed long before these things could have occurred, unless perchance because the places where these things are said to have been done were not well enough known to the writers of history, and are scarcely mentioned by any of them. It might have been that a class of women of this kind dwelt there at that time, for I have heard it related by some that the race of these women exist up to the present day in the innermost parts of Germany. Therefore, after passing the river of which we have spoken, the Langobards, when they came to the lands beyond, sojourned there for some time. Meanwhile, since they suspected nothing hostile, and were the less uneasy on account of their long repose, confidence, which is always the mother of calamities, prepared for them a disaster of no mean sort. At night, in short, when all were resting, relaxed by negligence, suddenly the Bulgarians, rushing upon them, slew many, wounded many more, and so raged through their camp, that they killed Agelmund, the king himself, and carried away in captivity his only daughter. Nevertheless, the Langobards, having recovered their strength after these disasters, made Lomisio, of whom we have spoken above, their king. And he, as he was in the glow of youth, and quite ready for the struggles of war, desiring to avenge the slaughter of Agelmund his foster father, turned his arms against the Bulgarians, and presently, when the first battle began, the Langobards, turning their backs to the enemy, fled to their camp. Then King Lomisio, seeing these things, began in a loud voice to cry out to the whole army that they should remember the infamies they had suffered, and recall to view their disgrace, how their enemies had murdered their king, and had carried off in lamentation as a captive his daughter, whom they had desired for their queen. Finally, he urged them to defend themselves and theirs by arms, saying that it was better to lay down life in war than to submit as vile slaves to the taunts of their enemies. Crying aloud, he said these things and like, and now by threats and now by promises, strengthened their minds to endure the struggles of warfare. Moreover, if he saw any one of servile condition fighting, he endowed him with liberty, and rewards as well. At last, inflamed by the urging and example of their chief, who had been the first to spring to arms, they rush upon the foe, fight fiercely and overthrow their adversaries with great slaughter, and finally, taking victory from the victors, they avenge as well the death of their king as the insults to themselves. Then, having taken possession of great booty from the spoils of their enemies, from that time on they became bolder in undertaking the toils of war. After these things, Lomisio, the second who had reigned, died, and the third, Lethu, ascended the throne of the kingdom, and when he had reigned nearly 40 years, he left Hildioch his son, who was the fourth in number, as his successor in the kingly power, and when he also died, Gudioch, as the fifth, received the royal authority. In these times, the fuel of great enemies was consumed between Odoacer, who was ruling in Italy now for some years, and Philethius, who is also called Feather, king of the Rugi. This Philethius dwelt in those days on the further shore of the Danube, which the Danube itself separates from the territories of Noricum. In these territories of the Noricans at that time was the monastery of the blessed Severinus, who, endowed with the sanctity of every abstinence, was already renowned for his many virtues, and though he dwelt in those places up to the end of his life, now, however, Naples keeps his remains. He often admonished this Philethius of whom we have spoken, and his wife, whose name was Geza, in saintly language, that they should desist from iniquity, and when they spurned his pious words, he predicted a long while beforehand that would occur which afterwards befell them. Odoacer then, having collected together the nations which were subject to his sovereignty, that is, the Turcolingi and the Heruli, and the portion of the Rugi he already possessed, and also the peoples of Italy, came into Rugi land, and fought with the Rugi, and sweeping them away in final defeat, he destroyed also Philethius their king, and also the whole province was devastated. After this he returned to Italy, and carried off with him an abundant multitude of captives. Then the Langobards, having moved out of their own territories, came into Rugi land, which is called in the Latin tongue the country of the Rugi, and because it was fertile in soil, they remained in it a number of years. Meanwhile, Gudioch died, and Clapho his son succeeded him. Clapho also having died, Tato his son rose as the seventh to the kingly power. The Langobards also departed from Rugiland and dwelt in open fields, which are called Feld in the barbarian tongue. While they sojourned there for the space of 3 years, a war sprang up between Tato and Rudolf, the king of the Heruli. Treaties formerly bound them together, and the cause of the discord between them was this. The brother of King Rudolf had come to Tato for the purpose of concluding peace, and when upon the completion of his mission he sought again his native country, it happened that his way passed in front of the house of the king's daughter, who was called Rumatruda. Looking upon the company of men and the noble escort, she asked who this might be, who had such a magnificent train, and it was said to her that the brother of King Rudolf was returning to his native country, having accomplished his mission. The girl sent to invite him to deign to take a cup of wine. He with simple heart came as he had been invited, and because he was small in stature, the girl looked down upon him in contemptuous pride, and uttered against him mocking words. But he, overcome equally with shame and rage, answered back such words as brought still greater confusion upon the girl. Then she, inflamed by a woman's fury and unable to restrain the rage of her heart, sought to accomplish a wicked deed she had conceived in her mind. She feigned patience, put on a lively countenance, and stroking him down with merry words, she invited him to take a seat, and arranged that he should sit in such a place that he would have the window in the wall at his shoulders. She covered this window with costly drapery, as if in honour of her guest, but really lest any suspicion should strike him, and the atrocious monster directed her own servants that when she should say, as if speaking to the cupbearer, "Prepare the drink," they should stab him from behind with their lances. And it was done. Presently the cruel woman gave the sign, her wicked orders were accomplished, and he, pierced with wounds, and falling to the earth, expired. When these things were announced to King Rudolph, he bewailed his brother's cruel murder, and impatient in his rage, burned to avenge that brother's death. Breaking the treaty he had negotiated with Tato, he declared war against him. Why say more? The lines of battle on both sides came together in the open fields. Rudolph sends his men into the fight, but staying himself in camp, he plays at draughts, not at all wavering in his hope of victory. The Heruli were indeed at that time well trained in martial exercises, and already very famous from their many victories, and either to fight more freely or to show their contempt for a wound inflicted by the enemy, they fought naked, covering only the shameful things of the body. Therefore, while the king himself, in undoubting reliance on the power of these men, was safely playing at draughts, he ordered one of his followers to climb into a tree which happened to be by, that he might tell him more quickly of the victory of his troops, and he threatened to cut off the man's head if he announced that the ranks of the Heruli were fleeing. The man, when he saw that the line of the Heruli was bent, and that they were hard pressed by the Langobards, being often asked by the king what the Heruli were doing, answered that they were fighting excellently, and not daring to speak, he did not reveal the calamity he saw until all the troops had turned their backs upon the foe. At last, though late, breaking into voice, he cried, "Woe to thee, wretched Herulia, who art punished by the anger of the Lord of Heaven." Moved by these words, the king said, "Are my Heruli fleeing?" And he replied, "Not I, but thou, king, thyself hast said this." Then, as is wont to happen in such circumstances, while the king and all, greatly alarmed, hesitated what to do, the Langobards came upon them, and they were violently cut into pieces. The king himself, acting bravely to no purpose, was also slain. While the army of the Heruli indeed was scattering hither and thither, so great was the anger of heaven upon them, that when they saw the green growing flax of the fields, they thought it was water fit for swimming, and while they stretched out their arms as if to swim, they were cruelly smitten by the swords of the enemy. Then the Langobards, when the victory was won, divided among themselves the huge booty they had found in the camp. Tato indeed carried off the banner of Rudolph, which they call Bandum, and his helmet, which he had been accustomed to wear in war. And now from that time all the courage of the Heruli so decayed that thereafter they had no king over them in any way. From this time on the Langobards, having become richer and their army having been augmented from the various nations they had conquered, began to aspire to further wars, and to push forward upon every side the glory of their courage. But after these things, Tato indeed did not long rejoice in the triumph of war, for Vaco, the son of his brother Zukilo, attacked him, and deprived him of his life. Tato's son Hildicus also fought against Vaco, but when Vaco prevailed and he was overcome, he fled to the Gepidae and remained there in exile up to the end of his life. For this reason the Gepidae from that time incurred enmities with the Langobards. At the same time, Vaco fell upon the Suevi and subjected them to his authority. If anyone may think that this is a lie and not the truth of the matter, let him read over the prologue of the edict which King Rothari composed of the laws of the Langobards, and he will find this written in almost all the manuscripts, as we have inserted it in this little history. And Vacco had 3 wives, that is, the first, Ranikunda, daughter of the king of the Turingi. Then he married Ostragusa, the daughter of the king of the Gepidae, from whom he had 2 daughters. The name of one was Visigarda, whom he bestowed in marriage upon Theudipert, the king of the Franks. And the second was called Valderada, who was united with Cusapald, another king of the Franks, and he, having her in hatred, gave her over in marriage to one of his followers called Garipald. And Vacco had for his 3rd wife the daughter of the king of the Heruli, by name Selinga. From her a son was born to him, whom he called Valtari, and who, upon the death of Vacco, reigned as the 8th king over the Langobards. All these were Lithingi, for thus among them a certain noble stock was called. Valtari therefore, when he had held the sovereignty for 7 years, departed from this life, and after him Auduin was the 9th, who attained the kingly powers, and he, not long afterwards, led the Langobards into Pannonia. Then the Gepidae and the Langobards at last gave birth to the strife which had been long since conceived, and the 2 parties made ready for war. When battle was joined, while both lines fought bravely and neither yielded to the other, it happened that in the midst of struggle, Alboin, the son of Auduin, and Tarismod, the son of Tarisind, encountered each other, and Alboin, striking the other with his sword, hurled him headlong from his horse to destruction. The Gepidae, seeing that the king's son was killed, through whom in great part the war had been set on foot, at once, in their discouragement, started to flee. The Langobards, sharply following them up, overthrew them, and when a great number had been killed, they turned back to take off the spoils of the dead. When after the victory had been won the Langobards returned to their own abodes, they suggested to their king Auduin that Alboin, by whose valour they had won the victory in the fight, should become his table companion, so that he who had been comrade to his father in danger should also be a comrade in the feast. Auduin answered them that he could by no means do this, lest he should break the usage of the nation. You know, he said, that it is not the custom among us that the son of the king should eat with his father unless he first receives his alms from the king of a foreign nation. When he heard these things from his father, Alboin, taking only 40 young men with him, journeyed to Tarisind, king of the Gepidae, with whom he had before waged war, and intimated the cause in which he had come. The king, receiving him kindly, invited him to his table, and placed him on his right hand, where Tarismod, his former son, had been wont to sit. In the meantime, while the various dishes were made ready, Tarisind, reflecting that his son had sat there only a little while before, and recalling to mind the death of his child, and beholding his slayer present and sitting in his place, drawing deep sighs, could not contain himself, and at last his grief broke forth in utterance. This place, he says, is dear to me, but the person who sits in it is grievous enough to my sight. Then another son of the king, who was present, aroused by his father's speech, began to provoke the Langobards with insults, declaring, because they wore white bandages from their calves down, that they were like mares with white feet up to the legs, saying, the mares that you take after have white fetlocks. Then one of the Langobards thus answered these things, go to the field Asfeld, and there you can find by experience beyond a doubt how stoutly those you call mares succeeded in kicking. There the bones of your brother are scattered in the midst of the meadows, like those of a vile beast. When they heard these things, the Gepidae, unable to bear the tumult of their passions, are violently stirred in anger, and strive to avenge the open insult. The Langobards on the other side, ready for the fray, all lay hands on the hilts of their swords. The king, leaping forth from the table, thrust himself into their midst, and restrained his people from anger and strife, threatening first to punish him who first engaged in fight, saying that it is a victory not pleasing to God, when anyone kills his guest in his own house. Thus at last the quarrel having been allayed, they now finished the banquet with joyful spirits, and Tarisund, taking up the arms of Tarismod his son, delivered them to Alboin, and sent him back in peace and safety to his father's kingdom. Alboin, having returned to his father, was made from that time his table companion, and when he joyfully partook with his father of the royal delicacies, he related in order all the things which had happened to him among the Gepidae in the palace of Tarisund. Those who were present were astonished and applauded the boldness of Alboin, nor did they less extol in their praises the most honourable behaviour of Tarisund. At this period the Emperor Justinian was governing the Roman Empire with good fortune. He was both prosperous in waging wars and admirable in civil matters. For by Belisarius the patrician he vigorously subdued the Persians, and by this same Belisarius he reduced to utter destruction the nations of the Vandals, capturing their king, Gelisma, and restored all Africa to the Roman Empire after 96 years. Again, by the power of Belisarius he overcame the nation of the Goths in Italy, and took captive Viticis, their king. He subdued also the Moors, who afterwards infested Africa together with their king, Amtalas, by John the ex-consul, a man of wonderful courage. In like manner too, he subjugated other nations by right of war. For this reason, on account of his victories over them all, he deserved to have his surnames and to be called Alemannicus, Gothicus, Francicus, Germanicus, Anticus, Alanicus, Vandalicus, and Africanus. He also arranged in wonderful brevity the laws of the Romans, whose prolixity was very great, and whose lack of harmony was injurious. For all the laws of the emperors, which were certainly contained in many volumes, he abridged into 12 books, and he ordered this volume called the Justinian Code. On the other hand, the laws of special magistrates or judges, which were spread over almost 2,000 books, he reduced to the number of 50, and called that work by the name of Digests. He also composed anew 4 books of institutes, in which the texture of all laws is briefly described. He also ordered that the new laws which he himself had ordained, when reduced to 1 volume, should be called in the same way the New Code. The same emperor also built within the city of Constantinople to Christ our Lord, who is the wisdom of God the Father, a church which he called by the Greek name Hagia Sophia, that is, divine wisdom. The workmanship of this so far excels that of all other buildings, that in all the regions of the earth its like cannot be found. This emperor, in fact, was Catholic in his faith, upright in his deeds, just in his judgment, and therefore to him all things came together for good. In his time, Cassiodorus was renowned in the city of Rome for knowledge both human and divine. Among other things, which he notably wrote, he expounded particularly in a most powerful way the obscure parts of the Psalms. He was in the first place a consul, then a senator, and at last a monk. At this time also Dionysius, an abbot established in the city of Rome, computed a reckoning of Easter time by a wonderful augmentation. Then also at Constantinople, Priscain of Caesarea explored the depths of the grammatical art, as I might say, and then also Arator, a subdeacon of the Roman Church, a wonderful poet, wrote the Acts of the Apostles in hexameter verses. In these days also the most blessed Father Benedict, first in a place called Sublacus, which is distant 40 miles from the city of Rome, and afterwards in the stronghold of Casinum, which is called Arx, was renowned for his great life and his apostolic virtues. His biography, as is known, the blessed Pope Gregory composed in delightful language in his dialogues. I also, according to my meagre talent, have braided together in the following manner in honour of so great a father each of his miracles by means of corresponding districts in elegetic metre. We have woven also in this manner a hymn in iambic Arconian metre, containing each of the miracles of the same Father. I may here briefly relate a thing that the blessed Pope Gregory did not at all describe in his life of the Holy Father. When by divine admonition he had come almost 50 miles from Sublacus to the place where his body reposes, 3 ravens, whom he was accustomed to feed, followed him, flying around him, and at every crossway, while he came hither, 2 angels appearing in the form of young men showed him which way he ought to take. And in this place a certain servant of God then had a dwelling, to whom a voice from heaven said, "Leave these sacred spots, another friend is at hand." When he had come here, that is, to the citadel of Casinum, he always retained himself in great abstinence, but especially at the time of Lent he remained shut up and removed from the noise of the world. I have taken all these things from the song of the poet Marcus, who coming hither to the same Father composed some verses in his praise, but to guard against too great prolixity I have not described them in these books. It is certain, however, that this illustrious father came to this fertile place overlooking a rich valley, being called by heaven for this purpose, that there should be here a community of many monks, as has actually occurred under God's guidance. These things, which were not to be omitted, having been briefly told, let us return to the regular order of our history. Now Audoin, king of the Langobards, of whom we have spoken, had to wife Rhodelinda, who bore him Alboin, a man fitted for wars and energetic in all things. Then Audoin died, and afterwards Alboin, the 10th king, entered upon the government of his country according to the wishes of all, and since he had everywhere a name very illustrious and distinguished for power, Clothar, king of the Franks, joined to him in marriage his daughter, Closuinda. From her he begot one daughter only, Alpsuinda by name. Meanwhile, Turisind, king of the Gepidi, died, and Cunimund succeeded him in the sovereignty, and he, desiring to avenge the old injuries of the Gepidae, broke his treaty with the Langobards, and chose war rather than peace. But Alboin entered into a perpetual treaty with the Avars, who were first called Huns, and afterwards Avars, from the name of their own king. And he set out for the war prepared by the Gepidae. When the latter were hastening against him in a different direction, the Avars, as they had agreed with Alboin, invaded their country. A sad messenger coming to Cunimund announced to him that the Avars had entered his territories. Although cast down in spirit and put into sore straits on both sides, still he urged his people to fight first with the Langobards, and that, if they should be able to overcome these, they should then drive the army of the Huns from their country. Therefore battle is joined, and they fight with all their might. The Langobards become the victors, ranging against the Gepidae in such wrath that they reduced them to utter destruction, and out of an abundant multitude scarcely the messenger survives. In this battle Alboin killed Cunimund, and made out of his head, which he carried off, a drinking goblet. This kind of a goblet is called among them scala, but in the Latin language patera, and he led away as captive Cunimund's daughter, Rosamund by name, together with a great multitude of both sexes and every age, and because Clotseuinda had died, he married her to his own injury, as afterwards appeared. Then the Langobards secured such great booty that they now attained the most ample riches, but the race of the Gepidae was so diminished that from that time on they had no king. But all who were able to survive the war were either subjected to the Langobards or grown even up to the present time in bondage to a grievous mastery, since the Huns possessed their country. But the name of Alboin was spread abroad far and wide, so illustrious that even up to this time his noble bearing and glory, the good fortune of his wars, and his courage are celebrated, not only among the Bavarians and the Saxons, but also among other men of the same tongue in their songs. It is also related by many up to the present time that a special kind of arms was made under him. Now when the frequent victories of the Langobards were noised about in every direction, Narses, keeper of the imperial archives, who was then ruling over Italy and preparing for war against Totila, king of the Goths, insomuch as he long before had the Langobards for allies, directed messengers to Alboin, asking that he should furnish him assistance to fight with the Goths. Then Alboin sent a chosen band of his to give support to the Romans against the Goths. They were transported into Italy by a bay of the Adriatic Sea, and having joined the Romans, began the struggle with the Goths, and when these were reduced to utter destruction, together with Totila, their king, the Langobards returned as victors, honoured with many gifts, to their own country. During all the time the Langobards held Pannonia, they were the allies of the Roman state against its rivals. In these times, Narses also waged war against Duke Bucellinus, whom Theudepert, king of the Franks, when he entered Italy and returned to Gaul, had left behind, with Amingus, another duke, to conquer the country. This Bucellinus, after devastating nearly all Italy with rapine, and after bestowing upon Theudepert, his king, abundant gifts from the booty of the country, was arranging to winter in Campania, but was overcome at length in disastrous war by Narses, at a place whose name is Tarentum, and was slain. And when Amingus attempted to bring aid to Vindin, account of the Goths rebelling against Narses, both were overcome by Narses. Vindin being captured, was banished to Constantinople, but Amingus, who had offered him assistance, perished by the sword of Narses. Also a third duke of the Franks, by name Leutharus, the brother of Bucellinus, when he desired to return to his country laden with great booty, died a natural death between Verona and Tridentum, near Lake Bonarcus. Narses had also a struggle with Sinduald, king of the Brenti, a surviving descendant of the stock of the Heruli, whom Odoacer, when he formerly came into Italy, had brought with him. Upon this man, who at first adhered to him faithfully, Narses conferred many benefits, but defeating him in war, captured him and hung him from a lofty beam, when at last he insolently rebelled and sought to obtain the sovereignty. At this time also Narses the patrician, by means of Dagistius, the master of soldiers, a powerful and warlike man, got possession of all the territories of Italy. This Narses indeed was formerly keeper of the archives, and afterwards, on account of the value of his high qualities, he earned the honour of the patriciate. For he was a very pious man, a Catholic in religion, generous to the poor, very zealous in restoring churches, and so much devoted to vigils and prayers that he obtained victory more by the supplications which he poured forth to God than by the arms of war. In the times of this man a very great pestilence broke out, particularly in the province of Liguria, for suddenly there appeared certain marks among the dwellings, doors, utensils, and clothes, which if anyone wished to wash away became more and more apparent. After the lapse of a year indeed, there began to appear in the groins of men and in other rather delicate places a swelling of the glands, after the manner of a nut or a date, presently followed by an unbearable fever, so that upon the third day the man died. But if anyone should pass over the third day, he had a hope of living. Everywhere there was grief, and everywhere tears, for a common report had it that those who fled would avoid the plague. The dwellings were left deserted by their inhabitants, and the dogs only kept house. The flocks remained alone in the pastures, with no shepherd at hand. You might see villas or fortified places lately filled with crowds of men, and on the next day all had departed, and everything was in utter silence. Sons fled, leaving the corpses of their parents unburied. Parents, forgetful of their duty, abandoned their children in raging fever. If by chance long-standing affection constrained anyone to bury his near relative, he remained himself unburied, and while he was performing the funeral rites he perished. While he offered obsequies to the dead, his own corpse remained without obsequies. You might see the world brought back to its ancient silence, no voice in the field, no whistling of shepherds, no lying in wait of wild beasts among the cattle, no harm to domestic fowls. The crops, outliving the time of the harvest, awaited the reaper untouched. The vineyards, with their fallen leaves and their sinning grapes, remained undisturbed, while winter came on. A trumpet as of warriors resounded through the hours of the night, and clay, something like the murmur of an army, was heard by many. There were no footsteps of passers-by, no murderers were seen, yet the corpses of the dead were more than the eyes could discern. Pastoral places had been turned into a sepulchre for men, and human habitations had become places of refuge for wild beasts. And these evils happened to the Romans only, and within Italy alone, up to the boundaries of the nations of the Alemanni and the Bavarians. Meanwhile the Emperor Justinian departed from life, and Justin the Younger undertook the rule of the state at Constantinople. In these times also Narses the patrician, whose care was watching everything, at length seized Vitalis, bishop of the city of Altinum, who had fled many years before to the kingdom of the Franks, that is, to the city of Aguntum, and condemned him to exile in Sicily. Now the whole nation of the Goths having been destroyed or overthrown, as has been said, and those also of whom we have spoken having been in like manner conquered, Narses, after he had acquired much gold and silver and riches of other kinds, incurred the great envy of the Romans, although he had laboured much for them against their enemies, and they made insinuations against him to the Emperor Justin and his wife Sophia in these words, saying, "It would be advantageous for the Romans to serve the Goths rather than the Greeks, wherever the eunuch Narses rules and oppresses us with bondage. And of these things our most devout emperor is ignorant. Either free us from his hand, or surely we will betray the city of Rome and ourselves to the heathens." When Narses heard this, he answered briefly these words, "If I have acted badly with the Romans, it will go hard with me." Then the emperor was so greatly moved with anger against Narses that he straightway sent the prefect Longinus into Italy to take Narses' place. But Narses, when he knew these things, feared greatly, and so much was he alarmed, especially by the same Empress Sophia, that he did not dare to return to Constantinople, among other things, because he was a eunuch. She is said to have sent him this message: that she would make him portion out to the girls in the women's chamber the daily tasks of wool. To these words Narcisse is said to have given this answer, that he would begin to weave her such a web as she could not lay down as long as she lived. Therefore, greatly racked by hate and fear, he withdrew to Naples, a city of Campania, and soon sent messengers to the nation of the Langobards, urging them to abandon the barren fields of Pannonia and come and take possession of Italy, teeming with every sort of riches. At the same time, he sends many kinds of fruits and samples of other things which Italy is well supplied with, whereby to attract their minds to come. The Langobards receive joyfully the glad tidings which they themselves had also been desiring, and they form high expectations of future advantages. In Italy, terrible signs were continually seen at night, that his fiery swords appeared in heaven, gleaming with that blood which was afterwards shed. But Alboin, being about to set out for Italy with the Langobards, asked aid from his old friends, the Saxons, that he might enter and take possession of so spacious a land with a larger number of followers. The Saxons came to him more than 20,000 men, together with their wives and children, to proceed with him to Italy according to his desire. Hearing these things, Clothar and Sigisbert, kings of the Franks, put the Suevi and other nations into the places from which these Saxons had come. Then Alboin bestowed his own abode, that is Pannonia, upon his friends the Huns, on this condition, that if at any time it should be necessary for the Langobards to return, they should take back their own fields. Then the Langobards, having left Pannonia, hastened to take possession of Italy with their wives and children, and all their gods. They dwelt in Pannonia 42 years. They came out of it in the month of April, in the first indication on the day after Holy Easter, whose festival that year, according to the method of calculation, fell upon the calends, or the 1st of April, when 568 years had already elapsed from the incarnation of our Lord. Therefore, when King Alboin with his whole army and a multitude of people of all kinds had come to the limits of Italy, he ascended a mountain which stands forth in those places, and from there as far as he could see, he gazed upon a portion of Italy. Therefore the mountain, it is said, was called from that time on King's Mountain. They say wild oxen graze upon it, and no wonder, since at this point it touches Pannonia, which is productive of these animals. In fine, a certain very truthful old man related to me that he had seen the hide of a wild ox killed on this mountain, of such size, that in it 15 men, as he said, could lie one against the other. When Alboin without any hindrance had thence entered the territories of Venetia, which is the first province of Italy, that is the limits of the city, or rather the fortress of Forum Julii, he began to consider to whom he should especially commit the first of the provinces that he had taken. For indeed all Italy, which extends towards the south, or rather towards the southeast, is encompassed by the waves of the Tyrrhenian and Adriatic seas. Yet from the west and north it is so shut in by the range of the Alps that there is no entrance to it except through narrow passes and over the lofty summits of the mountains. Yet from the eastern side, by which it is joined to Pannonia, it has an approach which lies open more broadly and is quite level. When Alboin, therefore, as we have said, reflected whom he ought to make duke in these places, he determined, as is related, to put over the city of Forum Julii and over its whole district his nephew Gisulf, who was his master of horse, whom they call in their own language Marpahis, a man suitable in every way. This Gistulf announced that he would not first undertake the government of this city and people unless Alboin would give him the faras, that is, the families or stocks of the Langobards that he himself wished to choose. And this was done, and with the approval of the king, he took to dwell with him the chief families of the Langobards he had desired, and thus finally he acquired the honour of a leader. He asked also from the king for herds of high-bred mares, and in this also he was heeded by the liberality of his chief. In these days, in which the Langobards invaded Italy, the kingdom of the Franks, divided into 4 parts upon the death of their king Clothar, was ruled by his 4 sons. The first among these, Aripert, had the seat of his kingdom at Paris. The second, indeed, Gunthram, held sway at the city of Orleans. The third, Hilperic, had his throne at Soissons, in the place of Clothar his father. The fourth, Sigisbert, ruled at the city of Metz. At this time, too, the most holy Benedict, as Pope, governed the Roman Church. Also, the blessed Patriarch Paul presided over the city of Aquileia and its people, and, fearing the barbarity of the Langobards, fled from Aquileia to the island of Grado, and he carried away with him all the treasures of his church. In this year, in the early winter, as much snow fell in the plain as is wont to fall upon the summits of the Alps, and in the following summer there was such great fertility as no other age claims to remember. At this time, too, when they had learned of the death of King Clothar, the Huns, who are also called Avars, attacked his son Sigisbert, and the latter, coming up to meet them at Thuringia, overcame them with great force near the river Elbe, and gave peace to them when they sought it. Brunikeldis, coming from Spain, is joined in marriage to this Sigisbert, and from her he had a son, by name Childebert. The Avars, fighting again with Sigisbert in the same place as before, crushed the army of the Franks and obtained the victory. Narses indeed returned from Campania to Rome, and there not long afterwards departed from this life, and his body, placed in a leaden casket, was carried with all his riches to Constantinople. When Alboin then came to the river Pive, Felix, the bishop of the church of Treviso, came forth there to meet him, and the king, since he was very generous, granted to him at his request all the property of his church, and confirmed the things asked for by a solemn document. Because indeed we have made mention of this Felix, we may also relate a few things concerning the venerable and very wise man Fortunus, who had declared that this Felix was his colleague. In short, this Fortunus of whom we speak was born in a place which is called Jupalbilis, which lies not far from the fortress of Ceneda and the city of Treviso. He was, however, brought up and instructed at Ravenna, and became very distinguished in the grammatical, the rhetorical, and also the metorical arts. And since he suffered a very grievous disease of the eyes, and this Felix also his colleague in like manner suffered in his eyes, they both proceeded to the church of the blessed Paul and John, which is situated within the city, and in which an altar built in honour of Saint Martin the Confessor has a window nearby in which a lamp was set to give light. With the oil of this, these men, that is, Fortunus and Felix, presently touched their suffering eyes. Instantly the disease was driven away, and they obtained the health they longed for. For this reason Fortunus adored the blessed Martin so much that he abandoned his country a little before the Langobards invaded Italy, and set out for the sepulchre of that blessed man at Tours, and he relates that his way of proceeding thither, as he tells it himself in his songs, was by the streams of the Tagliamento and Ragonga, and by the Osopo and the Julian Alps, and by the fortress of Aguntum, and the rivers Drave and Rhines, and by the Brenner, and the city of Augsburg, which the Vierdo and Lech rivers water. And after he had come to Tours, according to his own vow, passing on through Poitiers, he dwelt there and wrote at that place of the doings of many saints, part in prose and part in meteorical fashion. And lastly, in the same city he was ordained, first as a presbyter and then as bishop, and in the same place he reposes buried with befitting honour. Here he wrote the life of Saint Martin in 4 books in heroic metre, and he composed many other things, most of all hymns, for particular festivals, and especially little verses to particular friends, being second to none of the poets in soft and fluent speech. At his grave, when I came thither for the purpose of prayer, upon the request of Aper the abbot of that place, I composed this epitaph to be inscribed there. Here in this soil Fortunus lies buried, the first among prophets, born in Ausonian land, worthy of honour indeed, famous in talent, quick to perceive, and in speech ever gentle. Many an eloquent page sings his melodious lay, fresh from his holy lips, to show us the way to salvation. Deeds of the saints we learn, fathers of primitive times. Happy art thou, O land of Gaul, with such jewels emblazoned, whose resplendent fire scatters the shadow of night. Verses of commonplace song in thy honour, O saint, have I written, lest thy fame lie hid, lost in the depths of the crowd. Render, I pray, a return, and ask, through thy infinite merits, that the eternal Judge mercy show also to me. In a few words we have touched upon these things concerning so great a man, that his fellow citizens might not be wholly ignorant of his life. Now let us return to the thread of our history. Then Alboin took Vincetia and Verona and the remaining cities of Venetia, except Patavium, Mons Silicis, and Mantua. For Venetia is composed not only of the few islands which we now call Venice, but its boundary stretches from the borders of Pannonia to the river Adua. This is proved in the books of annals in which Pergamus is said to be a city of Venetia, and in histories we thus read of Lake Benacus. Benacus, a lake of Venetia from which the river Mincius flows. The Aneti, indeed, though a letter is added among the Latins, are called in Greek the praiseworthy. Histria is also joined to Venetia, and both are considered one province. Histria is named from the river Hister, which, according to Roman history, is said to have been broader than it is now. The city of Aquileia was the capital of this Venetia, in place of which is now Forum Julii, so called because Julius Caesar had established there a market for business. I do not think we are wandering from the subject if we also touch briefly upon other provinces of Italy. The second province is called Liguria, from gathering or collecting leguminous plants with which it is well supplied. In this are Mediolanum or Milan, and Ticinum, which is called by another name, Papia or Pavia. It extends to the boundaries of the Gauls. Between it and Swabia, that is, the country of the Alemanni, which is situated towards the north, 2 provinces, namely First Raetia and the Second Raetia, are placed among the Alps, in which, strictly speaking, the Reti are known to dwell. The Cottian Alps are called the 5th province, which were thus named from King Cottius, who lived at the time of Nero. This province extends from Liguria towards the southeast to the Tyrrhenian Sea. On the west, indeed, it is joined to the territories of the Gauls. In it are contained the cities of Aquis, where there are hot springs, Dertona, the monastery of Bobium, Genoa, and Savona. The 6th province is Tuscany, which is thus called from tus, or frankincense, which its people were wont to burn superstitiously in the sacrifices to their gods. This includes Orclia towards the northwest, and Umbria on the eastern side. In this province Rome was situated, which was formerly the capital of the whole world. In Umbria, indeed, which is counted a portion of it, are Pergia and Lake Clitoris and Spoleto, and it is called Umbria because it remained above the furious rains, when long ago a watery scourge devastated the nations. Campania, the 7th province, stretches from the city of Rome to the Silla, a river of Lucania. In it the very rich cities of Capua, Neapolis, and Salernus are situated. It is called Campania on account of the very fertile plain or campus of Capua, but it is for the most part mountainous. Next, the 8th province, Lucania, which received its name from a certain grove or lucus, begins at the river Silla and extends with Brittia, which was thus called from the name of its former queen, along the coast of the Tyrrhenian Sea, like the 2 last named provinces, as far as the Sicilian Strait, and it embraces the right horn of Italy. In it are placed the cities of Pestus, Lanius, Cassianum, Consenta, and Regium. Then the 9th province is reckoned in the Apennine Alps, which take their origin from the place where the Cottian Alps terminate. These Apennine Alps, stretching through the middle of Italy, separate Tuscany from Aemilia and Umbria from Flaminia. Here are the cities of Feronianus and Montembellium, Bobium, and Urbinum, and also the town which is called Verona. The Apennine Alps were named from the Carthaginians, that is, from Hannibal and his army, who had a passage through them when marching upon Rome. There are some who say that the Cottian and Apennine Alps are one province, but the history of Victor, which called the Cottian Alps a province by itself, refutes them. The 10th province, Aemilia, beginning from Liguria, extends towards Ravenna, between the Apennine Alps and the waters of the Po. It is adorned with wealthy cities, to wit, Piacenza, Parma, Regium, Bononia, and the Forum of Cornelius, the fortress of which is called Imola. There were also some who called Aemilia and Valeria and Nursia one province, but the opinion of these cannot stand, because Tuscia and Umbria are situated between Aemilia and Valeria and Nursia. The 11th province is Flaminia, which lies between the Apennine Alps and the Adriatic Sea. In it are situated Ravenna, the most noble of cities, and 5 other towns which are called by a Greek name, the Pentapolis. Now, it is agreed that Aurelia, Aemilia, and Flaminia are called by these names from the paved road which comes from the city of Rome, and from the names of those by whom they were paved. After Flaminia comes the 12th province, Picenus, having upon the south the Apennine Mountains and on the other side the Adriatic Sea. It extends to the river Piscaria. In it are the cities of Firmus, Asculus, Pinnis, and Hadria, already fallen to ruin with old age, which has given its name to the Adriatic Sea. When the inhabitants of this district hastened thither from the Sabines, a griffin sat upon their banner, and from this cause it took the name Picenus. Valeria, the 13th province in which Nursia is attached, is situated between Umbria and Campania and Picenus, and it touches on the coast of the region of the Samnites. Its western part, which takes its beginning from the city of Rome, was formerly called Etruria from the Etruscan people. It contains the cities of Tiber, Carcioli and Raetia, Furcona, Amiternum, and the region of the Marsians, and the lake which is called Fucinus. I think that the territory of the Marsians should be reckoned within the province of Valeria because it is not at all described by the ancients in the catalogue of the provinces of Italy. But if anyone may prove by correct reasoning that this is a province by itself, his sensible opinion by all means should be accepted. The 14th province, Samnium, beginning from Piscaria, lies between Campania, the Adriatic Sea, and Apulia. In it are the cities of Fetae, Orfidana, Hisernia, and Samnium, fallen to ruins by old age, from which the whole province is named, and that most wealthy Beneventum, the capital of these provinces. Furthermore, the Samnites received their name formerly from the spears which they were wont to carry, and which the Greeks call Sania. The 15th of the provinces is Apulia, and united with it is Calabria. In it is the Salatine territory. This has Samnium and Lucania on the west and southwest, but on the east it is bounded by the Adriatic Sea. It contains the tolerably rich cities of Luceria, Sepontum, Canusium, Agarentia, Brundisium, Tarentum, and in the left horn of Italy, which extends 5 miles, Ontario, well adapted to commerce. Apulia is named from the destruction, for more quickly there than elsewhere does the herbage of the land perish in the heat of the sun. The island of Sicily is reckoned the 16th province. This is washed by the Tyrrhenian Sea and by the Ionian, and is so called from the proper name of the leader Sicilus. Corsica is put down as the 17th, Sardinia as the 18th province. Both of these are girt by the waves of the Tyrrhenian Sea. Corsica is named from the leader Corsus, Sardinia from Sardis, the son of Hercules. It is certain, moreover, that the old writers of history called Liguria and part of Venetia, as well as Aemilia and Flaminia, Cisalpine Gaul. Hence it is that Donatus the grammarian, in his explanation of Virgil, says that Mantua is in Gaul. Hence it is that we read in Roman history that Araminium is situated in Gaul. Indeed, in the most ancient period, Brennus, the king of the Gauls, who reigned at the city of Sens, came with 300,000 Senonian Gauls into Italy, and occupied it as far as Singalia, which is named from the Senonian Gauls. And the reason why the Gauls came to Italy is represented to have been this: when they tasted the wine brought from that country, they were enticed by greed for this wine and passed over into Italy. While 100,000 of these were hastening along not far from the island of Delphi, they were killed by the swords of the Greeks. Another 100,000, having entered Galatia, were first called Gallo-Greci, but afterwards Galatians, and these are those to whom Paul, the teacher of the heathen, wrote his epistle. Also 100,000 of the Gauls who remained in Italy built Ticinum, Mediolanum, Pergamus, and Brixia, and gave to the region the name of Cisalpine Gaul, and they are the Senonian Gauls, who formerly invaded the city of Romulus. For as we call what is beyond the Alps Transalpine Gaul, so we name that which is within the Alps on this side Cisalpine Gaul. Italy, then, which contains these provinces, received its name from Italus, the leader of the Sicily, who took possession of it in ancient times, or it is denominated Italy on this account because large oxen, that is, Itali, are found in it, and the name comes from this, that by abbreviation Vitellius, a calf, is Italus, one letter being added and another changed. Italy is also called Ausonia from Ausonus, a son of Odysseus. Originally, indeed, the region of Beneventum was called by this name, but afterwards all of Italy began to be called so. Italy is also called Latium on account because Saturn, fleeing from Jupiter, his son, found a hiding place, or Latbera, within it. Since enough has been said concerning this province and the names of Italy, the events within which we are narrating, let us now return to the regular order of our history. Italy, then, which contains these provinces, received its name from Italus, the leader of the Sicily, who took possession of it in ancient times, or it is denominated Italy on account because large oxen, that is, Itali, are found in it, and the name comes from this, that by abbreviation Vitulus, a calf, is Italus, one letter being added and another changed. Italy is also called Ausonia from Ausonus, the son of Odysseus. Originally, indeed, the region of Beneventum was called by this name, but afterwards all of Italy began to be called so. Italy is also called Latium on this account, because Saturn, fleeing from Jupiter, his son, found a hiding place, or Latbera, within it. Since enough then has been said concerning the provinces and names of Italy, the events within which we are narrating, let us now return to the regular order of our history. Alboin then came into Liguria at the beginning of the third indication on the third day before the nones of September, and entered Mediolanum during the times of the Archbishop Honoratus. Then he took all the cities of Liguria except those which were situated upon the shore of the sea. The Archbishop Honoratus, indeed, deserting Mediolanum, fled to the city of Genoa. The Patriarch Paul, too, after administering his priestly office for 12 years, departed from this life and left the church to be managed by Probinus. The city of Ticinum at this time held out bravely, withstanding a siege more than 3 years, while the army of the Langobards remained close at hand on the western side. Meanwhile, Alboin, after driving out the soldiers, took possession of everything as far as Tuscany except Rome and Ravenna, and some other fortified places which were situated on the shore of the sea. The Romans had then no courage to resist, because the pestilence which occurred at that time of Narses had destroyed very many in Liguria and Venetia, and after the year of plenty of which we spoke, a great famine attacked and devastated all of Italy. It is certain that Alboin then brought with him to Italy many men from various peoples, which either other kings or he himself had taken, whence even until today we call the villages in which they dwell Gepidian, Bulgarian, Sarmatian, Pannonian, Swabian, Norican, or by other names of this kind. The city of Ticinum, indeed, after enduring the siege for 3 years and some months, at length surrendered to Alboin and to the Langobards besieging it. When Alboin entered it through the so-called Gate of St. John from the eastern side of the city, his horse fell in the middle of the gateway and could not be gotten up, although urged by kicks and afterwards struck by the blows of spears. Then one of those Langobards thus spoke to the king, saying, "Remember, Sir King, what vow you have plighted. Break so grievous a vow, and you will enter the city, for truly there is a Christian people in this city, Alboin had vowed indeed that he would put all the people to the sword because they had been unwilling to surrender for so long. After he broke this vow and promised mercy to the citizens, his horse straightway rose, and he entered the city and remained steadfast in his promise, inflicting injury upon no one. Then all the people, gathering around him in the place which King Theodoric had formerly built, began to feel relieved in mind, and after so many miseries were already confident in hope for the future. After this king had ruled in Italy for 3 years and 6 months, he was slain by the treachery of his wife, and the cause of his murder was this. While he sat in merriment at a banquet at Verona longer than was proper, with the cup which he had made of the head of his father-in-law, King Cunimund, he ordered it to be given to the queen to drink wine from, and he invited her to drink merrily with her father. Lest this should seem impossible to anyone, I speak the truth in Christ. I saw King Ratchis holding this cup in his hand on a certain festal day to show it to his guests. Then Rosamond, when she heard the thing, conceived in her heart deep anguish she could not restrain, and straightway she burned to revenge the death of her father by the murder of her husband, and presently she formed a plan with Helmechis, who was the king's squire, that is, his armour-bearer, and his foster-brother, to kill the king, and he persuaded the queen that she ought to admit to this plot Peredio, who was a very strong man. As Peredio would not give his consent to the queen when she advised so great a crime, she put herself at night in the bed of her dressing-maid, with whom Peredio was accustomed to have intercourse, and then Peredio, coming in ignorance, lay with the queen. And when the wicked act was already accomplished, and she asked him whom he thought her to be, and he named the name of his mistress that he thought she was, the queen added, "It is in no way as you think, but I am Rosamond, and surely now you have perpetrated such a deed, Peredio, that either you must kill Alboin, or he will slay you with his sword." Then he learned the evil thing he had done, and he who had been unwilling of his own accord assented, when forced in such a way, to the murder of the king. Then Rosamond, while Alboin had given himself up to a noonday sleep, ordered that there should be a great silence in the palace, and taking away all other arms, she bound his sword tightly to the head of the bed, so it could not be taken away or unsheathed, and accordingly, to the advice of Peredio, she, more cruel than any beast, let in Helmechis the murderer. Alboin, suddenly aroused from sleep, perceived the evil which threatened, and reached his hand quickly for his sword, which being tightly tied he could not draw, yet he seized a footstool and defended himself with it for some time, but unfortunately, alas, this most warlike and very brave man, being helpless against his enemy, was slain as if he were one of no account, and he who was most famous in war through the overthrow of so many enemies perished by the scheme of one little woman. His body was buried with the great grief and lamentation of the Langobards under the steps of a certain flight of stairs, which was next to the palace. He was tall in stature and well fitted in his whole body for waging wars. In our own days, Giselbert, who had been Duke of Verona, opened his grave and took away his sword and any other of his ornaments found there, and for this reason he boasted with his accustomed vanity among ignorant men that he had seen Alboin. Helmechis then, upon the death of Alboin, attempted to usurp his kingdom, but he could not at all do this, because the Langobards, grieving greatly for the king's death, strove to make way with him, and straightway Rosamund sent word to Longinus, the prefect of Ravenna, that he should quickly send a ship to fetch them. Longinus, delighted by such a message, speedily sent a ship in which Helmechis with Rosamund his wife embarked, fleeing at night. They took with them Albsuinda, the daughter of the king, and all the treasure of the Langobards, and came swiftly to Ravenna. Then the prefect Longinus began to urge Rosamund to kill Helmechis, and to join him in wedlock, as she was ready for every kind of wickedness, and as she desired to become mistress of the people of Ravenna, she gave her consent to the accomplishment of this crime, and while Helmechis was bathing himself, she offered him, as he came out of the bath, a cup of poison, which she said was for his health. But when he felt that he had drunk the cup of death, he compelled Rosamund, having drawn his sword upon her, to drink what was left, and thus these most wicked murderers perished at one moment by the judgment of God Almighty. When they had thus been killed, the prefect Longinus sent Albacinda with the treasures of the Langobard to Constantinople to the emperor. Some affirm that Peredio also came to Ravenna in like manner with Helmechis and Rosamund, and was thence sent with Albacinda to Constantinople, and there in a public show before the emperor killed a lion of astonishing size, and, as they say, by command of the emperor, his eyes were torn out, lest he should attempt anything in the imperial city, because he was a strong man. After some time he prepared for himself 2 small knives, hid one in each of his sleeves, went to the palace and promised to say something serviceable to the emperor, if he were admitted to him. The emperor sent him 2 patricians, familiars of the palace, to receive his words. When they came to Peredio, he approached them quite closely, as if about to tell them something unusually secret, and he wounded both of them severely with the weapons he held concealed in each hand, so that immediately they fell to the ground and expired. And thus, in no way unlike the mighty Samson, he avenged his injuries, and for the loss of his 2 eyes he killed 2 men most useful to the emperor. All the Langobards in Italy by common consent installed as their king in the city of Ticinum Selif, a very noble man among them. Of many powerful men of the Romans, some he destroyed by the sword, and others he drove from Italy. When he had held the sovereignty with Masane, his wife, 1 year and 6 months, he was slain with the sword by a servant of his train. After his death, the Langobards had no king for 10 years, but were under dukes, and each one of the dukes held possession of his own city. Zaban of Ticinum, Valeri of Bergamus, Alicis of Drexia, Ewan of Tridentum, Gisulf of Forum Julii. But there were 30 other dukes besides these in their own cities. In these days many of the noble Romans were killed from love of gain, and the remainder were divided among their guests and made tributaries, that they should pay the 3rd part of their products to the Langobards. By these dukes of the Langobards in the 7th year from the coming of Alboin and of his whole people, the churches were despoiled, the priests killed, the cities overthrown, the people who had grown up like crops annihilated, and besides those regions which Alboin had taken, the greater part of Italy was seized and subjugated by the Langobards. Some of the dukes of the Langobards then, with a strong army, invaded Gaul. Hospitius, a man of God, who had been cloistered at Nicaea, foresaw their invasion a long while beforehand by revelation of the Holy Spirit, and predicted to the citizens of that city what calamities were impending. For he was a man of the greatest abstinence and of praiseworthy life, who bound by iron chains upon his flesh, and clad with goat's hair, used bread alone and a few dates for his food. But in the days of Lent he was nourished by the roots of Egyptian herbs which hermits use, the gift of some merchants. The Lord deemed it fitting that great and excellent things should be accomplished by him, which are written in the books of the reverend man Gregory, Bishop of Tours. This holy man, then, predicted the coming of the Langobards into Gaul in this manner. The Langobards, he says, will come into Gaul and will lay waste 7 cities because their wickedness has waxed great in the sight of the Lord. For all the people are addicted to perjuries, guilty of thefts, intent upon plunder, ready for murders. The fruit of justice is not in them, tithes are not given, the poor man is not fed, the naked is not clothed, the stranger is not received in hospitality. Therefore is this blow about to come upon that people. Also advising his monks, he said, Depart also from this place, taking away with you what you have, for behold, the nation I foretold is approaching. And when they said, We will not abandon thee, most holy Father, he replied, Fear not for me. It will come to pass that they will inflict injuries upon me, but they will not harm me to my death. And when the monks had departed, the army of the Langobards drew near, and while it was destroying all it found, it came to the place where the holy man was cloistered. He showed himself to them through the window of a tower. But when they, going around the tower, sought an entrance through which they could pass into him, and found none at all, 2 of them climbed upon the roof and uncovered it. And seeing him bound with chains and clad in goat's skin, they said, He is a malefactor and has committed murder, therefore he is held bound in these fetters. And when they had called an interpreter, they inquired from him what evil deed he had committed, that he was bound in such punishment, and he declared that he was a murderer and guilty of all crimes. Then one of them drew his sword to cut off his head, but straightway his right hand stiffened while suspended in the act of striking, nor could he draw it back. So he let go of the sword and dropped it upon the ground. His companions, seeing these things, raised a cry to heaven, entreating the saint that he would graciously make known what they should do. And he indeed, having made the sign of salvation, restored the withered arm to health. And the Langobard who had been healed was converted to the faith of Christ, and was straightway made a priest, and then a monk, and remained in that same place up to the end of his life, in the service of God. But when the blessed Hospitius had spoken the word of God to the Langobards, 2 dukes, who heard him reverently, returned safe and sound to their own country, but certain ones who had despised his words perished miserably in the same province. Then, while the Langobards were devastating Gaul, Amatus, the patrician of Provincia, a subject of Gunthrani, king of the Franks, led an army against them, and when the battle began, he fled, and was there killed. And the Langobards made so great a slaughter of the Burgundians that the number of the slain could not be reckoned, and enriched with incalculable booty, they returned to Italy. When they had departed, Unius, who was also called Mumulus, being summoned by the king, acquired the honour of the patriciate, and when the Langobards again invaded Gaul, and came as far as Moutier, which place lies near the city of Embrun, Mumulus moved his army and set out thither with the Burgundians, and when the Langobards were surrounded by his army and trees were felled in their way, among the winding path of the woods, he rushed upon them, and killed many of them, and captured some, and sent them to Guthrum his king. And the Langobards, when these things were done, returned to Italy. Afterwards the Saxons, who had come with the Langobards into Italy, broke into Gaul, and established their camp within the territory of Regia, that is, at the villa of Stablo, dispersing themselves among the villas of the neighbouring cities, seizing booty, taking off captives, and laying all things waste. When Mumulus learned this, he attacked them with his army, and killed many of them, and did not cease slaying them until night made an end, for he found men ignorant and understanding nothing of what had come upon them. But when morning came, the Saxons put their army in order, preparing themselves bravely for war, but by means of messengers they made peace. Presents were given to Mumulus, the captives and all the booty were abandoned, and they returned into Italy. After the Saxons had returned to Italy and had taken with them their wives and children, and all their household goods, they planned to go back again to Gaul, in order that they might be received by King Sigisbert, and by his aid might return to their own country. For it is certain that these Saxons had come to Italy with their wives and children, that they might dwell in it. Yet as far as can be understood, they were unwilling to be subject to the commands of the Langobards. But it was not permitted to them by the Langobards to live according to their own laws, and therefore they determined to go back to their own country. When they were about to enter Gaul, they formed themselves into 2 troops, and one troop indeed entered through the city of Nicaea, but the other through Embron, returning the same way they had gone the year before. Because it was the time of the harvest, they collected and threshed grain, and ate it, and gave it to their animals to eat. They plundered flocks, nor did they abstain from burnings, and when they had come to the river Rhone, which they had to cross to reach the kingdom of Sigisbert, Mumulus met them with a powerful multitude. Then, seeing him, they feared greatly, and giving him many coins of gold for their release, they were permitted to cross the Rhone. While they were proceeding to King Sigisbert, they deceived many on the way in their dealing, selling bars of brass which were so coloured, I know not how, that they imitated the appearance of proved and tested gold. Whence many were deceived by this fraud, and giving gold, and receiving brass, were made paupers. When they came at length to King Sigisbert, they were allowed to go back to the place from which they had first come. And when they had come to their own country, they found it was held by the Suevi and other peoples, as we have before related. Bestirring themselves against these, they attempted to drive them out and destroy them. The Suevi, however, offered them a third part of the region, saying, "We can live together and dwell in common without strife." And when they in no way acquiesced, the Suevi offered them a half and afterwards 2 parts, reserving only a third for themselves. And when they were unwilling, the Suevi offered with the land also all of the flocks, if only they would cease from war. But the Saxons, not content with this, sought a contest, and they had a strife among themselves beforehand, in what way they should divide the wives of the Suevi. But it did not turn out with them as they had fought, for when battle was joined, 20,000 of them were killed, but of the Suevi 480 fell, and the rest obtained a victory. And 6,000 of the Saxons who survived the war made a vow that they would cut neither their beard nor their hair, until they avenged themselves upon their Suevian enemies. And again, going into battle, they were grievously wasted, and so they ceased from the war. After these things, 3 dukes of the Langobards, that is, Ammo, Zaban, and Rhodanus, invaded Gaul, and Ammo indeed, taking the way of Embrun, approached as far as Manascu, which Mumulus had acquired by gift of the king, and there he fixed his tents. Zaban, however, going down by way of the city of D, came to Valentia, while Rhodanus approached the city of Gratianopolis. Ammo indeed subdued the province of Arelete, while the cities which lie around, and coming up to Stonyfield itself, which lies by the city of Massilia, he laid waste everything he could find, and laying siege to Aquae, he received 22 pounds of silver, and departed from the place. Rhodanus also and Zaban in like manner destroyed by fire and rapine the places to which they had come. When these things were reported to Mumulus the patrician, he came with a strong band, and fought first with Rhodanus, who was besieging Gratianopolis, and killed many of his army, and compelled Rhodanus himself, wounded by a lance, to flee to the tops of the mountains, from whence, dashing through the winding ways of the woods with 500 men who had remained to him, he came to Zaban, who was then besieging the city of Valentia, and reported to him all the things that had been done. And when they had come to the city of Embrun, in like manner plundering everything, Mumulus came to meet them with a countless army, and when battle was joined he overcame them. Then Zaban and Rhodanus, making their way again to Italy, came to Sicusium, which city Sicinius, then master of soldiers, was holding on behalf of the emperor. The servant of Mumulus, coming to him, handed him a letter sent by Mumulus, and said that the latter was quickly approaching. When they learned this, Zaban and Rhodanus at once departed thence to their own homes. When Ammo heard these things, having collected all his booty, he set out to return to Italy, but being hindered by the snows, he abandoned the greater part of his booty, and was able with difficulty to break through the Alpine path with his followers, and thus he came to his own country. In these days, upon the approach of the Franks, the fortress of Anagnis, which was situated above Tridentum within the boundaries of Italy, surrendered to them. For this reason, the Count of the Langobards from Lagaris, Regillo by name, came and plundered Anagnis. While he was returning with his booty, he was slain with many of his followers in the field of Rotalion, by Chamnicus, the leader of the Franks, who went to meet him, and this Chamnicus shortly afterwards came and devastated Tridentum, and Ewan, Duke of Tridentum, followed and killed him with his companions in the place which is called Salernis, and shook out of him all the booty he had taken, and when the Franks had been driven out, he took again the whole territory of Tridentum. At this time Sigisbert, king of the Franks, was killed by the treachery of Hilperic, his brother, with whom he had waged war, and Childebert, his son, still a little boy, with Brunhilde, his mother, took up the management of his kingdom. Ewan also, Duke of the people of Tridentum, of whom we have spoken, took as his wife the daughter of Granibald, king of the Bavarians. During these times, as was stated above, Justin the Younger ruled at Constantinople, a man given to every kind of avarice, a despiser of the poor, a despoiler of senators. So great was the madness of his cupidity that he ordered iron chests made in which to collect those talents of gold which he seized. They also say that he fell into the Pelagian heresy. When he turned away the ear of his heart from the divine commands, he became mad, having lost the faculty of reason by the just judgment of God. He took Tiberius as his Caesar to govern his palace and his different provinces, a man just, useful, energetic, wise, benevolent, equitable in his judgment, brilliant in his victories. and what was more important than all these things, a most true Christian, from the treasures which Justin had collected, he brought out many things for the use of the poor, and the Empress Sophia often upbraided him that he would reduce the state to poverty, saying, "What I have been collecting through many years you are scattering prodigally in just a short time." But he said, "I trust to the Lord that money will not be lacking in our treasury, so long as the poor receive charity and captives are ransomed. For this is the great treasure, since the Lord says, 'Lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal.' Therefore of these things which God has furnished us, let us gather treasures in heaven, and God will deign to give us increase in this world." Then, when Justin had reigned 11 years, he ended at last the madness he had fallen into, together with his life. During his time, indeed, were waged the wars which, as we before said in advance, were carried on by Narses the patrician against the Goths and the Franks. In fine also, when Rome at the time of Pope Benedict was suffering the privation of hunger, while the Langobards were destroying everything on every side, he sent many thousands of bushels of grain in ships straight from Egypt, and received it by the effort of his benevolence. When Justin was dead, Tiberius Constantine, the 15th of the Roman emperors, assumed the sovereignty. While he was still Caesar under Justin, as was said above, and was managing the palace and performing many acts of charity every day, God furnished him a great abundance of gold. For while walking through the palace he saw on the pavement of the house a marble slab on which the cross of our Lord was carved, and he said, "We ought to adorn our forehead and our breast with our Lord's cross, and behold, we trample it under our feet." And this said, he quickly ordered the slab to be lifted up. And underneath the slab, when it was dug out and set up, they found another having the same device. And he ordered this also to be raised, and when it was moved, they found also a third, and when this too was taken away by his command, they found a great treasure, containing more than 1,000 centenaria of gold, and the gold was carried away and distributed among the poor, yet more abundantly than had been customary. Also Narses, the patrician of Italy, since he had a great dwelling in a certain city of Italy, came to the above-mentioned city with many treasures, and there in his dwelling he secretly dug a great cistern in which he deposited many thousands of centenaria of gold and silver. And when all who knew of the matter had been killed, he entrusted these to the care of one old man only, exacting from him an oath. And when Narses had died, the above-mentioned old man, coming to Caesar Tiberius, said, "If it profit me anything, I will tell you, Caesar, an important thing." The latter said to him, "Say what you will, it will be of advantage to you if you shall tell anything which will profit us." "I have," he said, "the treasure of Narses hidden away, which I, being near the end of my life, cannot longer conceal." Then Caesar Tiberius was delighted, and sent his servants up to the place, and the old man went ahead. And they followed in astonishment, and coming to the cistern, when it was opened, they entered it. So much gold and silver was found in it, that it could with difficulty be emptied in many days by those carrying its contents. Almost all of this he bestowed upon the needy in bountiful distribution according to his custom. When he was about to accept the imperial crown, and the people were expecting him at the spectacle in the circus according to usage, and were preparing an ambuscade for him, that they might raise Justinian, the nephew of Justin, to the imperial dignity. He first proceeded through the consecrated places, then he called to the pontiff of the city, and entered the palace with the consuls and prefects, and clad in the purple, crowned with the diadem, and placed upon the imperial throne, he was confirmed with immense applause in the honour of the sovereignty. His adversaries hearing this, and not being able in any way to injure him who had placed his hope in God, were covered with great shame and confusion, and after a few days had elapsed, Justinian came and cast himself at the foot of the emperor, bringing him 15 centenaria of gold for the sake of pardon. Tiberius, raising him up in his patient way, commanded him to place himself in the palace at his side. But the Empress Sophia, unmindful of the promise she had previously made to Tiberius, attempted to carry on a plot against him, and when he proceeded to his villa according to imperial custom to enjoy for 30 days the pleasure of the vintage, she secretly called Justinian and wished to raise him to the sovereignty. When this was discovered, Tiberius returned in great haste to Constantinople, arrested the empress, and despoiled her of all of her treasures, leaving her only the nourishment of her daily food. And when he had separated her servants from her, he put others at her service of those devoted to himself, commanding absolutely that none of the former ones should have access to her. But Justinian, whom he punished only by words, he afterwards cherished with so great a love that he promised his own daughter to his son, and on the other hand asked Justinian's daughter for his own son. But this thing, from what cause I know not, did not at all come to pass. The army sent by him completely subdued the Persians, and returning victorious, brought together with 20 elephants so great a quantity of booty as would be thought enough to satisfy human cupidity. When Hilperic, the king of the Franks, sent messengers to this sovereign, he received from him many trinkets and gold pieces too, of £1 each, having on the one side the image of the emperor and words written in a circle of Tiberius Constantine, Universal Emperor, and having on the other side a quadriga with a driver, and containing the inscription, "The glory of the Romans." In his days, while the blessed Gregory the Deacon, who afterwards became Pope, was papal delegate at the same imperial city, he composed books of morals, and vanquished in debate in the presence of the emperor himself Eutychius, a bishop of that city who fell into error regarding the resurrection. At this time, first Duke of the Spoletans invaded Classis with an army of Langobards and left the rich city plundered of all of its wealth. After Tiberius Constantine had ruled the empire 7 years, he felt the day of his death impending, and with the approval of the Empress Sophia he chose Maurice, a Cappadocian by race, an energetic man, for the sovereignty, and gave him his daughter adorned with the royal decorations, saying, "Let my sovereignty be delivered to thee with this girl. Be happy in the use of it, mindful always to love equity and justice." After he had said these things, he departed from this life to his eternal home, leaving great grief to the nation on account of his death. For he was of the greatest goodness, ready in giving alms, just in his decisions, most careful in judging, despising no one, but including all in his good will, loving all. He was also beloved by all. When he was dead, Maurice, clad in the purple and encircled with the diadem, proceeded to the circus, and his praises having been acclaimed, gifts were bestowed upon the people, and he, as the first emperor of the race of the Greeks, was confirmed in the imperial power. But the Langobards indeed, when they had been under the power of dukes for 10 years, determined at length by common consent that Arthuri, the son of the sovereign Clef, above mentioned, should be their king, and they called him also Flavius on account of his high office. All those who were afterwards kings of the Langobards auspiciously used this name. In his days, on account of the re-establishment of the kingdom, those who were then dukes gave up half of their possessions for royal usage, that there might be the means from which the king himself and those who should attend him and those devoted to his service through the various offices might be supported. The oppressed people, however, were parcelled out among the Langobard guests. There was indeed this admirable thing in the kingdom of the Langobards. There was no violence, no ambuscades were laid, no one constrained another unjustly, no one took spoils, there were no thefts, no robberies, everyone proceeded whither he pleased, safe and without fear. At this time, the Emperor Maurice sent by his ambassadors to Childebert, king of the Franks, 50,000 soldiers, to make an attack with his army upon the Langobards and drive them from Italy, and Childebert suddenly entered Italy with a countless multitude of Franks. The Langobards indeed entrenched themselves in their towns, and when messengers had passed between the parties and gifts had been offered, they made peace with Childebert. When he had returned to Gaul, the Emperor Maurice, having learned that he had made a treaty with the Langobards, asked for the return of the soldiers he had given in consideration of the overthrow of the Langobards, but Childebert, relying upon the strength of his resources, would not give an answer in this matter. When these things had been done in this way, King Arthuri approached the city of Brexillus, situated on the banks of the Po, to capture it. Thither Duke Troctolf had fled from the Langobards, and surrendering to the Emperor's party, and being joined by his soldiers, resisted bravely the army of the Langobards. This man was descended from the race of the Suevi, that is, of the Alemanni, and had grown up among the Langobards, and because he was of an excellent figure, he acquired the honour of a dukedom. But when he found an occasion of avenging his captivity, he suddenly rose against the arms of the Langobards. The Langobards waged grievous wars against him, and at length overcame him together with the soldiers he was aiding, and compelled him to withdraw to Ravenna. Brexillus was taken, and its walls were levelled to the ground. After these things, King Arthuri made peace for 3 years with the patrician Smaragdus, who was then in authority at Ravenna. With the support of this Troctolf of whom we have spoken, the soldiers of Ravenna often fought against the Langobards, and after a fleet was built, they drove out with his aid the Langobards who were holding the city of Classis, and when he had filled the limit of his life, they gave him an honourable sepulchre in front of the church of the Holy Martyr Vitalis, and set forth his praises in the following epitaph. Drocton lies buried within this tomb, but only in body, for in his merits he lives over the orb of the world. First with the Langobards he dwelt, for by race and by nature sprung from Suevian stock, Sueve to all people was he. Terrible to be seen was his face, though in heart he was kindly. Long was the beard that grew down on his vigorous breast. Loving the standards of Rome and the emblems of the Republic, aid unto them he brought, crushing the power of his race. Love unto us he bore, despising the claims of his kindred, deeming Ravenna his own fatherland, dear to his heart. First of his valiant deeds was the glory of captured Brexillus. There for a time he remained, dreadful to all of his foes. Later, when here his power brought aid to the Roman standards, first within his hands rested the banner of Christ. Afterwards, when Pharoald withheld by treachery Classis, Fleet town, in hope to avenge, arms for the fleet he prepares, struggles in tiny ships on the flowing stream of Bandrinus, conquers and overcomes numberless Langobard bands, vanquishes also in lands of the east the impetuous Avar, seeking to win for his lord's victories sovereign palm, often to them as a conqueror sustained by the aid of Vitalis, martyr and holy saint, honoured with triumphs he came, and in the fane of Vitalis he sought the repose of his body, pleased that this place should hold after his death his remains. When he died, he implored these things of the priest of Jones, by whose pious love he had returned to these lands. Finally, after Pope Benedict, Pelagius was ordained pontiff of the Roman Church without the authority of the emperor, because the Langobards had besieged and surrounded Rome, and no one could leave the city. This Pelagius sent to Helias, bishop of Aquileia, who was unwilling to respect the free chapters of the Synod of Chalcedon, a very salutary letter, which the blessed Gregory composed while he was still a deacon. Meanwhile, Childebert, king of the Franks, waged war against the Spaniards and overcame them in battle. And this was the cause of the struggle. King Childebert had given Ingundis, his sister, in marriage to Hermenegild, son of Levigild, king of the Spaniards. And this Hermenegild, by the preaching of Leander, bishop of Hispalis, and by the exhortation of his wife, had been converted from the Arian heresy, in which his father was languishing, to the Catholic faith, and his impious father had caused him put to death by the axe upon the very holy holiday of Easter. Ingundis indeed fled from the Spaniards after the death of her husband and martyr, and when she sought to return to Gaul, she fell into the hands of the soldiers who were stationed on the boundary opposite the Spanish Goths, and was taken with her little son and brought to Sicily, and there ended her days. But her son was sent to Constantinople to the Emperor Maurice. The Emperor Maurice, on the other hand, dispatched ambassadors to Childebert and persuaded him to send his army into Italy against the Langobards. Childebert, thinking that his sister was still living at Constantinople, gave his assent to the ambassadors of Maurice, and again sent the army of the Franks to Italy against the Langobards, so that he could get his sister. And when the army of the Langobards hastened against them, the Franks and the Alemanni, having a quarrel among themselves, returned to their own country without securing any advantage. At this time there was a deluge of water in the territories of Venetia and Liguria, and in other regions of Italy, such as is believed not to have existed since the time of Noah. Ruins were made of estates and country seats, and at the same time a great destruction of men and animals. The paths were obliterated, the highways demolished, and the river Athasis then rose so high that around the church of the blessed martyr Zeno, which is situated outside the walls of the city of Verona, the water reached to the upper windows, although, as St. Gregory, afterwards Pope, also wrote, the water did not at all enter into the church. Likewise, the walls of the city of Verona itself were partly demolished by the same inundation, and this inundation occurred on the 16th of the calends of November. Yet there were so many flashes of lightning and peals of thunder as are hardly wont to occur even in the summertime. Also, after 2 months, this city of Verona was in great part consumed by fire. In this outpouring of the flood, the river Tiber at the city of Rome rose so much that its waters flowed in over the walls of the city, and filled great regions in it. Then through the bed of this same stream, a great multitude of serpents and a dragon also of astonishing size passed by the city, and descended to the sea, wasted the people with such great destruction of life, that out of a countless multitude barely a few remained. Firstly it struck Pope Pelagius, a venerable man, and quickly killed him. Then when their pastor was taken away, it spread among the people. In this great tribulation the most blessed Gregory, who was then a deacon, was elected pope by the common consent of all. He ordained that a 7-fold litany should be offered, but while they were imploring God, 80 of them within the space of 1 hour fell suddenly to the earth and gave up the ghost. The sevenfold litany was thus called because all the people of the city were divided by the blessed Gregory into 7 parts to intercede with the Lord. In the first troop, indeed, was all the clergy, in the second all the abbots with their monks, in the third all the abbesses with their companies, in the fourth all the children, in the fifth all the laymen, in the sixth all the widows, in the seventh all the married women. And we omit to say anything more concerning the blessed Gregory, because some years ago, with the help of God, we composed his life, in which, according to our slender ability, we sketched in writing what was to be told. At this time, the same blessed Gregory sent Augustine and Mellitus and John, with many other monks who feared God, into Britain, and he converted the Angles to Christ by their preaching. In these days, when Helius, Patriarch of Aquileia, had died after holding his holy office 15 years, Severus succeeded him and undertook the management of the church. Smaragdus the patrician, coming from Ravenna to Gradus, personally dragged him out of the church, and brought him with insults to Ravenna, together with 3 other bishops from Istria, that is, John of Parentium, Severus, and Vendemius, and also Antony, now an old man and trustee of the church. Threatening them with exile and inflicting violence, he compelled them to hold communion with John the Bishop of Ravenna, a commander of the 3 chapters, who had separated from the communion of the Roman Church at the time of Pope Vigilus or Pelagius. After the expiration of a year, they returned from Ravenna to Grado, and the people were not willing to hold communion with them, nor did the other bishops receive them. The patrician Smaragdus became not unjustly possessed of a devil, and being succeeded by the patrician Romanus, returned to Constantinople. After these things, a synod of 10 bishops was held in Marianum, where they took back Severus, the Patriarch of Aquileia, upon his giving a written confession of his error in taking communion at Ravenna with those who had condemned the 3 chapters. The names of the bishops who had withheld themselves from these schisms are these: Peter of Altinum, Clarissimus, Ingenuinus of Sabione, Agnellus of Tridentum, Junior of Verona, Herontius of Vincenza, Rusticus of Trevisium, Frontius of Feltria, Agnellius of Acilium, Laurentius of Belluminum, Maxentius of Julium, and Adrian of Pola. But the following bishops held communion with the Patriarch: Severus, John of Parentium, Patricius, Vandemus, and John. At this time, King Arthur sent an army to Istria, which army Ewan, Duke of Tridentum, commanded, and they, after plunderings and burnings, when peace had been made for 1 year, brought back a great sum of money to the king. Other Langobards too besieged in the island of Cornacia. Francio, master of soldiers, who had been hitherto of the party of Narses, and had already maintained himself for 20 years. This Francio, after he had been besieged for 6 months, surrendered that island to the Langobards, but he himself was released by the king, as he had desired, and hastened with his wife and his household goods to Ravenna. In this island many riches were found, which had been deposited there by particular cities. The king Flavius Arthuri sent an embassy to Childebert, asking that the sister of the latter should be united to him in marriage. But while Childebert accepted gifts from the ambassadors of the Langobards and promised to give his sister to their king, yet when ambassadors of the Goths came from Spain, he promised this same sister over again, because he had learned that that nation had been converted to the Catholic faith. In the meantime, he dispatched an embassy to the Emperor Maurice, sending him word that he would now undertake the war against the nation of the Langobards, which he had not done before, and in concert with the Emperor he would drive them out of Italy. And without delay he dispatched his army into Italy for the subjugation of the Langobards. King Arthur and the troops of the Langobards quickly went forth to meet him and fought bravely for their freedom. In that fight the Langobards won the victory, the Franks were vanquished by main force, many were captured, very many also escaped by flight and returned with difficulty to their own country. So great a slaughter was there made of the army of the Franks as is not related anywhere else. And it is truly astonishing why Secundus, who wrote a number of things concerning the doings of the Langobards, should pass over so great a victory of theirs as this, since these things of which we have spoken concerning the destruction of the Franks may be read in their own history, described in almost these very words. But after these events, King Flavius Arthuri sent ambassadors to Bavaria to ask for him in marriage the daughter of Garibald, their king. The latter received them kindly and promised that he would give his daughter Theodelinda to Arthuri. And when the ambassadors on their return announced these things to Arthuri, he desired to see his betrothed for himself, and bringing with him a few but active men out of the Langobards, and also taking along with him as their chief one who was most faithful to him, he set forth without delay for Bavaria. And when they had been introduced into the presence of King Garibald according to the custom of ambassadors, and he who had come with Arthuri as their chief had made the usual speech after salutation, Arthuri, since he was known to none of that nation, came nearer to King Garibald and said, "My master, King Arthuri, has sent me especially on this account, that I should look upon your daughter his betrothed, who is to be our mistress, so that I may be able to tell my lord more surely what is her appearance." And when the king, hearing these things, had commanded his daughter to come, and Arthuri had gazed upon her with silent approval, since she was of a very beautiful figure, and pleased him much in every way, he said to the king, "Since we see that the person of your daughter is such that we may properly wish her to become our queen, we would like, if it please your mightiness, to take a cup of wine from her hand, as she will offer it to us hereafter." And when the king had assented to this that it should be done, she took the cup of wine and gave it first to him who appeared to be the chief. And when she offered it to Arthuri, whom she did not know was her affianced bridegroom, he, after drinking and returning the cup, touched her hand with his finger when no one noticed, and drew his right hand from his forehead along his nose and face. Covered with blushes, she told this to her nurse, and her nurse said to her, "Unless this man were the king himself and thy promised bridegroom, he would not dare by any means to touch thee. But meanwhile, lest this become known to thy father, let us be silent, for in truth the man is a worthy person who deserves to have a kingdom, and be united with thee in wedlock." For Arthuri indeed was then in the bloom of his youth, of becoming stature, covered with yellow hair, and very comely in appearance. Having received an escort from the king, they presently took their way to return to their own country, and they speedily departed from the territories of the Noricans. The province of the Noricans indeed, which the Batavian people inhabit, has on the east Pannonia, on the west Swabia, on the south Italy, and on the northern side the stream of the Danube. Then Arthuri, when he had now come near the boundaries of Italy, and had with him the Bavarians, who up to this time were conducting him, raised himself as much as he could upon the horse he was managing, and with all his strength he drove into a tree that stood near by, a hatchet which he carried in his hand, and left it fixed there, adding moreover these words, "Arthuri is wont to strike such a blow." And when he had said these things, then the Bavarians who accompanied him understood that he was himself King Arthuri. Then after some time, when trouble had come to King Garibald on account of an invasion by the Franks, Theodelinda his daughter with her brother, Gundowald by name, fled to Italy and announced to Arthuri, her promised bridegroom, that she was coming, and he straightway went forth to meet her with a great train to celebrate the nuptials in the field of Sardis, which is above Verona, and received her in marriage amid the rejoicing of all on the Ides of May. Among other dukes of the Langobards, Agilulf, Duke of the city of Tarini, was then present. A certain tree in this place, which was situated in the royal enclosures, was hit during a violent gale by a stroke of lightning, with great crash of thunder, and Agilulf had then as a soothsayer a certain servant of his, who by diabolical art understood what future happenings strokes of lightning portended. When Agilulf was sitting down to the requirements of nature, the man secretly said to him, "This woman, who has just been wedded to our king, is to be your wife before very long." When he heard this, he threatened to cut off the man's head if he said anything further about the matter, but the man answered him, "I may be killed indeed, but assuredly that woman has come into the country to this destiny, that she should be joined with you in marriage, and it afterwards so happened. At this time, from what cause is doubtful, Ansel, a blood kinsman of King Arthuri, was killed at Verona. At this time also, when Grippo, the ambassador of Childepert, king of the Franks, returned from Constantinople and announced to his king how he had been honourably received by the Emperor Maurice, and that the Emperor, at the desire of King Childepert, promised that the insults he had endured at Carthage would be atoned for, Childepert without delay sent again into Italy an army of Franks with 20 dukes to subjugate the nation of the Langobards. Of these dukes, Orduald, Olo, and Cedinus were quite distinguished, but when Olo had imprudently attacked the fortress of Bilitio, he fell wounded under his nipple by a dart, and died. When the rest of the Franks had gone out to take booty, they were destroyed by the Langobards who fell upon them while they were scattered in various places. But Adjuald indeed, and 6 dukes of the Franks, came to the city of Mediolanum, and set up their camp there some distance away on the plains. In this place the messengers of the emperor came to them, announcing that his army was at hand to aid them, and saying, "After 3 days we will come with them, and this shall be the signal to you, when you shall see the houses of that country seat which stands upon the mountain burning with fire, and the smoke of the conflagration rising to heaven, you will know we are approaching with the army we promise." But the dukes of the Franks watched for 6 days according to the agreement, and saw that no one came of those whom the messengers of the emperor had promised. Cedinus indeed, with 13 dukes, having invaded the left side of Italy, took 5 fortresses from which he exacted oaths of fidelity. Also the army of the Franks advanced as far as Verona, and after giving oaths of protection, demolished without resistance many fortified places which had trusted them, suspecting no treachery from them, and the names of the fortified places they destroyed in the territory of Tridentum are these: Tussana, Miletum, Sirmiana, Appianum, Fagitana, Simbra, Vitianum, Bremtonicum, Valines, Enamassi, and 2 in Alsaca, and 1 in Verona. When all these fortified places were destroyed by the Franks, all the citizens were led away from them as captives. But ransom was given for the fortified place of Ferugis upon the intercession of the bishops, Ingenuinus of Savio, and Agnellus of Tridentum, 1 solidus per head for each man, up to 600 solidi. Meanwhile, since it was summertime, the disease of dysentery began seriously to harass the army of the Franks on account of their being unused to the climate, and by this disease very many of them died. Why say more? While the army of the Franks was wandering through Italy for 3 months and gaining no advantage, it could neither avenge itself upon its enemies for the reason that they betook themselves to very strong places, nor could it reach the king from whom it might obtain retribution, since he had fortified himself within the city of Ticinum. The army, as we have said, having become ill from the unhealthiness of the climate, and grievously oppressed with hunger, determined to go back home, and while they were returning to their own country they endured such distress of famine that they offered first their own clothes and afterwards also their arms to buy food before they reached their native soil. It is believed that what is reported of King Arthur occurred about this time, for the report is that king then came through Spoletum to Beneventum and took possession of that region and passed on as far as Rhegium, the last city of Italy next to Sicily, and since it is said that a certain column is placed there among the waves of the sea, that he went up to it sitting upon his horse and touched it with the point of his spear, saying, "The territories of the Langobards will be up to this place." The column is said to be there down to the present time, and to be called the Column of Arthuri. But the first Duke of the Langobards in Beneventum was named Zotto, and he ruled in it for the space of 20 years. Meanwhile, King Arthuri dispatched an embassy with words of peace to Grunthram, King of the Franks, the uncle of King Childebert. The ambassadors were received pleasantly by him, but were directed to Childebert, who was a nephew on his brother's side, so that by his assent peace should be confirmed with the nation of the Langobards. This Gunthram, indeed, of whom we have spoken, was a peaceful king and eminent in every good quality. Of him we may briefly insert in this history of ours one very remarkable occurrence, especially since we know that it is not at all contained in the history of the Franks. When he was once upon a time into the woods to hunt, and as often happens, his companions scattered hither and thither, and he remained with only one, a very faithful friend of his, he was oppressed with heavy slumber, and laying his head upon the knees of this same faithful companion, he fell asleep. From his mouth a little animal in the shape of a reptile came forth and began to bustle about, seeking to cross a slender brook which flowed nearby. Then he in whose lap the king was resting laid his sword, which he had drawn from its scabbard, over the brook, and upon it that reptile of which we have spoken passed over to the other side. And when it had entered into a certain hole in the mountain not far off, and having returned after a little time, had crossed the aforesaid brook under the same sword, it again went into the mouth of Gunthram, from which it had come forth. When Gunthram was afterwards awakened from sleep, he said he had seen a wonderful vision, for he related that it had seemed to him in his slumber that he had passed over a certain river by an iron bridge, and had gone in under a certain mountain, where he had gazed upon a great mass of gold. The man, however, on whose lap he had held his head while he was sleeping, related to him in order what he had seen of it. Why say more? That place was dug up, and countless treasures were discovered, which had been put there of old. Of this gold the king himself afterwards made a solid canopy, of wonderful size, and great weight, and wished to send it adorned with many precious gems to Jerusalem, to the sepulchre of our Lord. But when he could not at all do this, he caused it to be placed over the body of Saint Marcellus the martyr, who was buried in the city of Cabillonum, where the capital of his kingdom was, and it is there down to the present day. Nor is there anywhere any work made of gold which may be compared to it, but having touched briefly upon these things, which were worthy of the telling, let us come back to our history. In the meantime, while King Arthur's messengers were stopping in France, King Arthur, after he had reigned 6 years, died in Ticinum on the nones of September, from a poison he had taken, as they relate. And straightway an embassy was sent by the Langobards to Childebert, the king of the Franks, to announce to him the death of King Arthuri, and to ask for peace from him. And when he heard this, he received the messengers indeed, but promised that he would give peace at a future time. After some days, however, he dismissed the aforesaid messengers with the promise of peace, but because Queen Theodelinda pleased the Langobards greatly, they allowed her to remain in her royal dignity, advising her to choose for herself whomsoever she might wish from all the Langobards, such a one, namely, as could profitably manage the kingdom. And she, taking counsel with the prudent, chose Agilulf, Duke of the town of Turnus, as her husband and king of the nation of the Langobards, for he was a man energetic and warlike, and fitted as well in body as in mind for the government of the kingdom. The queen straightway sent word to him to come to her, and she hastened to meet him at the town of Lamelum. And when he had come to her, she, after some speech with him, caused wine to be brought, and when she had first quaffed it, she handed the rest to Agilulf to drink. And when he had taken the cup, and had reverently kissed her hand, the queen said, smiling with a blush, that he should not kiss her hand who ought to imprint a kiss upon her lips. And straightway raising him up to kiss her, she unfolded to him the subject of their marriage, and of the sovereign dignity. Why say more? The nuptials were celebrated with great rejoicing, and Agilulf, who was a kinsman of King Arthuri on his mother's side, assumed the royal dignity at the beginning of the month of November. Later, however, in the month of May, when the Langobards had met together in one place, he was raised to the sovereignty by all at Mediolanum. When therefore Agilulf, who was also called Ago, had been confirmed in the royal dignity, he sent Agnellus, Bishop of Tridentum, to France for the sake of those who had been led captive by the Franks from the fortified places of Tridentum. And Agnellus, on his return thence, brought back with him a number of captives, whom Brunhilda, the queen of the Franks, had ransomed with her own money. Also Ewan, Duke of the people of Trent, proceeded to Gaul to obtain peace, and when he had procured it, he returned. In this year there was a very severe drought from the month of January to the month of September, and there occurred a dreadful famine. There came also into the territory of Tridentum a great quantity of locusts, which were larger than other locusts, and wonderful to relate, fed upon grasses and marsh seeds, but hardly touched the crops of the fields, and they appeared also in like manner the following year. In these days King Agilulf put to death Mimulf, Duke of the island of St. Julian, because he had on a previous occasion treasonably surrendered to the Duke of the Franks. Gaidulf indeed, the Bergamascan Duke, rebelled in his city of Pergamus, and fortified himself against the king, but afterwards gave hostages and made peace with his sovereign. Again, Gaidulf shut himself up in the island of Comacena, but King Aigulf invaded this island and drove Gaidulf's men out of it, and carried away to Ticinum the treasure he had found placed there by the Romans. But Gaidulf again fled to Pergamus, and was there taken by King Agilulf, and again received into favour. Also Duke Ulfan rebelled against King Ago at Travisium, and was besieged and captured by him. In this year the inguinal plague was again at Ravenna, Gradus and Istria, and was very grievous, as it had been also 30 years before. At this time too, King Agilulf made peace with the Avars. Childebert also waged war with his cousin, the son of Hilperic, a war in which as many as 30,000 men fell in battle. The winter was then very cold, so that hardly anyone recalled its like before. Also, in the region of the Britones, blood flowed from the clouds, and among the waters of the river Rhenus, a rivulet of blood arose. In these days, the most wise and holy Pope Gregory of the city of Rome, after he had written many other things for the service of the Holy Church, also composed 4 books of the life of the saints. This writing he called a dialogue, that is, a conversation of 2 persons, because he had produced it talking with his deacon Peter. The aforesaid Pope then sent these books to Queen Theodelinda, whom he knew to be undoubtedly devoted to the faith of Christ and conspicuous in good works. By means of this queen too, the Church of God obtained much that was serviceable. For the Langobards, when they were still held in the error of heathenism, seized nearly all the property of the churches, but the king, moved by her wholesome supplication, not only held the Catholic faith, but also bestowed many possessions upon the Church of Christ, and restored to the honour of their wonted dignity bishops who were in a reduced and abject condition. In these days, Tassilo was ordained king among the Bavarians by Childebert, king of the Franks, and he presently entered with his army into the province of the Slavs, and when he had obtained the victory, he returned to his own land with very great booty. Also at this time, Romanus, the patrician and exarch of Ravenna, proceeded to Rome. On his return to Ravenna, he reoccupied the cities that were held by the Langobards, of which the names are as follows: Sutrium, Polematium, Hortas, Teuda, Ameria, Perusia, Luciolis, and some other cities. When this fact was announced to King Agilulf, he straightway marched out of Ticinum with a strong army and attacked the city of Perusia, and there for some days he besieged Mauricio, the Duke of the Langobards, who had gone over to the side of the Romans, and without delay took him and deprived him of life. The blessed Pope Gregory was so much alarmed at the approach of this king that he desisted from his commentaries upon the temple mentioned in Ezekiel, as he himself also relates in his homilies. King Agilulf then, when matters were arranged, returned to Tricenum, and not long afterwards, upon the special suggestion of his wife, Queen Theodelinda, since the blessed Pope Gregory had often thus admonished her in his letters, he concluded a firm peace with the same most holy man, Pope Gregory, and with the Romans, and that venerable prelate sent to this queen the following letter in expression of his thanks. Gregory to Theodelinda, Queen of the Langobards, we have learned from the report of our son, the Abbot Probus, that your excellency has devoted yourself, as you are wont, zealously and benevolently, to making peace. Nor was it to be expected otherwise from your Christianity, but that you would show to all your labour and your goodness in the cause of peace. Wherefore we render thanks to Almighty God, who so rules your heart by his affection, that he has not only given you the true faith, but he also grants that you devote yourself always to the things that are pleasing to him. For think not, most excellent daughter, that you have obtained but little reward for staying the blood which would otherwise have been poured upon both sides. On account of this thing we return thanks for your good will, and invoke the mercy of our God that he might weigh out to you a requital of good things in both body and in soul, here and hereafter. Saluting you moreover with fatherly love, we exhort you that you so proceed with your most excellent husband that he may not reject the alliance of our Christian Republic. For as we think you also know, it is expedient in many ways that he should be willing to betake himself to its friendship. Do you therefore, according to your custom, ever busy yourself with the things that relate to the welfare of the parties, and take pains to commend your good deeds more fully in the eyes of Almighty God, where an opportunity may be given to win his reward. Likewise, his letter to King Agilulf. Gregory to Agilulf, king of the Langobards, we render thanks to your excellency that, hearing our petition, you have declared peace, as we had faith you would, which will be of advantage to both parties. Wherefore we strongly praise the prudence and goodness of your excellency, because in loving peace you show that you love God, who is its author. If it had not been made, which God forbid, what could have happened but that the blood of the wretched peasants, whose labour helps us both, would be shed to the sin and ruin of both parties? But that we may feel the advantage of this same peace, as it has been made by you, we pray, saluting you with fatherly love, that as often as occasion shall be given, you may by your letters admonish your dukes in various places, and especially those stationed in these parts, that they keep this peace inviolably, as has been promised, and that they do not seek for themselves opportunities from which may spring any strife or dissatisfaction, so that we may be able to render thanks for your good will. We have received indeed the bearers of these present letters, as being in fact your servants, in the affection which was due, because it was just that we should receive and dismiss with Christian love wise men who announced a peace made with God's approval. Meanwhile, in the following month of January, a comet appeared, morning and evening, through the whole month. And in this month also John, Archbishop of Ravenna, died, and Marianus, a Roman citizen, was substituted in his place. Also Ewan, the Duke of Trent, being dead, Duke Guidobald, a good man, and a Catholic in religion, was assigned to that place. And in these same days, when the Bavarians to the number of 30,000 men attacked the Slavs, the Kagan fell upon them, and all were killed. Then, for the first time, wild horses and buffaloes were brought into Italy, and were objects of wonder to the people of that country. Also at this time Childebert, the king of the Franks, in the 25th year of his age, was murdered, as is said, together with his wife, by poison. The Huns too, who are also called Avars, entered Thuringia from Pannonia, and waged desperate wars with the Franks. Queen Brunhilda, with her grandsons Theudebert and Theuderic, who were still little boys, was then reigning over Gaul, and the Huns took money from them and returned home. Also Guthrum, king of the Franks, died, and Queen Brunhilda, with her grandsons, the sons of Childebert, who were still little children, assumed his royal authority. At the same time the Kagan, king of the Huns, sending messengers to Mediolanum, to Agilulf, made peace with him. Also the patrician Romanus died, and Galicinus succeeded him, and entered into a treaty of peace with King Agilulf. At this time also Agilulf made perpetual peace with Theuderic, the king of the Franks. Afterwards King Ago put to death Zangulf, Duke of Verona, who rebelled against him. He also slew Guidolf, Duke of Pergamus, whom he had already spared twice. Also in like manner he put to death Varnacutius at Ticinum. At a subsequent time, a very severe plague again devastated Ravenna and those places which were around the shores of the sea. Also in the following year a great mortality wasted the people of Verona. Then also a bloody sign was seen appearing in the heavens, and as it were bloody lances, and a very brilliant light through the whole night. Theudebert, king of the Franks, at that time waged war with his cousin Clothar, and violently overthrew his army. In the following year Duke Ariulf, who had succeeded Farold at Spoletum, died. This Ariulf when he had waged war against the Romans at Camerinum, and had gotten the victory, began to inquire of his men who that man was, whom he had seen fighting so vigorously in the war he had waged. And when his men answered that they had not seen anyone there acting more bravely than the Duke himself, he said, "Surely I saw another man there much and in every way better than I, and as often as any one of the opposite side attempted to strike me, that active man always protected me with his shield." And when the Duke himself had come near Spoletum, where stands the church of the blessed martyr, the Bishop Sevinus, in which his venerable body reposes, Ariulf asked to whom belonged this spacious abode. It was answered him by devout men that the martyr Sevinus reposed there, whom Christians were wont to invoke in their aid, as often as they went to war against their enemies. And Ariulf, since up to this time he was a heathen, thus answered, "And can it be that a dead man can give any aid to one living?" And when he had said this, he leaped down from his horse, and went into the church to look at it. And then while the others were praying, he began to admire the pictures of that church. And when he had beheld the painted figure of the blessed martyr Sevinus, he straightway said and declared with an oath that that man who had protected him in battle had in every way such a form and bearing. Then it was understood that the blessed martyr Sevinus had brought him help in battle. Upon the death of Ariulf, after 2 sons of Faraweld, the former duke, had contended between themselves for the dukedom, one of them, Theodulapius by name, was crowned with victory and received the dukedom. About this time, the monastery of the Blessed Father Benedict, which was situated in the stronghold of Cusinum, was attacked at night by the Langobards, and although they plundered everything, they could not get hold of one of the monks. This was in fulfilment of a prophecy of the Venerable Father Benedict, which he had made long before, in which he said, "I have been able with difficulty to obtain from God that the souls from this place should be yielded to me. The monks fled from this place and made their way to Rome, carrying with them the manuscripts of the Holy Rule of the Order, which the aforesaid father had composed, and certain other writings, and also a pound of bread and a measure of wine, and whatever of their household goods they had been able to snatch away. Subsequently to the blessed Benedict, Constantine governed that fraternity. After him, Simplicius. After him, Vitalis. Finally, Bonitius, under whom this destruction occurred. On the death of Zoto, Duke of Beneventum, Arigus, sent by King Agilulf, succeeded to his place. He had come originally from Forum Juli, and had educated the sons of Gisulf, Duke of Forum Juli, and was a blood relation of that same Gisulf. There exists a letter of the blessed Pope Gregory to this Arigus, drawn up in the following terms. Gregory to Duke Agaris, since we trust in your highness as indeed in our own son, we are moved to make a request of you in a way confidentially, thinking that you will not at all suffer us to be disappointed, especially in a matter from which your soul may be greatly benefited. We inform you then that a considerable number of wooden beams are needed to us for the church of the blessed Peter and Paul, and therefore we have enjoined our subdeacon Sevinus to cut a number in the region of Brittany, and to bring them to a suitable place by the sea. And because he needs assistance in this thing, we ask, saluting your highness with paternal love, that you should charge your messengers who are in that place to send the men who are under them with their oxen to his assistance, so that with your aid he can the better perform what we have enjoined upon him. And we promise that when the thing is finished, We will send to you a worthy gift which will not be displeasing, for we know how to regard and to recompense our sons who show us good will. Whence we ask again, illustrious son, that you should so act that we can be debtors to you for this favour shown, and that you may have a reward for your services to the Church of the Saints. In these days the daughter of King Agilulf was taken from the city of Parma, together with her husband, named Gudascale, by the army of the patrician Galicinus, and they were brought to the city of Ravenna. At this time also King Agilulf sent to Kagan, the king of the Avars, workmen for the making of ships, with which that Kagan afterwards conquered a certain island in Thrace. At the same time Queen Theodelinda dedicated the church of St. John the Baptist, which she had built in Modesia, a place which is 12 miles above Mediolanum, and she decorated it with many ornaments of gold and silver, and endowed it amply with estates. In this place also Theodoric, the former king of the Goths, had constructed his palace, because the place, since it is near the Alps, is temperate and healthful in summer-time. There also the aforesaid queen built herself a palace, in which she caused to be painted something of the achievements of the Langobards. In this painting it is clearly shown in what way the Langobards at the time cut their hair, and what was their dress, and what their appearance. They shaved the neck, and left it bare up to the back of the head, having their hair hanging down on the face as far as the mouth, and parting it on either side by a part in the forehead. Their garments were loose and mostly linen, such as the Anglo-Saxons are wont to wear, ornaments with broad borders woven in various colours. Their shoes, indeed, were open almost up to the tip of the great toe, and were held on by shoe latches, interlacing alternately. But later they began to wear trousers, over which they put leggings of shaggy woolen cloth when they rode. But they had taken that from a custom of the Romans. Up to this time the city of Patavium had rebelled against the Langobards, the soldiers resisting very bravely, but at last, when fire was thrown into it, it was all consumed by the devouring flames, and was razed to the ground by command of King Agilulf. The soldiers, however, who were in it, were allowed to return to Ravenna. At this time the ambassadors of Agilulf who returned from the Kagan announced a perpetual peace made with the Avars. Also, an ambassador of the Kagan came with them and proceeded to Gaul, demanding of the king of the Franks that they should keep peace with the Langobards the same as with the Avars. Meanwhile the Langobards invaded the territories of the Istrians with the Avars and the Slavs, and laid waste everything with burning and plundering. There was then born to Agilulf the king by his queen Theodelinda in the palace of Modesia a son who was called Adaload. At a subsequent time the Langobards attacked the fortress of Mons Sicilis. During the same period at Ravenna, after Galicinus had been driven away, Smaragdus, who had before been patrician of Ravenna, returned. Then the Emperor Maurice, after he had ruled the empire 21 years, was killed, together with his sons, Theodosius and Tiberius and Constantine, by Phocas, who was master of horse of Priscus the patrician. But he had been very useful to the state, for he had often obtained victory when contending against the enemy. The Huns too, who are also called Avars, were subjugated by his prowess. Guidoald, Duke of Tridentum, and Gisulf of Forum Juli, who were previously separated by strife from the companionship of King Agilulf, were taken back by him this year in peace. Then also was the above-named boy, Adaloald, the son of King Agilulf, baptized in St. John of Modesia, and was recognised from the font by Secundus of Trent, a servant of Christ, of whom we have often made mention. The day of the Easter festival was at that time on the 7th day before the Ides of April. In these days the Langobards still had a quarrel with the Romans on account of the captivity of the king's daughter. For this reason King Agilulf departed from Mediolanum in the month of July, besieged the city of Cremona with the Slavs whom the Kagan, king of the Avars, had sent to his assistance, and took it on the 12th day before the calends of September, and razed it to the ground. In like manner he also assaulted Mantua, and having broken through its walls with battering rams, he entered it on the Ides of September, and granted the soldiers who were in it the privilege of returning to Ravenna. Then also the fortress which is called Volturnia surrendered to the Langobards. The soldiers indeed fled, setting fire to the town of Brexillus. When these things were accomplished, the daughter of the king was restored by Smaragdus, the patrician, with her husband and children, and all of her property. In the 9th month peace was made up to the calends of April of the 8th indication. The daughter of the king indeed presently returned from Ravenna to Parma, but she died immediately in the perils of a difficult childbirth. In this year Chudipert and Theodoric, kings of the Franks, fought with their paternal uncle Clothar, and in this struggle many thousands fell on both sides. Then also in the 2nd year of the reign of Phocas, during the 8th indication, the blessed Pope Gregory journeyed to Christ. In his place, Savinianus was appointed to the office of the papacy. There was then a very cold winter, and the vines died in nearly every place. Also the crops failed, partly destroyed by mice and partly smitten by the blight. And indeed the world was then bound to suffer from famine and drought when, upon the departure of so great a leader, a lack of spiritual nourishment and the dryness of thirst attacked the souls of men. I may well put a few things in this little work from a certain letter of the same blessed Pope Gregory, that it may more clearly be known how humble this man was, and of how great innocence and holiness. When then he had been accused by the Emperor Maurice and his sons of killing in prison for money a certain Bishop Malchus, he wrote a letter on this subject to Savinianus his legate, who was at Constantinople, and said to him among other things the following: There is one thing you may briefly suggest to our most serene lords, that if I, their servant, had chosen to mix myself up with the death even of Langobards, the people of the Langobards would today have neither king nor dukes nor counts, and would be split up in the utmost confusion. But because I fear God, I dread to take part in the death of any man. This Bishop Malchus, indeed, was neither in prison nor in any suffering, but on the day on which he pleaded his cause and was adjudged, he was taken without my knowledge by Boniface, a notary, to his home to dine there, and was honourably treated by him, and at night he suddenly died. Look how great was the humility of this man, who called himself a servant when he was the supreme pontiff. How great was his innocence when he was unwilling to take part in the death of Langobards, who indeed were unbelievers and were plundering everything. In the following summer then, in the month of July, Adalawad was raised as a king over the Langobards in the circus at Mediolanum, in the presence of his father, King Agilulf, and while the ambassadors of Theudepert, king of the Franks, were standing by, and the daughter of King Theudepert was betrothed to the same royal youth, and perpetual peace was established with the Franks. At the same time the Franks fought with the Saxons, and there was a great slaughter on both sides. At Ticinum also, in the church of St. Peter the Apostle, Peter, the director of the choir, was struck by lightning. Cantor, who instructed the choir boys and younger clerics in music and directed the singing of the service. Sometimes this office was of considerable dignity, and had a prebend attached to it. Afterwards, on the following month of November, King Agilulf made peace with Smaragdus, the patrician, for 1 year, receiving from the Romans 12,000 solidi, cities of Tuscany too, that is, Belenus, Regis, and Urbus Vetus, were seized by the Langobards. Then also in the month of April and May there appeared in the heavens a star they call a comet. Afterwards King Agilulf again made peace with the Romans for 3 years. In these days after the death of the Patriarch Severus, the Abbot John was ordained in his place as Patriarch in Old Aquileia with the consent of the King and Duke Gisulf. In Gradus also, Candidianus was ordained bishop by the Romans. Again in the months of November and December a comet appeared, when Candidianus also died. Epiphanius, who had been chief of the secretaries, was ordained patriarch at Gradus by the bishops who were under the Romans, and from that time there began to be 2 patriarchs. At this time John of Concia took possession of Naples, but not many days afterwards Eleutherius the patrician drove him from that city and killed him. After these things, that same patrician Eleutherius, a eunuch, assumed the right of sovereignty. While he was proceeding from Ravenna to Rome, he was killed in the fortress of Lucoli by the soldiers, and his head was brought to the emperor at Constantinople. Also at this time, King Agilulf sent his secretary Stablicianus to Constantinople to the emperor Phocas, and when he returned with the ambassadors of the emperor, peace was made for a year, and the ambassadors presented to King Agilulf imperial gifts. Phocas then, as has been already set forth, usurped the sovereignty of the Romans after the death of Maurice and his sons, and reigned during the course of 8 years. Because the Church of Constantinople was calling itself in writing the first of all churches, he ordained at the request of Pope Boniface that the See of the Romans and Apostolic Church should be the head of all. He commanded at the request of another Pope Boniface that the Church of the Ever-Blessed Virgin Mary and of all the martyrs should be established in the old temple, which was called the Pantheon, after all the uncleanliness of idolatry had been removed, so that where formerly the worship not of all the gods, but of all the devils was performed, there at last there should be a memorial of all the saints. At this time the Praesini and the Veneti carried on a civil war throughout the East and Egypt, and destroyed each other with mutual slaughter. The Persians also waged a very severe war against the empire, took away many provinces of the Romans, including Jerusalem itself, and destroyed churches and profaned holy things they carried off. Among the ornaments of places sacred and secular, even the banner of the cross of Christ. Heraclian, who was governing Africa, rebelled against this Phocas, and coming with his army, deprived him of his sovereignty and of his life, and Heraclius, the son of Heraclian, undertook the government of the Roman state. About this time, the king of the Avars, whom they call Kagan in their language, came with a countless multitude, and invaded the territories of Venetia. Gisulf, the Duke of Forum Juli, boldly came to meet him with all the Langobards he could get, but although he waged war with a few against an immense multitude with indomitable courage, nevertheless he was surrounded on every side, and killed with nearly all of his followers. The wife of this Gisulf, by name Romilda, together with the Langobards who had escaped, and with the wives and children of those who had perished in the war, fortified herself within the enclosures of the walls of the fortress of Forum Juli. She had 2 sons, Tasso and Caco, who were already growing youths, and Raduald and Grimuald, who were still in the age of boyhood. And she had also 4 daughters, of whom one was called Apra and another Gila, but of 2 we do not preserve the names. The Langobards had also fortified themselves in other fortresses which were near these, that is, in Cormones, Nemas, Ossopus, Arterna, Runia, Glamona, and also in Ibligis, whose position was in every way impregnable. Also in the same way they fortified themselves in the remaining cities, so that they should not become the prey of the Huns, that is, of the Avars, but the Avars roaming through all the territories of Forum Julii, devastating everything with burning and plundering, shut up by siege the town of Forum Julii, and strove with all their might to capture it. While their king, that is the Kagan, was ranging round the walls in full armour with a great company of horsemen to find out from what side he might more easily capture the city. Romilda gazed upon him from the walls, and when she beheld him in the bloom of his youth, the abominable harlot was seized with desire for him, and straightway sent word to him by a messenger that if he would take her in marriage, she would deliver to him the city with all who were in it. The barbarian king, hearing this, promised her with wicked cunning that he would do what she had enjoined, and vowed to take her in marriage. She then without delay opened the gates of the fortress of Forum Julii, and let in the enemy to her own ruin, and that of all who were there. The Avars indeed with their king, having entered Forum Julii, laid waste all with their plundering, consuming in flames the city itself, and carried away as captives everybody they found, falsely promising them, however, to settle them in the territories of Pannonia, from which they had come. When, on their return to their country, they had come to the plain called Sacred, they decreed that all the Langobards who had attained full age should perish by the sword, and they divided the women and children in the lot of captivity. But Tasso and Caco and Raduald, the sons of Gisulf and Romilda, when they knew the evil intention of the Avars, straightway mounted their horses and took flight. One of them, when he thought that his brother Grimerald, a little boy, could not keep himself upon a running horse, since he was so small, considered it better that he should perish by the sword than bear the yoke of captivity, and wanted to kill him. When, therefore, he lifted his lance to pierce him through, the boy wept and cried out, saying, "Do not strike me, for I can keep on a horse." And his brother, seizing him by the arm, put him upon the bare back of a horse, and urged him to stay there if he could. And the boy, taking the rein of the horse in hand, followed his fleeing brothers. The Avars, when they learned this, mounted their horses and followed them, but although the others escaped by swift flight, the little boy Grimerald was taken by one of those who had run most swiftly. His captor, however, did not deign to strike him with the sword on account of his slender age, but rather kept him to be his servant, and returning to the camp, he took hold of the bridle of the horse, and led the boy away, and exulted over so noble a booty, for he was a little fellow of elegant form, with gleaming eyes, and covered with long blonde hair. And when the boy grieved that he was carried away as a captive, pondering mighty thoughts within his diminutive bosom, he took out of the scabbard a sword, such as he was able to carry at that age, and struck the Avar who was leading him, with what little strength he could, on the top of the head. Straightway the blow passed through to the skull, and the enemy was thrown from his horse, and the boy Grimerald turned his own horse around and took flight, greatly rejoicing, and at last joined his brothers, and gave them incalculable joy by his escape, and by announcing moreover the destruction of his enemy. The Avars now killed by the sword all the Langobards who were already of the age of manhood, but the women and children they consigned to the yoke of captivity. Romilda indeed, who had been the head of all this evil-doing, the king of the Avars on account of his oath, kept for one night as if in marriage, as he had promised her, but upon the next he turned her over to 12 Avars, who abused her through the whole night with their lust, succeeding each other by turns. Afterwards, too, ordering a stake to be fixed in the midst of a field, he commanded her to be impaled upon the point of it, uttering these words, moreover, in reproach: "It is fit that you should have such a husband." Therefore, the detestable betrayer of her country, who looked out for her own lust more than for the preservation of her fellow citizens and kindred, perished by such a death. Her daughters indeed did not follow the sensual inclinations of their mothers, but striving from love of chastity not to be contaminated by the barbarians, they put the flesh of raw chickens under the band between their breasts, and this, when putrefied by the heat, gave out an evil smell. And the Avars, when they wanted to touch them, could not endure the stench that they thought was natural to them, but moved far away from them while cursing, saying that all the Langobard women had a bad smell. By this stratagem, then, the noble girls, escaping from the lust of the Avars, not only kept themselves chaste, but handed down a useful example for preserving chastity if any such thing should happen to a woman hereafter. And they were afterwards sold throughout various regions and secured worthy marriages on account of their noble birth. For one of them is said to have wedded the king of the Alemanni, and another a prince of the Bavarians. A topic now requires me to postpone my general history and relate also a few matters of a private character concerning the genealogy of myself who write these things, and because the case so demands, I must go back a little earlier in the order of my narrative. At the time when the nation of the Langobards came from Pannonia to Italy, my great-great-grandfather, Lupkis, of the same nation of Langobards, came with them in like manner. When he ended his last day after he had lived some years in Italy, he left 5 sons begotten by him who were still little boys. That misfortune of captivity of which we have spoken included these, and they were all carried away as exiles from the fortress of Forum Juli into the country of the Avars. After they had borne in that region for many years the misery of bondage, and had already come to the age of manhood, although the 4 others whose names we do not retain remained in the constraint of captivity, the 5th brother, Lopicus by name, who was afterwards our great-grandfather, determined at the inspiration, as we believe, of the author of mercy, to cast off the yoke of bondage and to direct his course to Italy, where he had remembered that the race of the Langobards was settled, and he made an effort to retain the rights of freedom. When he had gone and betaken himself to flight, carrying only a quiver and bow and a little food for the journey, and did not at all know whither he was proceeding, a wolf came to him, and became the companion of his journey and his guide. Seeing that it proceeded before him, and often looked behind and stood with him when he stood, and went ahead when he advanced, he understood that it had been given to him from heaven to show to him the way, of which he was ignorant. When they had proceeded in this manner for some days, through the solitude of the mountains, the bread of which the traveller had very little wholly failed him. While he was on his way fasting, and had already become faint with exhaustion from hunger, he drew his bow and attempted to kill with his arrow this same wolf, so that he could use it for food. But the wolf, avoiding the stroke that he cast, slipped away from his sight, and he not knowing whither to proceed, when this wolf had gone away, and made very weak moreover by the privation of hunger, now despaired of his life, and throwing himself upon the earth, he went to sleep. And he saw in his dreams a certain man, saying to him the following words, "Arise, why are you sleeping? Take your way in that direction opposite to which your feet are turned, for there is Italy, which you are seeking." And straightway rising he began to proceed in that direction, which he had heard in his dream, and without delay he came to a dwelling place of men, for there was a settlement of Slavs in those places, and when an elderly woman now saw him, she straightway understood that he was a fugitive and suffering from the privation of hunger, and taking pity upon him, she hid him in her dwelling, and secretly furnished him food, a little at a time, lest she should put an end to his life altogether if she should give him nourishment to repletion. In fine, she thus supplied him skilfully with food until he was restored and got his strength, and when she saw that he was now able to pursue his journey, she gave him provisions and told him in what direction he ought to go. After some days he entered Italy and came to the house in which he had been born, which was so deserted that not only did it have no roof, but it was full of brambles and thorns. And when he had cut them down, he found within the walls a large ash tree, and hung his quiver upon it. He was afterwards provided with gifts by his relatives and friends, and rebuilt his house and took a wife. But he could obtain nothing of the property of his father, being now excluded by those who had appropriated it through long and continuous possession. This man, as I already said before, was my great-grandfather, and he begot my grandfather Arichis, and Arichis my father Vernifrit, and Vernifrit from Feudelinda his wife begot me, Paul, and my brother Arichis, who was named after my grandfather. And these things having been considered concerning the chain of my own genealogy, now let us return to the thread of the general history. After the death, as we said, of Gisulf, Duke of Forum Juli, his sons, Tasso and Caco, undertook the government of this dukedom. They possessed in their time the territory of the Slavs, which is named Xylia, up to the place which is called Madaria. Hence those same Slavs, up to the time of Duke Ratchis, paid tribute to the dukes of Forum Juli. Gregory, the patrician of the Romans, killed these two brothers in the city of Optiurgium by crafty treachery, for he promised Tasso that he would cut his beard, as is the custom, and make him his son, and this Tasso with Caco his brother, and some chosen youths, came to Gregory fearing no harm. When presently he had entered Optiurgium with his followers, straightway the patrician ordered the gates of the city to be closed, and sent armed soldiers against Tasso and his companions. Tasso with his followers, perceiving this, boldly prepared for a fight, and when a moment of quiet was given, they bade each other a last farewell, and scattered hither and thither through the different streets of the city, killing whomsoever they could find in their way. And while they made a great slaughter of the Romans, they also were slain at last. But Gregory the patrician, on account of the oath he had given, ordered the head of Tasso to be brought to him, and perjured though he was, cut off his beard, as he had promised. When they were thus killed, Grasulf, the brother of Gisulf, was made Duke of Forum Juli, but Radoald and Grimoald, as they were now close to the age of manhood, held it in contempt to live under the power of their uncle Grasulf, and they embarked in a little boat and came rowing to the territories of Beneventum. Then hastening to Arichis, Duke of Beneventum, their former preceptor, they were received by him most kindly, and treated by him in the place of sons. In these times, upon the death of Tassilo, the Duke of the Bavarians, his son Garibold was conquered by the Slavs at Aguntum, and the territories of the Bavarians were plundered. The Bavarians, however, having recovered their strength, took away the booty from their foes, and drove their enemies from their territories. King Agilulf indeed made peace with the emperor for 1 year, and again for another, and also renewed a second time the bond of peace with the Franks. In this year, nevertheless, the Slavs grievously devastated Istria after killing the soldiers who defended it. Also in the following month of March, Secundus, a servant of Christ, of whom we have already often spoken, died at Tridentum. He composed a brief history of the deeds of the Langobards up to his time. At that time King Agilulf again made peace with the emperor. In those days Theudepert, king of the Franks, was also killed, and a very severe battle occurred among them. Ganduald, too, the brother of Queen Theodelinda, who was duke in the city of Asta, died at this time, struck by an arrow, but no one knew the author of his death. Then King Agilulf, who was called Ago, after he had reigned 25 years, ended his last day, and his son, Adalawald, who was still a boy, was left in the sovereignty with Theodelinda his mother. Under them the churches were restored, and many gifts were bestowed upon the holy places. But when Adalawald, after he had reigned with his mother 10 years, lost his reason and became insane, he was cast out of the sovereignty, and Ariawald was substituted by the Langobards in his place. Concerning the acts of this king, hardly anything has come to our knowledge. About these times, the holy Columban sprung from the race of Scots. After he had built a monastery in Gaul, in the place called Luxovium, came into Italy, and was kindly received by the king of the Langobards, and built a convent in the Cottian Alps, which is called Bobium, and is 40 miles distant from the city of Ticinum. In this place also many possessions were bestowed by particular princes and Langobards, and there was established there a great community of monks. Then Ariawald, after he had held the sovereignty over the Langobards for 12 years, departed this life, and Rothari of the race of Arodus received the kingdom of the Langobards. He was brave and strong, and followed the path of justice. He did not, however, hold the right line of Christian belief, but was stained by the infidelity of the Arian heresy. The Arians indeed say to their own ruin that the Son is less than the Father, and the Holy Spirit also less than the Father and the Son. But we Catholics confess that the Father and Son and Holy Spirit are one and the true God in 3 persons, equal in power and the same in glory. In this same time there were 2 bishops throughout almost all the cities of the kingdom, one a Catholic and the other an Arian. In the city of Ticinum too there is shown down to the present time the place where the Arian bishop, who had his seat at the church of St. Eusebius, had a baptistry, while another bishop sat in the Catholic church. Yet this Arian bishop, who was in the same city, Anastasius by name, became converted to the Catholic faith and afterwards governed the Church of Christ. This King Rothari collected in a series of writings the laws of the Langobards, which they were keeping in memory only and custom, and he directed this code to be called the Edict. It was now indeed the 77th year from the time when the Langobards had come into Italy, as that king bore witness in a prologue to his edict. To this king Arichis, the Duke of Beneventum, sent his son Io, and when the latter had come to Ravenna, on his way to Ticinum, such a drink was there given him by the malice of the Romans that it made him lose his reason, and from that time he was never of full and sound mind. Therefore, when Duke Arichis, the father of him whom we have spoken, was now ripe in years and nearing the last of his days, knowing that his son Io was not right in mind, he commended Ragoald and Grimoald, now in the flower of their youth, as if they were his own sons, to the Langobards, who were present, and said to them that these 2 could rule them better than could Io his son. Then, on the death of Arichis, who had held the dukedom 50 years, Io his son was made leader of the Samnites, and still Radoald and Grimoald obeyed him in all things as their elder brother and lord. When this Io had already governed the dukedom of Beneventum a year and 5 months, the Slavs came with a great number of ships, and set up their camp not far from the city of Sipontum. They made hidden pitfalls around their camp, and when Io came upon them in the absence of Radoald and Grimoald and attempted to conquer them, his horse fell into one of these pitfalls. The Slavs rushed upon him, and he was killed with a number of others. When this was announced to Radoald, he came quickly and talked familiarly with these Slavs in their own language, and when in this way he had lulled them into greater indolence for war, he presently fell upon them, overthrew them with great slaughter, revenged the death of Io, and compelled those of his enemies who had survived to seek flight from these territories. King Rothari then captured all the cities of the Romans which were situated upon the shore of the sea, from the city of Luna in Tuscany up to the boundaries of the Franks. Also he captured and destroyed Optiurgium, a city placed between Trevisium and Forum Julii. He waged war with the Romans of Ravenna near the river of Aemilia, which is called the Scultena. In this war 8,000 fell on the side of the Romans, and the remainder took to flight. At this time a great earthquake occurred at Rome, and there was then a great inundation of the waters. After these things there was a scab disease of such a kind that no one could recognise his own dead on account of the great swelling and inflammation. But when Duke Radoald, who had managed the dukedom 5 years, died at Beneventum, Grimoald his brother became duke and governed the dukedom of the Samnites 25 years, from a captive girl, but one of high birth, however, whose name was Aita. He begat a son, Romuald, and 2 daughters, and since he was a very warlike man and distinguished everywhere, when the Greeks at that time came to plunder the sanctuary of the Holy Archangel situated upon Mount Gargantus, Grimoald, coming upon them with his army, overthrew them with the utmost slaughter. But King Rothari indeed, after he had held the sovereignty 16 years and 4 months, departed from life, and left the kingdom of the Langobard to his son Rodoald. When he had been buried near the church of St. John the Baptist, after some time, a certain man inflamed by wicked cupidity opened his sepulchre at night and took away whatever he found among the ornaments of his body. St. John, appearing to him in a visitation, frightened him dreadfully and said to him, "Why did you dare touch the body of this man? Although he may not have been of the true faith, yet he has commended himself to me. Because, therefore, you have presumed to do this thing, you will never hereafter have admission into my church." And so it occurred. For as often as he wished to enter the sanctuary of St. John, straightway his throat would be hit as if by a very powerful boxer, and thus stricken, he suddenly fell down backwards. I speak the truth in Christ. He who saw with his own eyes that very thing done related this to me. Rodoald then received the kingdom of the Langobards after the death of his father, and united with himself in marriage Gundipurga, the daughter of Agilulf and Theodelinda. This Gundipurga, in imitation of her mother, just as the latter had done in Moesia, so the former within the city of Ticinum built a church in honour of St. John the Baptist, which she decorated wonderfully with gold and silver draperies, and enriched bountifully with particular articles, and in it her body lies buried. And when she had been accused to her husband of the crime of adultery, her own slave, Corellus by name, besought the king that he might fight in single combat for the honour of his mistress, with him who had imputed the crime to the queen. And when he had gone into single combat with that accuser, he overcame him in the presence of the whole people. The queen indeed, after this was done, returned to her former dignity. Rodoald, after he had reigned 5 years and 7 days, was killed, as is said, by a certain Langobard whose wife he had defiled, and Aripa, son of Gundowald, who had been the brother of Queen Theodelinda, followed him in the government of the kingdom. He established at Ticinum a sanctuary of our Lord and Saviour, which lay outside the western gate, that is called Marenka, and he decorated it with various ornaments and enriched it sufficiently with possessions. In these days, when the Emperor Heraclius had died at Constantinople, his son Heraclones, with his mother Martina, received the rights of sovereignty and ruled the empire for 2 years. And when he departed from life, his brother Constantine, another son of Heraclius, followed in his place and reigned 6 months. When he also died, his son Constantine rose to the dignity of the sovereignty and held the imperial power for 28 years. About these times, the wife of the king of the Persians, Caesara by name, on account of her love of the Christian faith, departed out of Persia in private dress with a few of her faithful followers, and came to Constantinople. She was honourably received by the emperor, and after some days obtained baptism as she desired, and was raised from the sacred font by the empress. When her husband, the king of the Persians, heard this, he sent ambassadors to Constantinople to the emperor in order that the latter should restore to him his wife. When they came to the emperor, they reported the words of the king of the Persians, who demanded his queen. The emperor, hearing these things and being altogether ignorant of the affair, returned them an answer, saying, "We confess that we know nothing concerning the queen you seek, except that a woman came here in the dress of a private person." But the ambassadors answered, saying, "If it pleases your imperial presence, we would like to see this woman you speak of." And when she had come by command of the emperor, presently the ambassadors looked upon her attentively, prostrated themselves at her feet, and suggested to her with reverence that her husband wanted her. She replied to them, "Go, take back the answer to your king and lord, that unless he also shall believe in Christ, as I have already believed, he can now no more have me as a partner of his bed." Why say more? The ambassadors returned to their country and reported again to their king all that they had heard, and he without any delay came peaceably with 60,000 men to Constantinople to the emperor, by whom he was joyfully received, and in a very suitable manner. And he, with the whole of them, believing in Christ our Lord, was in like manner with all the rest sprinkled with the water of holy baptism, and was raised by the emperor from the font and confirmed in the Catholic faith. And having been honoured by the emperor with many gifts, he took his wife and returned happy and rejoicing to his own country. About these times, upon the death of the Duke Grasulf of Cividale, Aggo undertook the government of the dukedom of Forum Julii. At Spoletum, also, upon the death of Feudalopus, Atto was made commander of that city. Aripert, then, after he had ruled at Ticinum for 9 years, died, leaving the kingdom to be governed by his 2 sons, Perctarit and Godipert, who was still of youthful age, and Godipert indeed had the seat of his kingdom at Ticinum, but Pectorit at the city of Mediolanum. Between these brothers, at the instigation of evil men, quarrels and the kindling of hatreds arose to such a degree that each attempted to usurp the royal power of the other. Wherefore Godipert sent Garipold, Duke of Turin, to Grimoald, who was then the enterprising leader of the people of Beneventum, inviting him to come as soon as possible and bring aid to him against his brother Perctarit, and promising to give him his sister, the daughter of the king. But the ambassador, acting treacherously against his master, exhorted Grimoald to come and himself seize the kingdom of the Langobards, which the 2 youthful brothers were dissipating, since he was ripe in age, prudent in counsel, and strong in resources. When Grimoald heard these things, he presently set in mind upon obtaining the kingdom of the Langobards, and having established his son Romuald as Duke of Beneventum, he took his way with a chosen band to proceed to Ticinum, and in all the cities through which his route lay, he drew to himself friends and auxiliaries for getting the kingdom. He dispatched indeed Count Trasimund of Capua through Spoletum and Tuscia to attach the Langobards of those regions to an alliance with him. Trasimund carried out his orders energetically and met him on the way in Aemilia with many auxiliaries. Therefore, when Grimoald had come near Placentia with a strong body of men, he dispatched ahead to Ticinum Garipold, who had been sent as a messenger to him by Godipert, so as to announce his coming to this same Godipert. And when Garipold came to Godipert, he said that Grimoald was quickly approaching. When Godipert asked him in what place he ought to prepare entertainment for this Grimoald, Garipold answered as follows, that it was fitting that Grimoald, who had come for his sake and was going to take his sister in marriage, should have his place of entertainment within the palace. And this also was done, for when Grimoald came, he received his lodgings within the palace. But this same Garipold, the sower of the whole wickedness, persuaded Godipert to come and speak with Grimoald, only after putting on a cuirass under his clothing, saying that Grimoald wanted to kill him. Again, this same artist in deceit came to Grimoald and said that unless he equipped himself stoutly, Godipert would kill him with his sword, declaring that Godipert was wearing a cuirass under his clothing when he came to confer with him. Why say more? When upon the following day they had come to conference, and Grimoald, after salutation, had embraced Godipert, he immediately perceived that he was wearing a cuirass under his clothing, and without delay he unsheathed his sword and deprived him of life. And usurping his kingdom and all his power, he subjugated it to his dominion. But Godipert then had a son, a little boy, Raganipert by name, who was carried away by the faithful followers of his father and brought up secretly, nor did Grimoald care to pursue him, since he was still a little child. When Perctarit, who was ruling at Mediolanum, heard that his brother was killed, he took flight with what speed he could, and came to the Kagan, king of the Avars, leaving behind his wife Rodelinda and a little son named Canipert, both of whom Grimoald sent in exile to Beneventum. When these things had been thus brought to pass, Garipold, by whose instigation and effort they had been accomplished, and not only had he done these acts, but he had also committed a fraud in his embassy, since he had not transmitted whole and entire the gifts he ought to have brought to Beneventum. The performer of such deeds then did not long rejoice. There was indeed in the household of Godipert a little dwarf who came from the city of Turin. When he knew that Duke Garipold upon the very holy day of Easter would come to pray in the church of St. John, he got up on the sacred font of the baptistry and held himself by his left hand to a column supporting the canopy, where Garipold was about to pass, and having drawn his sword, he held it under his clothing, and when Garipold had come near him to pass through, he lifted his garment and struck him on the neck with his sword with all his might, and cut off his head upon the spot. Those who had come with Garipold fell upon him, killing him with wounds from many blows, but although he died, he still signally avenged the wrong done to his master Godipert. When therefore Grimoald had been confirmed in the sovereignty at Ticinum, he married not long afterwards King Aripert's daughter, who had been betrothed to him, and whose brother Godipert he had killed. He sent back indeed to their own homes, supplied with many gifts, the army of Beneventines, by whose aid he had acquired the sovereignty. He kept, however, quite a number of them to dwell with him, bestowing upon them very extensive possessions. When he afterwards learned that Pectorit had gone to Scythia as an exile and was living with the Kagan, he sent word to this Kagan, king of the Avars, by ambassadors, that if he kept Pectorit in his kingdom, he could not thereafter have peace, as he had had hitherto, with the Langobards and with himself. When the king of the Avars heard this, Pectorit was brought into his presence, and he said to him that he might go in what direction he would, so that the Avars should not incur enmity with the Langobards on his account. When Pectorit heard these things, he went back to Italy to return to Grimoald, for he had heard that he was very merciful. Then when he had come to the city of Lauda, he sent ahead of him to King Grimoald, Arnulf, a man most faithful to him, to announce that Pectorit was approaching, trusting to his protection. When the king heard this, he promised faithfully that since Pectorit came trusting him, he should suffer no harm. Meanwhile Pectorit arrived and went forward to Grimoald, and when he attempted to fall down at his feet, the king graciously held him back and raised him up to receive his kiss. Pectorit said to him, "I am your servant, knowing you to be most Christian and pious, although I can live among the heathens, yet relying upon your mercy I have come to your feet." And the king, with an oath, as he was wont, promised him again, saying, "By him who caused me to be born, since you have come to me trusting me, you will suffer nothing evil in any way, but I will so provide for you that you can live becomingly." Then offering him a lodging in a spacious house, he bade him have a rest after the toil of his journey, ordering that food and whatever things were necessary should be supplied to him bountifully at public expense. And when Pectorit had come to the dwelling prepared for him by the king, presently throngs of citizens of Ticinum began to gather around him, to see him and salute him as an old acquaintance. But what cannot an evil tongue interrupt? For presently certain wicked flatterers coming to the king declared to him that unless he quickly deprived Pectorit of life, he would himself at once lose his kingdom with his life, asserting that the whole city had gathered around Pectorit for that purpose. When he heard these things, Grimoald became too credulous, and forgetting what he had promised, he was straightway incited to the murder of the innocent Pectorit, and took counsel in what way he may deprive him of life on the following day, since now the hour was very late. Finally, in the evening, he sent to him divers dishes, also special wines and various kinds of drinks, so that he could intoxicate him, to the end that, relaxed by much drinking during the night, and buried in wine, he could think nothing of his safety. Then, one who had been of his father's train, when he brought a dish from the king to this Pectorit, put his head under the table as if to salute him, and announced to him secretly that the king was arranging to murder him. And Pectorit straightway directed his cupbearer that he should give him to drink in a silver drinking vessel nothing but a little water. And when those who brought him drinks of different kinds from the king asked him upon the command of the king to drink the whole cup, he promised to drink it all in honour of the king, and took a little water from the silver cup. When the servants announced to the king that he was drinking insatiably, the king merrily answered, "Let that drunkard drink, but tomorrow he will spill out the same wine mixed with blood." And Pectorit quickly called Arnulf to him, and announced to him the design of the king concerning his death, him on, so that driven and struck, he often fell to the ground. And when the attendants of the king who had been put on guard asked that same Arnulf why this was, "That worthless slave," he says, "has put my bed in the chamber of that drunken Pectorit, who is so full of wine that he lies there as if he were dead. But it is enough that I have followed his madness up to the present time. From now on, during the life of our lord the king, I will stay in my own house." When they heard these things, and believed what they heard to be true, they were delighted, and making way for the two, they let pass both him and Pectorit, whom they thought was a slave, and who had his head covered. that he should not be recognised. And while they were going away, that most faithful valet bolted the door carefully and remained inside alone. Arnulf indeed let Pectorit down by a rope from the wall at a corner which is on the side of the river Ticinum, and collected what companions he could. And they, having seized some horses that they found in a pasture, proceeded that same night to the city of Asta, in which the friends of Pectorit were staying, and those who were still rebels against Grimoald. Thence Pectorit made his way as quickly as possible to the city of Turin, and afterwards passed across the boundaries of Italy, and came to the country of the Franks. Thus God Almighty, by his merciful arrangement, delivered an innocent man from death, and kept from offence a king who desired in his heart to do good. But King Grimoald, indeed, since he thought that Pectorit was sleeping in his lodgings, caused a line of men to stand by on either side from this place of entertainment up to his palace, so that Pectorit might be led through the midst of them in order that he could not at all escape. And when those sent by the king had come and called Pectorit to the palace, and knocked at the door where they thought he was sleeping, the valet who was inside begged them, saying, "Have pity with him, and let him sleep a little, because he is still wearied by his journey, and oppressed by very heavy slumber." And when they had acquiesced, they announced this thing to the king, that Pectorit was sleeping up to this time in a heavy slumber. And the king said, "Last evening he so filled himself with wine that now he cannot waken." He ordered them, however, to arouse him at once and bring him to the palace. And when they came to the door of the bedroom in which they believed that Pectorit was sleeping, they began to knock more sharply. Then the valet began to beg them again that they would let this Pectorit still, as it were, sleep a little. And they cried out in rage that the drunken man had already slept enough. Straightway they broke open the door of the bedchamber with their heels, entered, and looked for Pectorit in the bed. And when they did not find him, they supposed he was sitting down to the requirements of nature. And when they did not find him there, they asked the valet what had become of Pectorit, and he asked them that he had fled. Furious with rage, they beat him and seized him by the hair, and straightway dragged him to the palace. And conducting him into the presence of the king, they said that he was privy to the flight of Pectorit, and therefore most deserving of death. The king directed him to be released, and asked him in due order in what way Pectorit had escaped, and he related to the king all the occurrences as they had taken place. Then the king asked those who were standing around him, and said, "What do you think of this man who has committed such things?" They all answered with one voice that he deserved to die, racked with many torments. But the king said, "By him who caused me to be born, this man deserves to be treated well, for the sake of fidelity to his master. He did not refuse to give himself up to death." And presently he ordered that he should be among his own valets, enjoining him to observe towards himself the same fidelity he kept to Pectorit, and promising to bestow upon him many advantages. And when the king asked what had become of Arnulf, it was announced to him that he had taken refuge in the church of the blessed Archangel Michael, and he presently sent to him voluntarily, promising that he should suffer no harm if he would only come and trust him. Arnulf, indeed, hearing this promise of the king, presently came to the palace, and having fallen at the king's feet, was asked by him how and in what way Pectorit had been able to escape. But when he had told him everything in order, the king, praising his fidelity and prudence, graciously conceded to him all his means, and whatever he had been able to possess. And when after some time the king asked Arnulf whether he would then like to be with Pectorit, he answered with an oath that he would rather die with Pectorit than live anywhere else in the greatest enjoyment. Then the king also called for the valet, asking him whether he would prefer to stay with him in the palace or to spend his life wandering with Pectorit, and when he had given a like answer with Arnulf, the king took their words kindly, praised their fidelity, and directed Arnulf to take from his house whatever he wanted, namely his servants, his horses, and his furniture of all kinds, and to proceed without harm to Pectorit. And in like manner also he dismissed that valet, and they, taking away all their goods, as much as they needed, according to the kindness of the king, they set out, with the help of the king himself, into the country of the Franks, to their beloved Pectorit. At this time an army of the Franks, coming forth from Provincia, entered into Italy. Grimoald advanced against them with the Langobards, and deceived them by this stratagem. He pretended indeed to flee from their attacks, and left his camp, with his tents quite clear of men, but filled with divers good things, and especially with an abundance of excellent wine. When the troops of the Franks had come thither, thinking that Grimoald with the Langobards had been terrified by fear, and had abandoned their whole camp, they straightway became merry, and eagerly took possession of everything, and prepared a very bountiful supper, and when they reposed, weighed down with the various dishes, and with much wine and sleep, Grimoald rushed upon them after midnight, and overthrew them with so great a slaughter that only a few of them escaped, and were able with difficulty to regain their native country. The place where this battle was fought is called up to this time the Brook of the Franks, and it is not far distant from the walls of the little city of Asta. In these days the Emperor Constantine, who was also called Constans, desiring to pluck Italy out of the hands of the Langobards, left Constantinople, and taking his way along the coast, came to Athens, and from there, having crossed the sea, he landed at Tarentum. Previously, however, he went to a certain hermit who was said to have the spirit of prophecy, and sought eagerly to know from him whether he could overcome and conquer the nation of the Langobards, which was dwelling in Italy. The servant of God had asked him for the space of one night that he might supplicate the Lord for this thing, and when morning came, he thus answered the emperor: "The people of the Langobards cannot be overcome in any way, because a certain queen, coming from another province, has built the church of St. John the Baptist in the territories of the Langobards, and for this reason St. John himself continually intercedes for the nation of the Langobards. But a time shall come when this sanctuary will be held in contempt, and then the nation itself shall perish. We have proved that this has so occurred, since we have seen that before the fall of the Langobards this same church of St. John, which was established in the place called Modicia, was managed by vile persons, so that this holy spot was bestowed upon the unworthy and adulterous, not for the merit of their lives, but in the giving of spoils. Therefore, after the Emperor Constans, as we said, had come to Tarentum, he departed therefrom, and invaded the territories of the Beneventines, and took almost all the cities of the Langobards, through which he passed. He also attacked bravely and took by storm Lucaria, a rich city of Apulia, destroyed it, and levelled it to the ground. Agarentia, however, he could not at all take, on account of the highly fortified position of the place. Thereupon he surrounded Beneventum with all his army, and began to reduce it energetically. At that time Romuald, the son of Grimoald, still a young man, held the dukedom there, and as soon as he learned of the approach of the emperor, he sent his tutor, Sesuald by name, to his father Grimoald, on the other side of the Po, begging him to come as soon as possible and strongly reinforce his son and the Beneventines, whom he himself had reared. When King Grimoald heard this, he straightway started to go with an army to Beneventum to bring aid to his son. Many of the Langobards left him on the way and returned home, saying that they had despoiled the place and was now going back to Beneventum not to return. Meanwhile, the army of the Emperor was assaulting Beneventum vigorously with various machines of war, and on the other hand, Romuald, with his Langobards, was resisting bravely, and although he did not dare to engage hand-to-hand with so great a multitude on account of the smallness of his army, yet frequently dashing into the camp of the enemy with young men, he set out for that purpose. He inflicted upon them great slaughter upon every side. And when Grimoald his father was now hastening on, he sent to his son to announce his approach, that same tutor of his, of whom we have spoken. And when the latter had come near Beneventum, he was captured by the Greeks, and brought to the Emperor, who asked of him whence he had come, and he said he had come from King Grimoald, and he announced the speedy approach of that king. Straightway the Emperor, greatly alarmed, took counsel with his followers in what way he could make a treaty with Romuald, so to return to Naples. After he had taken as a hostage the sister of Romuald, whose name was Geza, he made peace with him. He ordered the tutor Sesuald, indeed, to be led to the walls, threatening death to him if he should announce anything to Romuald or the people of the city concerning the approach of Grimoald, and demanding that he should rather declare that the king could not come. He promised that he would do this, as was enjoined upon him, but when he had come near the walls, he said he wanted to see Romuald, and when Romuald had quickly come thither, he thus spoke to him, "Be steadfast, Master Romuald, have confidence, and do not be disturbed, since your father will quickly come to give you aid. For know that he is stopping this night near the river Sangros with a strong army. Only I beseech you to have pity on my wife and children, since this faithless race will not suffer me to live." When he had said this, his head was cut off by the command of the Emperor, and thrown into the city by an instrument of war which they call a stone-thrower. This head Romuald ordered brought to him, and kissed it weeping, and commanded that it should be buried in a suitable casket. Then the Emperor, fearing the sudden approach of King Grimoald, broke up the siege of Beneventum, and set out for Naples. Mitola, however, the Count of Capua, forcibly defeated his army near the river Caelor, in the place which up to the present time is called Pugna, or the Fight. After the Emperor came to Naples, it is said that one of his chief men, whose name was Cerberus, asked for 20,000 soldiers from his sovereign, and pledged himself to fight against Romuald, and win the victory. And when he had received the troops, and had come to a place whose name is Forinus, and had set up his camp there, Grimoald, who had already come to Beneventum, when he heard these things, wanted to set out against him. His son Romuald said to him, "There is no need, but do you turn over to me only a part of your army. With God's favour I will fight with him, and when I shall have conquered him, a greater glory indeed will be ascribed of your power." It was done, and when he had received some part of his father's army, he set out with his own men likewise against Cerberus. Before he began the battle with him, he ordered the trumpets to sound on 4 sides, and immediately he rushed daringly upon them. And when both lines were fighting with great obstinacy, a man from the king's army named Amelong, who had been accustomed to carry the royal pike, taking this pike in both hands, struck violently with it a certain little Greek, and lifted him from the saddle on which he was riding, and raised him into the air over his head. When the army of the Greeks saw this, It was terrified by boundless fear, and at once betook itself to flight, and overwhelmed with the utmost disaster, in fleeing, it brought death upon itself and victory to Romuald and to the Langobards. Thus Severus, who had promised that he would achieve for his emperor a trophy of victory from the Langobards, returned to him with a few men only, and came off with disgrace. But Romuald, when the victory was obtained from the enemy, returned in triumph to Beneventum, and brought joy to his father and safety to all, now that the fear of the enemy was taken away. But the Emperor Constans, when he found that he could accomplish nothing against the Langobards, directed all the threats of his cruelty against his own followers, that is, the Romans. He left Naples and proceeded to Rome. At the 6th milestone from the city, Pope Vitilian came to meet him with his priests and the Roman people. And when the emperor had come to the threshold of St. Peter, he offered there a pallium woven with gold, and remaining at Rome 12 days, he pulled down everything that in ancient times had been made of metal for the ornament of the city, to such an extent that he even stripped off the roof of the Church of the Blessed Mary, which at one time was called the Pantheon, and had been founded in honour of all of the gods, and was now, by the consent of the former rulers, the place of all the martyrs. He took away from there the bronze tiles, and sent them with all the other ornaments to Constantinople. Then the emperor returned to Naples, and proceeded by the land route to the city of Rhegium. And having entered Sicily during the 7th induction, he dwelt in Syracuse, and put such afflictions upon the people, the inhabitants and landowners of Calabria, Sicily, Africa, and Sardinia, as were never heard of before, so that even wives were separated from their husbands, and children from their parents. The people of these regions also endured many other and unheard of things, so that the hope of life did not remain to anyone. So even the sacred vessels and the treasures of the holy churches of God were carried away by the imperial command, and by the avarice of the Greeks. And the emperor remained in Sicily from the 7th to the 12th induction. But at last he suffered the punishment of such great iniquities, and while he was in the bath he was put to death by his own servants. When the Emperor Constantine was killed at Syracuse, Macetius seized the sovereignty in Sicily, but without the consent of the army of the East, the soldiers of Italy, others throughout Istria, others through the territories of Campania, and others from the regions of Africa and Sardinia, came to Syracuse against him, and deprived him of life, and many of his judges were brought to Constantinople, beheaded, and with them in like manner the head of the false emperor was also carried. The nation of the Saracens that had already spread from Alexandria and Egypt, hearing these things, came suddenly with many ships, invaded Sicily, entered Syracuse, and made a great slaughter of the people, a few only escaping with difficulty, who had fled to the strongest fortresses and the mountain ranges, and they carried off also great booty, and all the artwork in brass and different materials which the Emperor Constantine had taken away from Rome, and thus they returned to Alexandria. Moreover, the daughter of the king, who was said to have been carried away from Beneventum as a hostage, came to Sicily, and ended her last days. At this time there was such great rainstorms and such thunders as no man had remembered before, so that countless thousands of men and animals were killed by strokes of lightning. In this year the pulse, which could not be gathered on account of the rains, grew again, and was brought to maturity. But King Grimoald, indeed, when the Beneventines and their provinces had been delivered from the Greeks, determined to return to his palace at Ticinum, and to Transamund, who had formerly been Count of Capua and had served him most actively in acquiring the kingdom, he gave his daughter, another sister of Romuald, in marriage, and made him Duke of Spoletum, after Atto, of whom we have spoken above. When indeed Grasulf, Duke of the Friulans, died, as we mentioned above, Aggo was appointed his successor in the dukedom, and from his name a certain house situated within Forum Julii is called Aggo's house to this day. When this Aggo had died, Lupus was made commander of the Friulans. This Lupus entered into the island of Gradus, which is not far from Aquileia, with an army of horsemen over a stone highway which had been made in old times through the sea, and having plundered that city, he removed from thence and carried back the treasures of the church of Aquileia. When Grimoald set out for Beneventum, he entrusted his palace to Lupus. Since this Lupus had acted very insolently at Ticinum in the king's absence, because he did not think he would return when the king did come back, Lupus, knowing that the things he had done rightly were displeasing to him, repaired to Forum Julii, and, conscious of his own wickedness, rebelled against the king. Then Grimoald, unwilling to stir up civil war among the Langobards, sent word to the Kagan, king of the Avars, to come into Forum Julii with his army against Duke Lupus and defeat him in war, and this was done. For the Kagan came with a great army, and in the place which is called Flovius, as the older men who were in that war have related to us, during 3 days Duke Lupus with the Friulians fought against the Kagan's army. On the first day indeed he defeated that strong army, very few of his own men being wounded. On the second day he killed in like manner many of the Avars, but a number of his own were now wounded and dead. On the third day very many of his own were wounded or killed. Nevertheless he destroyed a great many of the Kagan, and took abundant booty. But on the fourth day they saw so great a multitude coming upon them that they could scarcely escape by flight. When Duke Lupus then had been killed there, the rest who had remained alive fortified themselves in strongholds, but the Avars, scouring all their territories, plundered or destroyed everything by fire. When they had done this for some days, word was sent them by Grimoald that they should now rest from their devastation, but they sent envoys to Grimoald, saying that they would by no means give up Forum Julii, which they had conquered by their own arms. Then Grimoald, compelled by necessity, began to collect an army that he might drive the Avars out of his territories. He set up therefore in the midst of the plain his camp, and the place where he lodged the Avar ambassadors, and since he had only a slender fragment of his army, he caused those he had to pass frequently during several days before the eyes of the envoys in different dress, and furnished with various kinds of arms, as if a new army was constantly advancing. The ambassadors of the Avars, indeed, when they saw the same army pass by first in one way then in another, believed that the multitude of the Langobards was immense, and Grimoald thus spoke to them: "With all this multitude of an army which you have seen, I will straightway fall upon the Kagan and the Avars, unless they shall quickly depart from the territories of the Friulans." When the envoy of the Avars had seen and heard these things, and had repeated them to their king, he presently returned with all his army to his own kingdom. Finally, after Lupus was killed in this way, as we have related, Arnefrit, his son, sought to obtain the dukedom at Forum Julii in the place of his father, but fearing the power of the king Grimoald, he fled into Carnutum, which they corruptly call Carantanum. to the nation of the Slavs, and afterwards coming with the Slavs as if about to resume the dukedom by their means, he was killed when the Friulans attacked him at the fortress of Nimis, which is not far distant from Forum Julii. Afterwards, Vectori was appointed duke at Forum Julii. He was born at the city of Vincenza, was a kind man, and one who ruled his people mildly. When the nation of the Slavs had heard that he had set out for Ticinum, they collected a strong multitude and determined to attack the fortress of Forum Julii, and they came and laid out their camp in the place which is called Broxas, not far from Forum Julii. But it happened according to the divine will that the evening before Duke Vectori came back from Ticinum without the knowledge of the Slavs. When his companions, as is wont to happen, had gone home, he himself, hearing these tidings concerning the Slavs, advanced with a few men, that is, 25, against them. When the Slavs saw him coming with so few, they laughed, saying that the patriarch was advancing against them with his clergy. When he had come near the bridge of the river Natisio, which was where the Slavs were staying, he took his helmet from his head and showed his face to them. He was bald-headed, and when the Slavs recognized him that he was Vectori, they were immediately alarmed and cried out that Vectori was there, and terrified by God, they thought more of flight than of battle. Then Vectori, rushing upon them with the few men he had, overthrew them with such great slaughter that out of 5,000 men a few only remained, who escaped with difficulty. After this Vectori, Landari held the dukedom at Forum Julii, and when he died, Rodoald succeeded him in the dukedom. When then, as we have said, Duke Lupus had died, King Grimuald gave Lupus' daughter, Feuderada, to his own son, Romuald, who was governing Beneventum. From her he begot 3 sons, that is, Grimuald, Gisulf, and also Arichis. Also, King Grimuald avenged his injuries received from all those who deserted him when he had set out for Beneventum. But he also destroyed in the following manner Forum Populi, a city of the Romans, whose citizens had inflicted certain injuries upon him when he set out for Beneventum, and had often annoyed his courtiers, going from Beneventum and returning, having left Tuscany through Bardo's Alps at the time of Lent, without any knowledge of the Romans. He rushed unexpectedly upon that city on the holy Sabbath of Easter itself, in the hour when the baptism was occurring, and made so great a carnage of men slain that he killed in the sacred font itself even those deacons who were baptizing little infants. And he so overthrew that city that very few inhabitants remain in it up to the present time. Grimuald had indeed no ordinary hatred against the Romans, since they had once treacherously betrayed his brother Taso and Caco. Wherefore he destroyed to its foundations the city of Opiturgium, where they were killed, and divided the territories of those who had dwelt there among the people of Forum Julii, Trevisium, and Seneta. During these times a duke of the Bulgarians, Alzeco by name, left his own people, from what cause is unknown, and peacefully entering Italy with his whole army of his dukedom, came to King Grimuald, promising to serve him and to dwell in his country, and the king, directing him to Beneventum to his son Romuald, ordered that the latter should assign to him and to his people places to dwell in. Duke Romuald, receiving them graciously, accorded to them extensive tracts to settle, which had been deserted up to that time, namely Sapinium, Bavanium, Isernia, and other cities with their territories, and directed that Alzeco himself, the name of his title being changed, should be called Gastaldius instead of Duke, and they dwelt up to the present time in these places, as we have said, and although they did speak Latin also, they have not at all forsaken the use of their own language. When the Emperor Constans, as we said, had been killed in Sicily, and the tyrant Mazetius, who had succeeded him, had been punished, Constantine, the son of the Emperor Constantius, undertook the government of the Empire of the Romans, and reigned over the Romans 17 years. In the time of Constans, indeed, the Archbishop Theodore and the Abbot Adrian, also a very learned man, were sent by Pope Vitilian into Britain, and made very many churches of the Angles productive of the fruit of ecclesiastical doctrine. Of these men Archbishop Theodore had described with wonderful and discerning reflection the sentences for sinners, namely how many years one ought to do penance for each sin. Afterwards, in the month of August, a comet appeared in the east with very brilliant rays, which again turned back upon itself and disappeared, and without delay a very heavy pestilence followed from the same eastern quarter and destroyed the Roman people. In these days, Dominus, Pope of the Roman Church, covered with large white blocks of marble in a wonderful manner the place which is called Paradise in front of the church of the blessed Apostle Peter. At this time Dagipert governed the kingdom of the Franks in Gaul, and with him King Grimoald entered into a treaty of lasting peace. Perctarit also, who had settled in the country of the Franks, fearing the power of Grimoald, departed from Gaul, and determined to hasten to the island of Britain and the king of the Saxons. But Grimoald, indeed, having remained in the palace on the 9th day after the use of the lancet, took his bow, and when he attempted to hit a dove with an arrow, the vein of his arm was ruptured. The doctors, as they say, administered poisoned medicines and totally withdrew him from this life. He added in the edict which King Rothari had composed certain chapters of law which seemed useful to him. He was moreover very strong in body, foremost in boldness, with a bald head and a heavy beard, and was adorned with wisdom no less than with strength, and his body was buried in the church of the blessed Ambrose the Confessor, which he had formerly built in the city of Ticinum. Upon the expiration of 1 year and 3 months after the death of King Aripert, he usurped the kingdom of the Langobards, reigned 9 years, and left as king Garibald his son, still of boyish age, whom the daughter of King Aripert had borne him. Then, as we had begun to say, Perctarit, having departed from Gaul, embarked in a ship to pass over to the island of Britain, to the kingdom of the Saxons, and when he had already sailed a little way through the sea, a voice was heard from the shore of one inquiring whether Perctarit was in that ship, and when the answer was given him that Perctarit was there, he who called out added, "Say to him he may return to his country, since today is the 3rd day that Grimoald has been withdrawn from this life." When he heard this, Perctarit straightway turned back again, and coming to the shore could not find the person who informed him of the death of Grimoald, from whom he thought this was not a man but a divine messenger, and then directing his course to his own country, when he had come to the confines of Italy, he found already there awaiting him all the retinue of the palace, and all the royal officials in readiness, together with a great multitude of the Langobards. And thus, when he returned to Ticinum, and the little boy Garibald had been driven away from the kingdom, he was raised to the kingly power by all the Langobards, the 3rd month after the death of Grimoald. He was moreover a pious man, a Catholic in belief, tenacious of justice, and a very bountiful supporter of the poor. And he straightway sent to Beneventum and called back from thence his wife Rhodelinda and his son Canicpert. And as soon as he had taken upon himself the rights of sovereignty, he built in that place which is on the side of the river Ticinus, whence he himself had previously escaped, a convent called the New One, to his Lord and Deliverer, in honour of the Holy Virgin and Martyr Agatha. In it he gathered together many virgins, and he also endowed this place with possessions and ornaments of many kinds. His queen Rhodelinda, indeed, built with wonderful workmanship outside the walls of the city of Ticinum a church of the Holy Mother of God, which is called At the Poles, and adorned it with marvellous decorations. This place, moreover, was called At the Poles, because formerly poles, that is, beams, had stood there upright, which were wont to be planted according to the custom of the Langobards for the following reason. If any one were killed in any place, either in war or in any other way, his relatives fixed a pole within their burial ground, upon the top of which they placed a dove made of wood, that was turned in that direction where their beloved had expired, so that it might be known in what place he who had died was sleeping. Then Perctarit, when he had ruled alone for 7 years, now in the 8th year, took his son Canicpert as his consort in the government, and with him reigned in like manner for 10 more years. And while they were living in great peace and had tranquillity around them on every side, there arose against them a son of iniquity, Alahis by name, by whom the peace was disturbed in the kingdom of the Langobards, and a great slaughter was made of the people. This man, when he was duke of the city of Tridentum, fought with the count of the Bavarians, that they call Gravio, who governed Bausanum and other strongholds, and defeated him in an astonishing manner. Elated from this cause, he also lifted his hand against Pectorit, his king, and rebelling, fortified himself within the stronghold of Tridentum. King Pectorit advanced against him, and while he besieged him from the outside, suddenly Alahis rushed unexpectedly out of the city with all of his followers, overthrew the king's camp, and compelled the king himself to seek flight. He afterwards, however, returned to the favour of the king Perctarit, through the agency of Canicpert, the king's son, who loved him now for a long time. For when the king had at different times wanted to put him to death, his son Canicpert always prevented this being done, thinking that he would therefore be faithful, nor did he refrain from getting his father also to bestow upon Alahis the dukedom of Brexia, although the father often protested that Canicpert did this to his own ruin, since he offered his enemy the means of obtaining the kingly power. The city of Brexia indeed had always been a great multitude of noble Langobards, and Pectorit feared that by their aid Alahis would become too powerful. In these days King Pectorit built with wonderful workmanship in the city of Ticinum a gate adjoining the palace, which was also called the Palace Gate. When he had held the sovereignty 18 years, first alone and afterwards with his son, he was withdrawn from this life, and his body was buried hard by the church of our Lord the Saviour, which Aripert his father had built. He was of becoming stature, of a corpulent body, mild and gentle in all things. But King Canicpert indeed took to his wife Hermelinda, of the race of the Anglo-Saxons, She had seen in the bath Theodote, a girl sprung from a very noble stock of Romans, of graceful body and adorned with flaxen hair almost to the feet, and she praised the girl's beauty to King Ketone-Kun, her husband, and although he concealed from his wife that he had heard this with pleasure, he was inflamed, nevertheless, with great love for the girl, and without delay he set forth to hunt in the woods that they call the city, and directed his wife Hermelinda to come with him. And he stole out from there by night, and came to Ticinum, and making the girl Theodote come to him, he lay with her. Yet he sent her afterwards into a monastery in Ticinum, which was called by her name. Alahis indeed gave birth to the iniquity he had long since conceived, and with the help of Aldo and Grauso, citizens of Brexia, as well as many others of the Langobards, forgetful of so many favours that King Ketone-Kun had conferred upon them, forgetting also the oath by which he had engaged to be most faithful to him, he took possession, while Ketone-Kun was absent, of his kingly power and of the palace that stood at Ticinum. Ketone-Kun, hearing this, at the place where he was, straightway fled to an island which is in Lake Larius, not far from Comum, and there fortified himself strongly. But there was a great grief among all who loved him, and especially among the priests and clergy, all of whom Alahis held in hatred. There was indeed at that time a bishop of the church of Ticinum, Damianus, a man of God, distinguished for sanctity and well instructed in the liberal arts, when he saw that Alahis had taken possession of the palace in order that neither he nor his church should suffer harm from him, he dispatched to him his deacon Thomas, a wise and religious man, and sent to him to this same Alahis the blessings of his holy church. It was announced to Alahis that Thomas the deacon stood before the door and had brought the benedictions from the bishop. Then Alahis, who, as we said, held all churchmen in hatred, thus spoke to his servants: "Go say to him that if he has clean breeches he may come in, but if otherwise, let him keep his foot outside." Thomas indeed, when he had heard these expressions, thus answered: "Say to him that I have clean breeches, since I put them on washed today." Alahis sent word to him again as follows: "I do not speak of the breeches, but of the things that are inside the breeches." To these things Thomas thus made answer: "Go say to him, God only can find blame in me for these causes, but that man can by no means do so." And when Alahis had made this deacon come in to him, he spoke with him very bitterly, and with reproaching. Then fear and hatred of the tyrant took possession of all the churchmen and priests, since they deemed they could not bear at all his rudeness, and they began to wish for Ketone-Kun, so much the more as they had in execration the haughty usurper of the kingdom. But not very long did rudeness and rough brutality keep the sovereignty they had usurped. In fine, on a certain day, when he was counting solidi upon a table, one Tremisis fell from that table, which the son of Aldo, who was yet a little boy, picked up from the floor and gave back to this Alahis. Thinking that the boy understood but little, Alahis spoke to him as follows: "Your father has many of these, which he is soon going to give to me, if God shall so will." When this boy had returned to his father in the evening, his father asked him if the king had said anything to him that day, and he reported to his father all the things as they had happened, and what the king had said to him. When Aldo heard these things, he was greatly concerned, and joining his brother Grauso, he reported to him all the things the king had ill-naturedly said. And they presently took counsel with their friends, and with those who they could trust, in what way they might deprive the tyrant Alahis of his sovereignty before he could do them any injury. and later they set out to the place and spoke to Alahis as follows. Why do you deign to stay in town? See, all the city and the whole people are faithful to you, and the drunken Ketone-Kun is so broken up that he cannot now have any further resources. Depart and go to the hunt, and exercise yourself with your young men, and we, with the rest of your faithful subjects, will defend this city for you. But we also promise you that we will soon bring you the head of your enemy Ketone-Kun. And he was persuaded by their words, and departed from the city, and set out for the very extensive city forest, and there began to exercise himself with sports and with hunting. Aldo and Grauso, however, went to Lake Maecenas, embarked in a boat, and proceeded to Ketone-Kun. When they came to him, they threw themselves at his feet, acknowledged that they had acted unjustly against him, and reported to him what Alahis had knavishly spoken against them, and what counsel they had given him to his ruin. Why say more? They shed tears together and gave oaths to each other, fixing the day when Ketone-Kun should come, that they might deliver to him the city of Ticinum. And this was done, for on the appointed day Ketone-Kun came to Ticinum, was received by them most willingly, and entered his palace. Then all the citizens, and especially the bishop and the priests also, and the clergy, young men and old, ran to him eagerly, and all embraced him with tears, and filled with boundless joy, shouted their thanks to God for his return, and he kissed them all as far as he could. Suddenly they came to Alahis, one who announced that Aldo and Grauso had fulfilled all they had promised him, and had brought him the head of Ketone-Kun, and not only his head, but also his whole body, for the man declared that he was staying in the palace. When Alahis heard this, he was overwhelmed with dismay, and raging and gnashing his teeth, he threatened many things against Aldo and Grauso, and departed thence and returned through Placentia to Austria, and joined himself as allies the various cities, partly by flatteries, partly by force. For when he came to Vincenza, the citizens went forth against him and made ready for war, but presently they were conquered and were made his allies. Going forth from thence he entered Trevisium, and in like manner also the remaining cities. And when Ketone-Kun collected an army against him, and the people of Forum Julii, on account of their fidelity, wished to march to Ketone-Kun's assistance, Alahis himself lay hid in the woods, which is called Capulinus, by the bridge of the river Liquentia, which is distant 48 miles from Forum Julii, and is in the way of those going to Ticinum. And when the army of the people of Forum Julii came, a few at a time, he compelled them all as they arrived to swear allegiance to him, diligently watching lest any one of them should turn back and report this thing to the others who were approaching. And thus all those coming from Forum Julii were bound to him by oath. Why say more? Alahis with the whole of Austria, and on the other hand Ketone-Kun with his followers, came and set up their camps in the field whose name is Cornate. Ketone-Kun dispatched a messenger to him, sending him word that he would engage with him in single combat, that there was no need of using up the army of either. To these words Alahis did not at all agree. When one of his followers, a Tuscan by race, calling him a warlike and brave man, advised him to go forth boldly against Ketone-Kun, Alahis replied to these words, Ketone-Kun, although he is a drunkard and of a stupid heart, is nevertheless quite bold and of wonderful strength. For in his father's time, when we were boys, there were in the palace wethers of great size, which he seized by the wool of the back, and lifted from the ground with outstretched arm, which indeed I was not able to do. That Tuscan, hearing these things, said to him, If you do not dare to go into a fight with Ketone-Kun in single combat, you will not have me any longer as a companion in your support. And saying this, he broke away, and straightway betook himself to Ketone-Kun, and reported these things to him. Then, as we have said, both lines came together in the field of Cronate, and when they were already near, so that they were bound to join battle, Zeno, a deacon of the church of Ticinum, who was the guardian of the church of St. John the Baptist, which was situated within that city, and which Queen Gundisperga had formerly built, since he loved the king very much, and feared lest his sovereign should perish in war, said to the king, My lord king, our whole life lies in your welfare. If you perish in battle, that tyrant Alahis will destroy us by various punishments. Therefore may my counsel please you. Give me a suit of your armour, and I will go and fight with that tyrant. If I shall die, you may still re-establish your cause, but if I shall win, a greater glory will be ascribed to you, because you will have conquered by your servant. And when the king refused to do this, his few faithful ones who were present began to beg him with tears that he would give his consent to those things the deacon had said. Overcome at last, since he was of a tender heart, by their prayers and tears, he handed his cuirass and his helmet and his greaves and his other arms to the deacon, and dispatched him to the battle to play the part of the king, for this deacon was of the same stature and bearing, so that when he had gone armed out of the tent, he was taken for King Ketone-Kun by all. The battle then was joined, and they struggled with all their might, and when Alahis pressed the harder there where he thought the king was, he killed Zeno the deacon, and imagined that Ketone-Kun had been slain, and when he had ordered his head cut off, so that after it was lifted upon a pike they should cry out thanks to God, when the helmet was removed, he learned that he had killed a churchman. Then, crying out in his rage, he said, Woe is me, we have done nothing when we have brought the battle to this point, that we have killed a churchman. Therefore I now make this kind of a vow, that if God shall give me the victory, I will fill a whole well with the members of churchmen. Then Ketone-Kun, seeing that his men had lost, straightway showed himself to them, and taking away their fear, strengthened their hearts to hope for victory. Again the lines of battle formed, and on the one side Ketone-Kun, and on the other Alahis made ready for the struggle of war. And when they were already near, so that both lines were joining to fight, Ketone-Kun again sent a message to Alahis in these words, See how many people there are on both sides. What need is there that so great a multitude perish? Let us join, he and I, in single combat, and may that one of us whom God may have willed to give the victory have the possession of all this people safe and entire. And when his followers exhorted Alahis to do what Ketone-Kun had enjoined him, he answered, I cannot do this because among his spears I see the image of the holy archangel Michael, by whom I swore allegiance to him. Then one of them said, From fear you see what is not, and anyhow it is now late for you to think of these things. Then, when the trumpet sounded, the lines of battle joined, and as neither side gave way, a very great slaughter was made on the people. At length the cruel tyrant Alahis perished, and Ketone-Kun, with the help of the Lord, obtained the victory. The army of Alahis too, when his death was known, took the protection of flight, and of these whomsoever the point of the sword did not cut down, the river Adua destroyed. Also the head of Alahis was cut off, and his legs were cut away, and only his deformed and mangled corpse remained. The army of the people of Forum Julie was not in this war at all, because, since it had unwillingly sworn allegiance to Alahis, for this reason it gave assistance neither to King Ketone-Kun nor to Alahis, but returned home when the two engaged in war. Then Alahis having died in this manner, King Ketone-Kun commanded that the body of Zeno the deacon should be buried in great splendour before the gates of the church of St. John, which the deacon had governed. The reigning sovereign himself indeed returned to Ticinum, with the rejoicing of all, and in the triumph of victory. When these things were occurring among the Langobards across the Po, Romuald, Duke of the Beneventites, after he had collected a great multitude of an army, attacked and captured Tarentum, and in like manner Brundisium, and subjugated to his dominion all that very extensive region which surrounds them. His wife Feudorata too built at the same time a church in honour of the blessed Apostle Peter outside the walls of the city of Beneventum, and in that place she established a convent of many nuns. Romuald too, after he had governed the dukedom for 16 years, was withdrawn from this life. After him his son Grimuald ruled the people of the Samnites for 3 years. Vigilinda, a sister of Cunipert and daughter of King Prectarit, was united to him in marriage. When Grimuald also died, Gisulf his brother was made duke and ruled over Beneventum for 17 years. Vinipurga was married to him and bore him Romuald. About these times, when a great solitude existed for a number of years past in the stronghold of Casinum, where the holy body of the most blessed Benedict reposes, there came Franks from the regions of the Celmenesi and of the Aurelianenses, and while they pretended to keep a vigil by the venerable body, they bore away the bones of the Reverend Father, and also of the Reverend Scholastica his sister, and carried them to their own country, where 2 monasteries were built, one in honour of each, that is, of the blessed Benedict and of Saint Scholastica. But it is certain that this venerable mouth, sweeter than all nectar, and the eyes beholding ever heavenly things, and the other members too, have remained to us, although decayed. For only the body of our Lord alone did not see corruption, but the bodies of all the saints have been subjected to corruption, to be restored afterwards to eternal glory, with the exception of those which by divine miracles are kept without blemish. But when Rodoald indeed, who as we said before held the dukedom at Forum Julii, was absent from that city, Ansfrit from the fortress of Rumina swept through his dukedom without the consent of the king. Rodoald, when he learned this, fled into Istria, and thence came by ship through Ravenna to Ticinum, to King Canicpert. Ansfrit indeed, not content to rule the dukedom of the Frielands, but rebelling against Canicpert besides, attempted to usurp his sovereignty. But he was seized in Verona and brought to the king. His eyes were torn out, and he was cast into banishment. After these things, Addo, the brother of Rodoald, governed the Friulan dukedom 1 year and 7 months under the name of caretaker. While these things occurred in Italy, a heresy arose at Constantinople which asserted that there was one will and mode of action in our Lord Jesus Christ. Georgius the Patriarch of Constantinople, Macarius, Pyrrhus, Paul and Peter stirred up this heresy. Wherefore the Emperor Constantine caused to be assembled 150 bishops, among whom were also the legates of the Holy Roman Church sent by Pope Agatho, John the Deacon, and John the Bishop of Portus, and they all condemned this heresy. At that hour so many spider-webs fell in the midst of the people that they were all astonished, and by this it was signified that the uncleanliness of heretical depravity was driven away. And Georgius the Patriarch indeed was rebuked. The others, however, who persisted in their defence were visited by the penalty of excommunication. At this time Damianus, bishop of the church of Ticinum, composed in the name of Mansutius, Archbishop of Mediolanum, an epistle upon the question, quite useful to correct belief, which in the aforesaid synod won no ordinary approbations. For the correct and true belief is this, that as there are in our Lord Jesus Christ two natures, that is of God and of man, so also there may be believed to be two wills, or modes of action. Will you hear what there is of the deity in him? He says, I and my Father are one. Will you hear what there is of humanity? My Father is greater than I. Behold him sleeping in the ship according to his human nature. Behold his divinity when the evangelist says, Then he arose and rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm. The 6th General Synod was celebrated at Constantinople and recorded in the Greek language at the time of Pope Agatho, and the Emperor Constantine conducted it while remaining within the enclosures of his palace. In these times during the 8th indication, the moon suffered an eclipse. Also an eclipse of the sun occurred at almost the same time, on the 5th day before the nones of May, about the 10th hour of the day. And presently there followed a very severe pestilence for 3 months, that is, in July, August, and September, and so great was the multitude of those dying, that even parents with their children, and brothers with their sisters, were placed on biers 2 by 2, and conducted to their tombs at the city of Rome. And in like manner too, this pestilence also depopulated Ticinum, so that all citizens fled to the mountain ranges, and to other places, and grass and bushes grew in the marketplace, and throughout the streets of the city. And then it visibly appeared to many that a good and a bad angel proceeded by night through the city, and as many times as upon command of the good angel, the bad angel, who appeared to carry a hunting spear in his hand, knocked at the door of each house with the spear, so many men perished from that house on the following day. Then it was said to a certain man by revelation that the pestilence itself would not cease before an altar of Saint Sebastian the Martyr was placed in the church of the Blessed Peter, which is called Ad Vincula, and it was done, and after the remains of Saint Sebastian the Martyr had been carried from the city of Rome, presently the altar was set up in the aforesaid church, and the pestilence itself ceased. While King Canic-Pert indeed after these things was taking counsel in the city of Ticinum with his master of horse, which in their language is called Marphis, in what way he might deprive Aldo and Grauso of life, suddenly in the window near which they were standing sat a fly of the largest kind, which when Canic-Pert attempted to strike with his knife to kill it, he only cut off its foot. When Aldo and Grauso, indeed in ignorance of the evil design, were coming to the palace, when they had drawn near the church of the holy martyr Romanus, which is situated near the palace, suddenly a certain lame man with 1 foot cut off came in their way, who said to them that Canic-Pert was going to kill them if they should go on to him. When they heard this, they were seized with great fear, and fled behind the altar of that church. Presently it was announced to King Canic-Pert that Aldo and Grauso had taken refuge in the church of the blessed martyr Romanus. Then Canic-Pert began to accuse his master of horse, asking why he had to betray his design. His master of horse thus answered him, My lord king, you know that after we conferred about these things I did not go out of your presence, and how could I have said this to anyone? Then the king sent to Aldo and Grauso, asking them why they had taken refuge in the holy place. And they answered him, saying, Because it was reported to us that our lord the king wished to kill us. Again the king sent to them, seeking to know who he was who had given them the report, and he sent them word that unless they would report to him who had told them, they could not find favour with him. Then they sent word to the king, as it had occurred, saying that a lame man had met them upon the way, who had one foot cut off, and used a wooden leg up to the knee, and that this man had been the one who had told them they would be killed. Then the king understood that the fly whose foot he had cut off had been a bad spirit, and that it had betrayed his secret designs. And straightway he took Aldo and Grauso on his word of honour from that church, pardoned their fault, and afterwards held them as faithful subjects. At that time Felix, the uncle of my teacher Flavian, was renowned in the grammatical art. The king loved him so much that he bestowed upon him, among other gifts of his bounty, a staff decorated with silver and gold. During the same time also lived John the bishop of the church of Bergoma, a man of wonderful sanctity. Since he had offended King Cunnickpert when they were conversing at a banquet, the king commanded to be prepared for him when he was returning to his inn a fierce and untamed horse, who was accustomed to dash to the earth with a great snorting those who sat upon him. But when the bishop mounted him, he was so gentle that he carried him at an easy gait to his own house. The king, hearing this, cherished the bishop from that day with due honour, and bestowed upon him in gift that very horse, which he had destined for his own riding. At this time between Christmas and Epiphany there appeared at night in a clear sky a star near the Pleiades, shaded in every way as when the moon stands behind a cloud. Afterwards, in the month of February at noonday, there arose a star in the west, which set with a great flash in the direction of the east. Then in the month of March there was an eruption of Vesuvius for some days, and all green things growing round were exterminated by its dust and ashes. Then the race of Saracens, unbelieving and hateful to God, proceeded from Egypt into Africa, with a great multitude, took Carthage by siege, and when it was taken, cruelly laid it waste, and levelled it to the ground. Meanwhile, the Emperor Constantine died at Constantinople, and his younger son Justinian assumed the sovereignty of the Romans and held the control of it for 10 years. He took Africa away from the Saracens and made peace with them on sea and land. He sent Zacharias his Protospartius, and ordered that Pope Sergius should be brought to Constantinople, because he was unwilling to approve and subscribe to the error of that synod which the emperor had held at Constantinople. But the soldiery of Ravenna and of the neighbouring parts, despising the impious orders of the emperor, drove this same Zacharias with reproaches and insults from the city of Rome. Leo, seizing the imperial dignity in opposition to this Justinian, deprived him of his kingdom, ruled the empire of the Romans 3 years, and kept Justinian in exile in Pontus. Tiberius in turn rebelled against Leo and seized his sovereignty, and held him in prison in the same city all the time he reigned. At this time, the council held at Aquileia, on account of the ignorance of their faith, hesitated to accept the Fifth General Council, until when instructed by the admonitions of the blessed Pope Sergius, it also, with the other churches of Christ, consented to approve of this. For that synod was held at Constantinople at the time of Pope Vigilius under the Emperor Justinian against Theodorus, and all the heretics who were asserting that the Blessed Mary had given birth to a man only, and not to a god and a man. In this synod it was established as a Catholic doctrine that the Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, should be called Mother of God, since, as the Catholic faith has it, she gave birth not to a man only, but truly to a god and a man. In these days Cadole, king of the Anglo-Saxons, who had waged many wars in his own country, was converted to Christ and set out for Rome, and when on the way he came to King Cunnickpert, he was magnificently received by him, and when he had come to Rome he was baptized by Pope Sergius and called Peter, and while dressed in white he departed to the heavenly realms. His body was buried in the church of St. Peter, and has inscribed above it this epitaph: Cadol, mighty in arms, for the love of his God, has forsaken eminence, riches and kin, triumphs and powerful realms, arms and nobles and cities and camps and gods of the household, things that the thrift of his sires gathered, or he for himself, so that as king and a guest he might gaze on Peter and Peter's chair, and propitiously quaff waters unstained from his spring, taking in radiant draught the shining light whose refulgence, giving immortal life, floweth on every side, swift to perceive the rewards of a life restored by conversion. Joyful, he casts aside heathenish madness, and then changes his name as well, and Sergius the Pontiff commanded Peter he should be called, until the Father himself, making him pure by the grace of Christ in the font of the new birth, lifted him, clothed in white, up to the stronghold of heaven, wonderful faith of the King, and of Christ the astonishing mercy. His is the perfect plan, counsel that none can approach, coming in safety indeed from the remotest regions of Britain, through many nations, along many ways, over the straits, bringing his mystical gifts. He gazed upon Romulus's city, looking upon Peter's church, worthy of reverence due. Clad in white will he go, in the flocks of Christ a companion. Earth his body may hold, heaven his spirit will keep. You may the rather believe he has changed the mere badge of the sceptres, he whom your eyes have seen winning the kingdom of Christ. At this time in Gaul, when the kings of the Franks were degenerating from their wonted courage and skill, those who were regarded as stewards of the palace began to administer the kingly power and to do whatever is the custom for kings, since it was ordained from heaven that the sovereignty of the Franks should be transferred to the race of these men. And Arnulf was at that time steward of the royal palace, a man, as was afterwards apparent, pleasing to God, and of wonderful holiness, who, after enjoying the glory of this world, devoted himself to the service of Christ, and was distinguished in the episcopate, and finally, choosing the life of a hermit, rendered all kinds of services to lepers, and lived in the greatest abstinence. Concerning his wonderful doings at the church of Metz, where he carried on the bishopric, there is a book containing an account of his miracles and the abstinence of his life. But I too, in a book which I wrote concerning the bishops of this city, at the request of Angelramnus, archbishop of the aforesaid church, a very gentle man and distinguished by holiness, have set down concerning this most holy man Arnulf certain of his miracles, which I have considered it merely superfluous to repeat here. During these occurrences, Canigbert, ruler most beloved by all, after he had held for 12 years alone, succeeding his father, the kingdom of the Langobards, was finally withdrawn from this life. He built in the field of Coronate, where he had waged war against Alarhis, a monastery in honour of the holy martyr George. He was moreover a handsome man and conspicuous in every good quality, and a bold warrior. He was buried with many tears of the Langobards near the church of our Lord the Saviour, which his grandfather Aripert had formerly built. And he left the kingdom of the Langobard to his son Luitpert, who was yet of the age of boyhood, to whom he gave as his tutor Ansprand, a wise and distinguished man. When 8 months had elapsed from this time, Raginpert, Duke of Turin, whom formerly King Godepert had left as a little boy when he was killed by Grimuald, of which we have also spoken above, came with a strong force and fought against Ansprand and Rotharit, Duke of the Bergmaskens, at Novara, and defeating them in the open field took possession of the kingdom of the Langobards, but he died the same year. Then his son Aripert, again making ready for war, fought at Ticinum with King Luitpert and with Ansprand and Atto and Tatzo, and also Rotharit and Pharaoh. But overcoming all these in battle, he took the child Luitpold alive as a prisoner of war. Ansprand also fled and fortified himself in the island of Comacina. But when Rotharit indeed returned to his city of Bergamus, he seized the kingly power. King Aripert marched against him with a great army, and arriving first attacked and captured Luda. He besieged Bergamus, and storming it without any difficulty with battering rams and other machines of war, presently took it and seized Rotharit the false king, and shaving his hair and his beard, thrust him into exile at Turin, and thereafter some days he was killed. Luitpold indeed, whom he had taken, he deprived of life in like manner in the bath. He also sent an army into the island of Comancina against Ansprand. When this was known, Ansprand fled to Clavenna. Thence he came through Curia, a city of the Ratians, to Theutpert, Duke of the Bavarians, and was with him for 9 years. But the army of Aripert indeed took possession of the island in which Ansprand had been, and destroyed his town. Then King Aripert, when he was confirmed in his sovereignty, tore out the eyes of Sigisbrand, the son of Ansprand, and afflicted in various ways all who had been connected with the latter by the tie of blood. He also kept Luitprand, the younger son of Ansprand, in custody, but because he regarded him as a person of no importance and as yet a mere child, he not only inflicted no punishment at all upon his body, but let him depart, so that he could go to his father. There is no doubt that this was done by the command of God Almighty, who was preparing him for the management of the kingdom. Then Luitprand proceeded to his father in Bavaria and caused him incalculable joy by his coming. But King Aripert caused the wife of Ansprand, Theodora by name, to be seized, and when she with her woman's wilfulness boasted that she would get to be queen, she was disfigured in the beauty of her face, her nose and ears being cut off. Also the sister of Luitprand, Arona by name, was mutilated in like manner. At this time in Gaul, in the kingdom of the Franks, Anchis, the son of Arnulf, who is believed to be named after Anchises, the former Trojan, conducted the sovereignty under the title of Steward of the Palace. When Ado, who we said was caretaker, had died at Forum Julii, Ferdulf, a man tricky and conceited, who came from the territories of Liguria, obtained the dukedom. Because he wanted to have the glory of a victory over the Slavs, he brought great misfortune upon himself and the people of Forum Julii. He gave sums of money to certain Slavs to send upon his request an army of Slavs into the province, and it was accordingly done. But that was the cause of great disaster in this province of Forum Julii. The freebooters of the Slavs fell upon the flocks and upon the shepherds of the sheep that pastured in their neighbourhoods, and drove away the booty taken from them. The ruler of that place, whom they called in their own language Shuldis, a man of noble birth and strong in courage and capacity, followed them, but nevertheless he could not overtake the freebooters. Duke Ferdulf met him as he was returning thence, and when he asked him what had become of these robbers, Argate, for that was his name, answered that they had escaped. Then Ferdulf in rage thus spoke to him, "When could you do anything bravely, you whose name, Argate, comes from the word coward?" And Argate, provoked by great anger, since he was a brave man, answered as follows: "May God so will that you and I, Duke Ferdulf, may not depart from this life until others know which of us is the greater coward." When they had spoken to each other in turn these words in the vulgar tongue, it happened not many days afterwards that the army of the Slavs, for whose coming Duke Ferdulf had given his sums of money, now arrived in great strength. And when they had set their camp upon the very top of a mountain, and it was hard to approach them from almost any side, Duke Ferdulf, coming upon them with his army, began to go around the mountain, in order that he could attack them by more level places. Then Argate, of whom we have spoken, thus said to Ferdulf, "Remember, Duke Ferdulf, that you said I was lazy and useless, and that you called me in our common speech a coward. But now may the anger of God come upon him who shall be the last of us to attack those Slavs." And saying these words, he turned his horse where the ascent was difficult on account of the steepness of the mountain, and began to attack the fortified camp of the Slavs. Ferdulf, being ashamed not to attack the Slavs himself through the same difficult places, followed him through those steep and hard and pathless spots, and his army too, considering it base not to follow their leader, began also to press on after him. Consequently, the Slavs, seeing that they were coming upon them through steep places, prepared themselves manfully, and fighting against them more with stones and axes than with arms, they threw them nearly all from their horses, and killed them, and thus they obtained their victory, not by their own strength, but by chance. There all the nobility of the Friulians perished, there Duke Ferdulf fell, and there too he who had provoked him was killed, and there so great a number of brave men were vanquished by the wickedness and thoughtlessness of dissension as could with unity and wholesome counsel overthrow many thousands of their enemies. There, however, one of the Langobards, Munichus by name, who was afterwards the father of the Duke Peter of Forum Juli and Ursus of Seneta, alone acted in a brave and manly manner. When he had been thrown from his horse, and one of the Slavs suddenly attacking him had tied his hands with a rope, he wrestled with his bound hands the lance from the right hand of that same Slav, pierced him with it, and, tied as he was, threw himself down through the steep places and escaped. We put these things into the history especially for this purpose, that nothing further of a like character may happen through the evil of dissension. And so Duke Ferdulf having died in this way, Corvolus was appointed in his place, but he held the dukedom only a little while, and when he had offended the king, his eyes were torn out, and he lived ignominiously. Afterwards, indeed, Pemo acquired the dukedom. He was a man of talent and useful to his country. His father was Billo, who had been a native of Balunum, but on account of a sedition he had caused at that place, he afterwards came to Forum Juli and lived there peaceably. This Pemo had a wife, Ratpurga by name, who, since she was boorish in appearance, often asked her husband to send her away and take another wife, whom it would benefit to be the spouse of so great a duke. But as he was a wise man, he said that her behaviour and humility and reverent modesty pleased him more than the beauty of body. From this wife, then, Pemo begot 3 sons, Ratchis and Ratchiat and Ahistolf, energetic men, whose birth raised the humility of their mother to high honour. The duke collected all the sons of all the nobles who had died in the war of which we have spoken, and brought them up in like manner with his own children, as if they themselves had been begotten by him. At this time, then, Gisulf, the ruler of the Beneventines, took Sura, a city of the Romans, and in like manner the towns of Hirpinum and Arx. This Gisulf, at the time of Pope John, came to Campania with all his forces, burning and plundering, took many captives, and set up his camp as far as the place which is called Herea, and no one could resist him. The pontiff sent priests to him with apostolic gifts, and redeemed all the captives from the hands of his troops, and induced the Duke himself to go back home with his army. At this time, Aripert, king of the Langobards, made restitution by gift of the patrimony of the Cottian Alps, which had formerly belonged to the jurisdiction of the Apostolic See, but had been taken away by the Langobards a long time before, and he dispatched this deed of gift written in golden letters to Rome. Also in those days 2 kings of the Saxons, coming to Rome, to the footsteps of the apostles, died suddenly, as they desired. Then also Benedict, Archbishop of Mediolanum, came to Rome, and conducted his lawsuit for the church of Ticinum, but he was defeated, because from early times the bishops of Ticinum had been consecrated by the Roman Church. This venerable Archbishop Benedict was a man of eminent holiness, and the fame of good opinion concerning him shone brightly through the whole of Italy. Then when Trasimund, the Duke of the Spoletans, had died, Phaeuald, his son, succeeded to his father's place. Moreover, Vercillipus was the brother of Trasimund, and governed that same dukedom equally with his brother. But Justinian, who had lost his imperial power and was in exile in Pontus, again received the sovereignty by the help of Trebellius, king of the Bulgarians, and put to death those patricians who had expelled him. He took also Leo and Tiberius, who had usurped his place, and caused them to be butchered in the midst of the circus before all of the people. He tore out the eyes of Galasinus, the Patriarch of Constantinople, and sent him to Rome, and he appointed Cyrus the abbot, who had taken care of him when he was in exile in Pontus, as bishop in the place of Galasinus. He ordered Pope Constantine to come to him, and received him, and sent him back with honour. Falling upon the earth, he asked the Pope to intercede for his sins, and he renewed all the privileges of his church. When he sent his army into Pontus to seize Philippicus, whom he had held there in bondage, the same venerable Pope earnestly forbade him from doing this, but he could not, however, prevent it. The army, too, which had been sent against Philippicus, joined Philippicus's side and made him emperor. He came to Constantinople against Justinian, fought with him at the 12th milestone from the city, conquered and killed him, and obtained his sovereign power. Justinian indeed reigned 6 years with his son Tiberius in this second term. Leo, in banishing him, cut off his nostrils, and he, after he had assumed the sovereignty, as often as he wiped off his hand flowing with a drop of rheum, almost so often did he order some one of those who had been against him to be slain. In these days, then, when the Patriarch Peter was dead, Cyrenius undertook the government of the Church of Aquileia. He was a man endowed with a simple character and devoted to the service of Christ. But Philippicus, indeed, who was called Bardanis, after he was confirmed in the imperial dignity, ordered that Cyrus, of whom we have spoken, should be turned out of his patriciate and returned to Pontus to govern his monastery. This Philippicus dispatched letters of perverted doctrine to Pope Constantine, which he, together with a council of the Apostolic See, rejected, and on account of this affair he caused pictures to be made in the portico of St. Peter, representing the transactions of the 6 holy general councils, for Philippicus had ordered that pictures of this kind, which were in the imperial city, should be carried away. The Roman people determined that they would not take the name of the heretical emperor upon their documents, nor his likeness upon their coins. Hence his image was not brought into the church, nor was his name mentioned in the solemnities of the Mass. When he had held the sovereignty 1 year and 6 months, Anastasius, who was also called Artemius, rising against him, expelled him from the sovereignty, and deprived him of his eyes, but did not, however, kill him. This Anastasius sent letters to Rome to Pope Constantine, by Scholasticus, the patrician and exarch of Italy, in which he declared himself to be an adherent of the Catholic Church and an acknowledger of the Sixth Holy Council. Then, after Ansprand had been in exile in Bavaria for now 9 full years, in the 10th year after Chutepert was at last prevailed upon to make war, the commander of the Bavarians came with his army to Italy and fought with Aripert, and there occurred a great slaughter of the people on both sides. But although at last night broke off the battle, it is certain that the Bavarians had turned their backs, and that the army of Aripert had returned as a victor to its camp. But since Aripert was unwilling to remain in camp, and preferred to go into the city of Ticinum, by this act he brought despair upon his own people and boldness upon his adversaries, and after he had returned to the city, and had felt that he had offended his army by this deed, he presently took advice that he should flee to France, and carried with him from the palace as much gold as he thought useful to him. And when weighed down with the gold, he attempted to swim across the river Ticinus. He sank there, and choked with the waters, expired. His body was found on the following day, was cared for in the palace, and was thence brought forth to the church of our Lord the Saviour, which the former Aripert had built, and was there buried. In the days when he held the kingly power, Aripert, going forth at night, and proceeding to one place and another, inquiring for himself what was said about him by particular cities, and diligently investigating what kind of justice the various judges rendered to the people. When the ambassadors of foreign nations came to him, he wore in their presence mean garments, and those made of skins, and in order that they should not form designs against Italy, he never offered them precious wines, nor delicacies of any other kind. He reigned moreover with his father Ragimpert, and alone, up to the 12th year. He was also a religious man, given to charities and a lover of justice. In his days there was very great fertility of the land, but the times were barbarous. His brother Gumpert then fled to France, and remained there to the day of his death. He had 3 sons, of whom the eldest one, Ragimpert by name, governed the city of Aureliani in our own days. After the death of this Aripert, Ansprand obtained possession of the kingdom of the Langobards, but reigned only 3 months. He was a man distinguished in all ways, and very few were to be compared with him in wisdom. When the Langobards became aware of his approaching death, they set his son Luitprand on the royal throne, and when Ansprand, while he was living, heard this, he greatly rejoiced. In this time the Emperor Anastasius dispatched a fleet to Alexandria against the Saracens. His army was turned to another purpose, and in the midst of its journey came back to the city of Constantinople, and hunting up the Orthodox Theodosius, chose him as emperor, and when he was put by force upon the throne of the empire, confirmed him. This Theodosius conquered Anastasius in a severe battle at the city of Nicaea, and having imposed an oath upon him, caused him to be ordained a churchman and a presbyter. When Anastasius received the sovereignty, he presently put up in its former place in the imperial city that reverend picture in which the holy councils were painted, and which had been torn down by Philippicus. In these days the river Tiber had such an inundation that, having overflowed its bed, it did many injuries to the city of Rome, so that it rose in the Via Lata to 1.5 times the height of a man, and from the gate of St. Peter to the Mulvian Bridge, the waters all mingled together as they flowed down. In these times, by the inspiration of divine love, many of the nobles and common people, men and women, dukes and private persons of the nation of the Angles, were in the habit of coming from Britain to Rome. Pippin, at that time obtained the sovereignty in the kingdom of the Franks. He was a man of astonishing boldness, who instantly crushed his foes in attacking them. For he crossed the Rhine, and with one only of his attendants he fell upon a certain adversary of his, and killed him with his followers in his bedchamber, where he lived. He also courageously waged many wars with the Saxons, and especially with Ratpot, king of the Frisians. He had also a number of sons, but among these Charles, who succeeded him afterwards in the sovereignty, was the most distinguished. But when King Luitprand had been confirmed in the royal power, Rothari, a blood relation of his, wished to kill him. He prepared therefore a banquet for him in his home at Ticinum, in which house he had some very strong men, fully armed, who were to kill the king while he was banqueting. When this had been reported to Luitprand, he ordered Rothari to be called to his palace, and feeling him with his hand, he discovered, as had been told, a cuirass put on under his clothing. When Rothari found out that he was detected, he straightway leapt backwards and unsheathed his sword to strike the king. On the other hand, the king drew forth his own sword from his scabbard. Then one of the king's attendants, named Swabo, seizing Rothari from behind, was wounded by him in the forehead, but others leaping upon Rothari killed him there. 4 of his sons, indeed, who were not present, were also put to death in the places where they were found. King Luitprand was indeed a man of great boldness, so that when 2 of his armour-bearers fought to kill him, and this had been reported to him, he went alone with them into a very deep wood, and straightway holding against them his drawn sword, he reproached them because they had planned to slay him, and urged them to do it. And straightway they fell at his feet, and confessed all they had plotted. And he also did this thing in like manner with others, but nevertheless he presently pardoned those who confessed even a crime of such great wickedness. And when Gisulf the Duke of the Beneventines had died, Rosmuald, his son, undertook the government of the people of the Samnites. About these times, Pertinax, a citizen of the city of Brexia, spurred by the love of God, came to Rome, and then, by the exhortation of Pope Gregory of the Apostolic See, proceeded to this fortress of Casinum, and when he came to the holy remains of the blessed Father Benedict, he began to dwell with certain honest men, who were already living there before, and they appointed this same venerable man Pertinax as their superior, and not long afterwards, with the aid of divine mercy and through favour of the merits of the blessed Father Benedict, after a lapse of about 110 years from the time when that place had become destitute of the habitation of men, he became there the father of many monks of high and low degree, who gathered around him, and he began to live when the dwellings were repaired, under the restraint of the holy rule of the order, and the institutions of the blessed Benedict, and he put this sacred monastery in the condition in which it is now seen. At a subsequent time, Zacharias, chief of priests and pontiff beloved by God, bestowed many useful things upon the venerable man Pertinax, namely the books of Holy Scripture, and all sorts of other things that relate to the service of a monastery, and moreover he gave him with fatherly piety the rule of the order which the blessed Father Benedict had written with his own holy hands. The monastery indeed of the blessed Martyr Vincent, which is situated near the source of the river Volturnis, and is now celebrated for its great community of monks, was then already founded by 3 noble brothers, that is, Tato, Tasso, and Paldo, as the writings of the very learned Ortpert, abbot of this monastery, show, in the volume which he composed on this subject. While the blessed Pope Gregory indeed of the Roman See was still living, the The fortress of Cumae was taken by the Langobards of Beneventum, but when night came on, certain of the Langobards were captured and others were killed by the Duke of Naples. Also the fortress itself was retaken by the Romans. For the ransom of this fortress the pontiff gave £70 of gold, as he had promised in the first place. Moreover, the Emperor Theodosius, who had ruled the empire only 1 year, having died, Leo was substituted as emperor in his place. Among the people of the Franks, after Pippin had been released from life, his son Charles, of whom we have spoken, took the sovereignty from the hand of Raginfrid, only by means of many wars and struggles. For when he was held in prison, he was set free by God's command and escaped, and at first he began 2 or 3 times a struggle against Raginfrid with a few men, and at last overcame him in a great battle at Vinsacum. Nevertheless, he gave him 1 city to dwell in, that is, Andagavi, while he himself undertook the government of the whole nation of the Franks. At this time King Luitprand confirmed to the Roman Church the gift of the patrimony of the Cottian Alps, and not long afterwards the same ruler took in marriage Guntrut, the daughter of Chutapert, Duke of the Bavarians, with whom he had lived in exile, and from her he begot 1 daughter only. During these times, Pharoald, Duke of the Spoletans, attacked Classis, a city of the Ravennan people, but by command of King Liutprand it was restored to these same Romans. Against the Duke Pharoald, his own son, Trasimund revolted and usurped his place and made him a churchman. In these days, Teudo, Duke of the nation of the Bavarians, came for the purpose of devotion to Rome, to the foot of the steps of the holy apostles. When then at Forum Julii the patriarch Screnus had been taken away from human affairs, Calixtus, a distinguished man who was archdeacon of the church at Tarvisium, received through the efforts of King Luitprand the government of the church of Aquileia. At this time, as we said, Pemo ruled the Langobards of Forum Julii. When he had now brought to the age of early manhood those sons of the nobles whom he had reared with his own children, suddenly a messenger came to him to say that an immense multitude of Slavs was approaching the place which is called Loriana. With those young men he fell upon the Slavs for the 3rd time and overthrew them with a great slaughter, nor did anyone else fall on the part of the Langobards than Sicoald, who was already mature in age, for he had lost 2 sons in a former battle, which occurred under Ferdulf, and when he had avenged himself upon the Slavs, a 1st and a 2nd time, according to his desire, the 3rd time, although both the Duke and the other Langobards forbade it, he could not be restrained, but thus answered them. I have already revenged sufficiently, he said, the death of my sons, and now, if it shall happen, I will gladly receive my own death. And it so happened, and in that fight he only was killed. Pemo indeed, when he had overthrown many of his enemies, fearing lest he should lose in battle any one more of his own, entered into a treaty of peace with those Slavs in that place, and from that time the Slavs began more to dread the arms of the Firulans. At that time the nation of the Saracens, passing over from Africa in the place which is called Septum, invaded all Spain. Then after 10 years they came with their wives and children and entered the province of Aquitaine in Gaul, so as to inhabit it. Charles Martel indeed had then a quarrel with Eudo, Prince of Aquitaine, but they joined together and fought by common consent against those Saracens. The Franks attacked them and killed 370,000 of the Saracens, while on the side of the Franks only 1,500 fell there. Eudo also with his followers fell upon their camp, and in like manner killed many and ravaged everything. Also at this time, this same nation of Saracens came with an immense army, surrounded Constantinople and besieged it continually for 3 years. But when the citizens with great fervour cried to God, many of the invaders perished by hunger and cold, by war and pestilence, and thus exhausted by the siege, they departed. When they had gone thence, they attacked in war the nation of the Bulgarians beyond the Danube. But they were overcome also by them, and took refuge in their ships. When they sought the high sea, a sudden tempest attacked them, and very many also perished by drowning, and their ships were dashed to pieces. Within Constantinople indeed, 300,000 men perished by pestilence. Luteprand also, hearing that the Saracens had laid waste Sardinia, and were even defiling those places where the bones of the bishop St. Augustine had been formerly carried on account of the devastation of the barbarians, and had been honourably buried, sent and gave a great price, and took them and carried them over to the city of Ticinum, and there buried them with the honour due to so great a father. In these days the city of Narnia was conquered by the Langobards. At this time King Luteprand besieged Ravenna and took Classis and destroyed it. Then Paul the Patrician sent his men out of Ravenna to kill the Pope, but as the Langobards fought against them in defence of the Pope, and as the Spoletans resisted them on the Salarian Bridge, as well as the Tuscan Langobards from other places, the design of the Ravennan people came to naught. At this time the Emperor Leo burned the image of the saints placed in Constantinople, and ordered the Roman pontiff to do the like if he wished to have the emperor's favour, but the pontiff disdained to do this thing. Also the whole of Ravenna and Phoenicia resisted such commands with one mind, and if the pontiff had not prohibited them, they would have attempted to set up an emperor over themselves. Also King Luteprand attacked Feronianum, Mons Bellius, Buxeta, and Persiceta, Bononia, and the Pentopolis, and Oxymon, fortress of Aemilia. And in like manner he then took possession of Sutrium, but after some days it was again restored to the Romans. During the same time the Emperor Leo went on to worse things, so that he compelled all the inhabitants of Constantinople, either by force or by blandishment, to give up the images of the Saviour and of his Holy Mother, and of all the saints wherever they were, and he caused them to be burned by fire in the midst of the city. And because many of the people hindered such a wickedness from being done, some of them were beheaded, and others suffered mutilation in body. As the Patriarch Germanus did not consent to this error, he was driven from his see, and the presbyter Anastasius was ordained in his place. Romuald, then, Duke of Beneventum, chose a wife, Grumpurga by name, who was the daughter of Orona, King Luteprand's sister. From her he begot a son whom he called by the name of his father Gisulf. He had again after her another wife, Ranigunda by name, the daughter of Gordald, Duke of Brexia. At the same time a grievous strife arose between Duke Pemo and the Patriarch Calixtus, and the cause of this discord was the following. Fidentius, bishop of the Julian fortress, came on a former occasion and dwelt within the walls of the fortress of Forum Julii, and established there the see of his bishopric with the approval of the former dukes. When he departed from life, Amator was ordained bishop in his place. Up to that day, indeed, the former patriarchs had their see not in Forum Julii but in Cormons, because they had not at all been able to dwell in Aquileia on account of the incursions of the Romans. It greatly displeased Calixtus, who was eminent for his high rank, that a bishop dwelt in his diocese with the Duke and the Langobards, and that he himself lived only in the society of the common people. Why say more? He worked against the same bishop Amator and expelled him from Forum Julii and established his own dwellings in his house. For this cause Duke Pemo took counsel with many Langobard nobles against this same patriarch, seized him and brought him to the castle of Portium, which is situated above the sea, and wanted to hurl him thence into the sea. But he did not at all do this, since God prohibited it. He kept him, however, in prison, and nourished him with the bread of tribulation. King Luteprand, hearing this, was inflamed with great rage, and taking away the dukedom from Pemo, appointed his son Ratchis in his place. Then Pemo arranged to flee with his followers into the country of the Slavs, but Ratchis his son besought the king and reinstated his father in the monarch's favour. Pemo then, having taken an assurance that he would suffer no harm, proceeded to the king with all the Langobards with whom he had taken counsel. Then the king, sitting in judgment, pardoned for Ratchis' sake Pemo and his two sons, Ratchiat and Aistulf, and ordered them to stand behind his chair. The king, however, in a loud voice ordered that all those who had adhered to Pemo, naming them, should be seized. Then Aistulf could not restrain his rage, and attempted to draw his sword and strike the king, but Ratchis his brother prevented him, and when these Langobards were seized in this manner, Herfamor, who had been one of them, drew his sword, and, followed by many, defended himself manfully and fled to the church of the blessed Michael, and then, by the favour of the king, he alone secured impunity, while the others were for a long time tormented in bonds. Then Ratchis, having become Duke of Forum Julii, as we have said, invaded Carniola, the country of the Slavs, with his followers, killed a great multitude of Slavs, and laid waste everything belonging to them. Here, when the Slavs had suddenly fallen upon him, and he had not yet taken his lance from his armour-bearer, he struck with a club that he carried in his hand the first who ran up to him, and put an end to his life. About these times Charles, the ruler of the Franks, dispatched his son Pippin to Luteprand, that the latter should take his hair according to custom, and the king, cutting his hair, became a father to him, and sent him back to his father enriched with many royal gifts. During the same time, the army of the Saracens, again entering into Gaul, made much devastation. Charles, giving battle against them not far from Narbo, overthrew them in the same manner as before, with the greatest slaughter. Again, the Saracens invaded the boundaries of the Gauls, came as far as Provincia, took Arleti, and destroyed everything around it. Then Charles sent messengers with gifts to King Luteprand, and asked assistance from him against the Saracens, and he without delay hastened with his whole army to his assistance. The nation of the Saracens, when they learned of this, presently fled away from those regions, and Luteprand with his whole army returned to Italy. The same ruler waged many wars against the Romans, in which he was always the victor, except that once in his absence his army was defeated in Arminium, and at another time when at the village of Pilium a great multitude of those who were bringing small presents and gifts to the king and the blessings of particular churches were attacked and killed or captured by the Romans, while the king was stopping in the Pentapolis. Again, when Hildeprand, the nephew of the king, and Peredio, the Duke of Vincenza, got possession of Ravenna, the Venetians suddenly attacked them. Hildeprand was taken by them, and Peredio fell fighting manfully. At a subsequent period also the Romans, swollen with their accustomed pride, assembled on every side under the leadership of Agatho, Duke of the Perugians, and came to seize Bononia, where Valcari, Perudo, and Rotkari were then staying in camp, and the latter rushed upon the Romans, made a great slaughter of them, and compelled those who were left to seek flight. In these days Trasimund rebelled against the king, and when the king came upon him with his army, Trasimund himself repaired to Rome in flight. Hilderic was appointed in his place. When indeed Rosmald the Younger, Duke of the Beneventines, died, after he held the dukedom 26 years, there remained Gisulf his son, who was still a little boy. Some conspirators arose against him and sought to destroy him, but the people of the Beneventans, who were already faithful to their leader, slew them and preserved the life of their duke. Since this Gisulf was not yet fit to govern such a people on account of his boyish age, King Luteprand, then coming to Beneventum, took him away from thence, and appointed his own nephew Gregory as Duke of Beneventum, with whom a wife, Giselperga by name, was united in marriage. Matters being thus arranged, King Luteprand returned to his own seat of government, and bringing up his nephew Gisulf with fatherly care, he united to him in marriage Sorniperga, born from a noble stock. At this time the king himself fell into a great weakness and came near to death. When the Langobards thought that he was departing from life, they raised as their king his nephew Hildeprand at the church of the Holy Mother of God, which is called At the Poles, outside the walls of the city. When they handed to him the staff as is custom, a cuckoo bird came flying and sat down on top of the staff. Then to certain wise persons it appeared to be signified by this portent that his government would be useless. King Luteprand, indeed, when he had learned this thing, did not receive it with equanimity, yet when he became well of his illness, he kept him as his colleague in the government. When some years had elapsed from this time, Trasimund, who had fled to Rome, returned to Spoletum, killed Hilderic, and again undertook the daring project of rebellion against the king. But Gregory, when he had managed the dukedom at Beneventum 7 years, was released from life. After his death, Godescal was made duke, and governed the Beneventines for 3 years, and to him a wife, Anna by name, was united in marriage. Then King Luitprand, hearing these things concerning Spoletum and Beneventum, again advanced with his army to Spoletum. When he came to the Pentapolis, while he was proceeding from Fornum to the city of Forum Symphronie, in the woods which is between these places, the Spoletans, uniting with the Romans, brought great disasters to the king's army. The king placed Duke Ratchis and his brother Aistulf with the Friulans in the rear. The Spoletans and Romans fell upon them, and wounded some of them, but Ratchis with his brother and some other very brave men, sustaining all the weight of the battle, and fighting manfully, killed many, and brought themselves and their followers from thence, except, as I said, the very few who were wounded. There a certain very brave man of the Spoletans named Berto cried out to Ratchis by name, and came upon him clothed in full armour. Ratchis suddenly struck him, and threw him from his horse, and when his companions attempted to kill the man, Ratchis, with his accustomed magnanimity, allowed him to get away, and the man, crawling upon his hands and feet, entered the forest and escaped. 2 other very strong men of Spoleto indeed came up behind Isulf, on a certain bridge, whereupon he struck one of them with the blunt end of his spear, and hurled him down from the bridge, and suddenly turning upon the other, killed him and plunged him into the water after his companion. But Luitprand indeed, when he reached Spoletum, drove Trasimund from the ducal power, and made him a churchman, and in his place he appointed Agisbrand, his own nephew. When he hastened to Beneventum, Godescal, having heard of his approach, endeavoured to embark in a ship and flee to Greece. After he had put his wife and all his goods in the ship, and attempted himself last of all to embark, the people of Beneventum, who were faithful to Gisulf, fell upon him, and he was killed. His wife indeed was carried to Constantinople with everything she possessed. Then King Luitprand, arriving at Beneventum, appointed his nephew Gisulf Duke again in the place which had belonged to him, and when matters were thus arranged, he returned to his palace. This most glorious king built many churches in honour of Christ in the various places where he was accustomed to stay. He established the monastery of St. Peter, which was situated outside the walls of the city of Ticinum, and was called the Golden Heaven. He built also on top of Bardo's Alp a monastery which is called Burketum. He also established Alona, his suburban manor, a dwelling to Christ of wonderful workmanship in honour of the holy martyr Anastasius, and in it also he made a monastery. In like manner too he established many churches to God in different places. Within his palace also he built a chapel of our Lord the Saviour, and he appointed priests and churchmen to perform for him daily divine services, which no other king had had. In the time of this king there was in the place whose name is Forum, near the river Tanarus, a man of wonderful holiness, Biodolonus by name, who, aided by the grace of Christ, was distinguished for many miracles. He often predicted future events and told of absent things as if they were present. Finally, when King Luitprand had gone to hunt in the city forest, one of his companions attempted to hit a stag with an arrow, and unintentionally wounded the king's nephew, that is, his sister's son, Orphusus by name. When the king saw this, he began with tears to lament his misfortune, for he loved that boy greatly, and straightway he sent a horseman of his followers to run to Baudolinus, the man of God, and ask him to pray to Christ for the life of that boy. And while he was going to the servant of God, the boy died. And when he came to him, the follower of Christ spoke to him as follows: I know for what cause you are coming, but that which you have been sent to ask cannot be done, since the boy is dead. When he who had been sent had reported to the king what he had heard from the servant of God, the king, although he grieved because he could not have the accomplishment of his prayer, nevertheless clearly perceived this Baudolinus, the man of God, had the spirit of prophecy. A man not unlike him, Tudelapius by name, also lived at the city of Verona, who, among other wonderful things which he performed, predicted also in prophetic spirit many things which were to happen. In that time also there flourished in holy life and in good works Peter, bishop of the city of Ticinum, who, because he was a blood relative of the king, had been driven into exile at Spoletum by Aripert, who was formerly king. To this man, when he attached the church of the blessed martyr Servinus, the same venerable martyr foretold that he would be bishop at Ticinum, and afterwards, when this occurred, he built a church to that same blessed martyr Servinus upon his own ground in that city. This man, among the other virtues of an excellent life which he possessed, was also distinguished as adorned with the flower of virgin chastity. A certain miracle of his which was performed at a later time we will put in its proper place. But Luitprand indeed, after he had held the sovereignty 31 years and 7 months, already mature in age, completed the course of this life, and his body was buried in the church of the blessed martyr Adrian, where his father also reposes. He was indeed a man of much wisdom, very religious, and a lover of peace, shrewd in counsel, powerful in war, merciful to offenders, chaste, modest, prayerful, generous in charities, ignorant of letters indeed, yet worthy to be likened to philosophers, a supporter of his people, an increaser of the law. At the beginning of his reign he took very many fortresses of the Bavarians. He relied always more upon prayers than upon arms, and always with the greatest care kept peace with the Franks and the Avars.